battle for regional glory, global qualification, and the right to be crowned LCP champion. The 2026 LCP season raises the stakes with an evolved format designed to reward both consistency and momentum. New in 2026, championship points sit at the heart of the LCP season. This system rewards teams for consistent performance across Split 1 and Split 2, while still giving every team a real combat path heading into Split 3. Points are earned through game points and standing points, and the value of those points increases with each split, meaning the stakes rise as the season goes on. For every match, teams earn game points by winning or losing individual games. At the end of each split, standing points are added based on final placement to determine a team's total championship points. Here's how championship points are awarded. Later splits carry heavier weighting, ensuring strong finishes can reshape the standings without erasing the value of early consistency. To keep every team in contention, any team with negative points at the end of Split 1 or Split 2 will be reset to 0. In the event of a tie, playoff standings will determine the final order. Split 1 follows the same format as last year, with a BO3 round robin into a BO5 knockout stage to crown the LCP's representative at first stand in Sao Paulo. Split 2 follows the same structure, where the Split 2 champions qualify directly for MSI, and the second slot goes to the team with the highest championship points at the end of Stage 2. Every game matters, and consistency across both splits can be the difference. Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP Promotion Series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Chúng tôi đã từng gục ngã, nhưng mùa này chúng tôi sẽ bứt phá.
我们曾站上巅峰，如今正走在重返荣耀的路上。
Đội tuyển này có một vị thế nhất định và chúng tôi ở đây để đưa GAM về vị trí vốn có.
我们证明过实力，再不是等。
俺らの実力が証明した。あと勝ち続けるだけだ。
我们一路奋战至此，现在需要把这趟征途彻底完成。
DCG，
Chúng tôi biết cái giá của người dẫn đầu, và giờ là lúc chứng minh điều đó cho cả thế giới.
2v2 Side Selection Showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of week 2 of the LCP. My name is Pike. I'm joined with the ever-gorgeous Carrix. Just to my... Yeah, I nailed it. It's going to be my left, your right. But do not worry, Carrix, are you in for a good night tonight?
Oh, I'm so excited. We had an absolute cracker last night, went the distance, and I'm hoping we get another one tonight.
If we can go the distance again, it'll be too much, but we do have some pretty phenomenal teams on the lineup today. But before that, let's look at yesterday's results and come back to see what happened. You said it went the distance. That means all 6 games were played. And look at this, Carrix. It's CFO getting the 2-1 against DFM with the reverse sweep, with the Vikings just losing out to Gam as well. Did you predict this?
Funnily enough, I predicted the exact opposite. I was a DFM MVK believer, and we show why we don't listen to me. In the end, I was wrong because, yeah, it was really scrappy. These were close series that, honestly, even at the ends of Game 3s, I was struggling to tell who was going to win.
Look, and that's leading us straight into our standings as well, Carrix. You can see SHG, who we will have as one of our matches tonight, along with Ground Zero at the top of the ladder, tied, of course, with the Secret Whales, who we get to see in our second series tonight too. Vikings, like you predicted, in that 4th place. Flying Oysters now in that 5th as they secure that win. Gam, Relove DCG, and DFM down on the bottom side. This is a pretty close standings. I'm not going to lie, Carrix. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're only at the end of week 2, so teams really haven't had time to sort of break away, get a roll on in the standings. I think a big win for Team Secret Whales tonight would set them right at the top, and that's where they want to be.
No, that's actually it. And now we are looking at our player of the match standing 2. We are seeing Ejung, D-Ray, Dragna, Haki, Shadow, Van One, all looking so fierce. I'm excited to see how this is going to evolve tonight, as we are going to get more games from a lot of these players. We're just going to have to see who's going to take those wins. But now, let's look at today's matches. We hinted at it before, Carrix, but here we are. It is GZ Ground Zero versus SHG. This is going to be a hella match, but you can't ignore the the DCG versus the Secret Whales as our Series 2, which is a repeat of Split 1 finals.
Yeah, it's actually so much going on in both of these. If you remember, SHG pulling out a late split win got GZ into the playoffs last split, and then DCG, Team Secret Whales, is the finals rematch. But here is our Ground Zero Gaming roster.
Yeah, look, and they're feeling good. Ejung, Husha, Jimmy, Shun, and Orca. This team has proven time and time again why they were in our top 4, and I'm excited to see them tonight again up against SHG. Look at Skywalk there as well, ready and waiting. Got that heart action on the fingers. You know what? That feels like it's just for me, and I'll take it, Carrix.
Of course, we love seeing it, and this is a team that has a lot to prove. I remember I was talking to my friends about, like, oh, what did you guys think about GC Gaming in week 1, and how do you think? And they all just said, I don't know, Ejung, is he the best top laner in the world? He must be up there at this point, because he looked absolutely incredible last week. Was up against Momo, maybe not the stiffest competition. It will be much, much harder against Evie tonight, but I'm really keen to see what he can do.
Oh, look, it's where we're all going to be looking, right? It's a big one, but that's right. It is the Hawks. They are coming out fast. Evie, Van One, Aria, Marble, and Vista. This team is on fire right now, Carrix. We have to be so, like, honestly, my eyes are going to be peeled on this team because no matter what, they're going to throw something left field and they're going to do some damage because after last week, they got the perfect game, and that hasn't been done in a hot minute.
Yeah, 100%. The thing is, as well, is they didn't just get one perfect game. They were very, very close to 2. I think it was only Grubs and 1 kill at the very end of the match where Vista decided to jump into the fountain and die, just for a bit of fun, that stopped a double perfect game, which I would bet my house has never, ever been done before. So the SoftBank Hawks are looking like killers.
Look, and you got to talk about this mid lane, right? It is going to be that Jimmy versus Aria matchup. 2 mid laners that have defined not only for their teams, but for the whole region, I would say, as to what a good mid laner should be able to do. Jimmy in that mid lane jungle should be meeting up with his jungler so well and be able to get a little bit more damage. But Aria just is a dominant force. You can tell by those stats. Every single one is just a little bit more besides the champion pool. So I'm excited to see how Aria is going to perform tonight against Jimmy, where they have very similar champion pools. They love those strong mages.
Yeah, I think the really big pick to look out here is actually this Ahri. This was something for Aria. I just don't think you can let it through. I remember there was one fight in their series last week where he threw 5 charms throughout a dragon fight. Every single one of them hit, and they weren't just junk hits either. They all mattered in the fight and actually did change the outcome. He's a killer on this champion. He's not allowed to have it.
No, that's 100%, and I think that is the main pick we should be seeing a lot of bans of tonight, but you can't ignore there are such strong mid laners still currently in the meta. You got the Ryze, you got the Taliyah matched with the Pantheon, great global ultimates moving around the map. We know Logan loves to focus on those global pressures, but here are our teams out in the stadium right now. The arena is looking sharp because, again, like we said, Carrix, this is a repeat of our playoffs. We're just back in regular split seeing the 4 most dominant teams in Split 1 back at it again. So you know what, while I've got you, let's talk predictions. How do you think this first series is going to go, Carrix? I'll put you on the hot seat.
Look, I'm going to be a little bit bold. I think this is a SoftBank Hawks 2-0. I think Ground Zero have a lot going for them, and I'd love to be proven wrong. But I think the SoftBank Hawks are looking like the second best team in the LCP right now. I think only Team Secret Whales even has a chance of stopping them, and they haven't played yet. They may well just beat them.
Yeah, look, I would be inclined to agree, but I think you can never sort of count Ground Zero out. We've seen them in the past where I've sort of put a prediction out going, this is a good team, maybe they're not going to snuff it, and then they come in and just clean house. I'm coming back to the whole point that this is the playoffs 2.0 because these are our teams that are coming in with everything to prove after Split 1. To get it to see it in just week 2 alone out of what 7-8 weeks of play-ins is going to be huge. So I'm so keen to see what they're going to do. So my prediction here, Carrix, I'm going to hit you with it. I think it's going to be a 2-1 to our SHG lineup. I think Aria on that Ahri as well. If it gets through, I'm scared. It's the one champion I don't personally like versing anywhere in the mid lane, but Aria's performance on it is that of Faker. I'll be that blunt about it. I'm pretty bold with that, but still, I think it is bloody good.
I think
and
you're
I'm
right,
excited to see them to do it. Yeah, absolutely.
Ari for Aria, like, it's even kind of in the name. It's something that even back when the LJL was still around, when he was playing there, he wasn't allowed to play it. You had to ban it, even when Ari wasn't super good. It's just a champion that we have to watch. I do kind of agree with you. I think 2-1 is a safe prediction because I think Ground Zero has so much going for them. They did look fantastic in their game against DFM last week. I think, as I said, Ejung looks like he's on fire.
No, I totally agree. I think he really is. We got to be very careful of these top laners, especially when they're getting the picks like the Nah, even looking at like the Ambesses too, if they do come through. These very strong mobile top laners that can do so much damage into the back line. They have to be very careful. But Ejung's also known to play a couple of those tanky picks like the Scion as well. Like it's these champion pools that are so diverse, enable them to do so much in team fights. I'm just excited to see if they can bring something new to the map. If there was one champion you'd like to see, Carrix, out on the Rift tonight, either series, what would you like to see?
Well, I mean, it's so interesting. The jungle meta has been different this split. It's been different and the same at the same time. But last night, I think Drakthar proved that Shyvana is a real champion. This is a champion that people, with this rework, they're saying, look, it's a good solo queue pub stomp champion if you're playing in, your plat, your gold elos, or even lower down where I am. But it's not a pro play champion. Drakthar proved that completely wrong. He solo won a game on it.
Yeah, look, and I think that's the thing, right? It did sort of get like a semi-nerf as well in the latest patch, the Shyvana pick, but I don't think it's been sort of really thought about properly because the champion as Shyvana is so versatile in builds. You can go AP, you can go a bit more of a bruiser, you can technically go a little bit of tank and still be relevant in team fights because your engage can cause so much disruption and forcing people out of position. So that's what I'm really excited to see. I think that the Dragon could make it to the Rift, but you know what? Let me throw a second Dragon in there. I'd love to see a Smolder. I think that could just be absolutely phenomenal. And you know what? If we can get a Smolder, or maybe like something a little bit more hyper carry, like a real pop-off like a Felios even, that would be really cool. But I think my main pick, I'm an OTP of Zed. I want to see that. And you know what? We're just going to have to get this underway, Carrix, as we're getting ready for everything going forward. Are you as hyped as I am?
Oh, you know I am. I can't wait.
Let's get it going, Carrix. The fist is coming in, and we'll see you back in just a second. Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this. Yep. Welcome back. It is time. It is rearing, and we are ready to go as we're getting pumped for our first game of the night, Carrix. It is GZ versus SHG. Do we get another perfect game? Nay, another perfect series if Vista doesn't decide to empty into the fountain?
I hope we don't. Look, perfect games as a rarity are really fun to watch, but for all the GZ fans out there, I hope the SoftBank Hawks don't run that back, unless it's GZ pulling it off.
Yeah, maybe, as we do see our boys, the GZs, walking out into the arena. They're looking fighting fit, if you ask me. Jimmy in there, clearly one of our favorite mid laners in the whole region. Maybe I'm a little bit biased. I got to see him on Chiefs as well. It's just exciting to see this team really stepping forward and getting everything done. Like, they know what they want to do. They've clearly got some secret things under the hood, and they want to be able to put some pressure out on the Hawks tonight. But now it is time for the Hawks to make their walk down. This team, though, Carrix, I can't hype it up enough.
I don't think you can. This is just an incredible team, and SoftBank Hawks joining them on the stage. As I was saying, I think this is currently the second best team in the LCP. They are looking incredible. They've got a big test tonight, though. They've got to prove that it's not just catching a slumping CFO. They are the real deal.
That's it. And I think that was it. We saw last night as well that CFO is still in the mix. They have that pressure. They have the skills to come back. It doesn't matter if they lose the first game. They can come back. SHG, though, have proven why you have considered them the second best. And yes, Secret Whales are our current top dogs. That is undeniable. But you still got to be so careful because they're hot on their heels, and SHG are showing no signs of slowing down. So we can actually see as well, we do have our 2v2s ready to go. It is going to be Shun and Orca on the side of GZ versus Van 1 and Vista. So the jungle sub should be kind of interesting. And yeah, I'm excited to see the other sub Orca in there too.
Yeah, it's always interesting what combinations teams decide to send. This is always just a really fun bit of our broadcast, fun bit of the LCP. You can always look at the player cams. The players are having fun. They're using it to sort of just warm up their hands, get ready for everything. We'll have to see what they decide to throw at the wall here. Any predictions, Pike?
You know me, my favorite prediction of all time is going to be the Ivern Rengar bot lane, sort of the duo, just because of how awesome it can be played out. But there's so many champions that haven't been picked. Now, this is where we talk about maybe securing more meta picks that are going to be stronger in the 2v2, like the Darius that we've sort of seen so sought after in previous ones. Pantheon as well is a big champion you could look at. Talia in that combo. The Flicks is going to do a lot of damage. So I'd be curious to see what they're going to be looking at to prioritize, especially against teams that both teams should be very cautious of. And like I said, there's the Pantheon band.
Yeah, Pantheon taking away the Varus and the Caitlyn. I was going to bring up the Caitlyn, but decided, oh, well, there's no ADCs on stage, so maybe they're not going to go that way, but they won't have the option. Obviously, Caitlyn is always just really strong in these 2v2, 1v1 setups, but Tahm Kench, Pantheon, Varus, Caitlyn removed. And of course, worth pointing out, you can see series bans there. These are split long. If you pick a champion in the 2v2, it is fearless out until next split. So they've got to really think pretty hard on what they want to burn. And for SHG, it's Elite and Volley.
I kind of like it. You land one good cocoon and it could spell disaster, but the Cassiopeia here, that is... Oh, the double toxic lane is definitely spicy. We got the Cassiopeia and the Singe is definitely going to be an interesting mix-up. Who do you think takes this? Like, both are very aggressive.
I think it depends. If we go to level 6, I'm pretty scared of Volibear and Elise. You just jump in with the Volibear, you turn the tower off, and you should be able to just quickly pick up some kills. That said, the fact that Singe can get some poison down and that provides the reset for Cassiopeia makes it pretty hard to deal with as a melee champ.
Yeah, look, as well, with that miasma, it's going to be such a concern as to if you are this volley and you're just about to jump on them, drop it down, and then there's not really much you can do as we are in. Remember, it is first tower, first to 2 kills, or a kill with the Ring of Fire, last man standing. But now it is Shun Orca, the duo bot lane versus Van 1 and Vista. Going to be looking good, our support and jungler. Fairly fast. Oh, look at that dancing bear. That's a panda too. That's pretty awesome. What skin is that? Love it. Is that new?
It's the hot spring skin. It's the
it's chroma. It's the green chroma.
Spirit Springs. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? That's kind of a vibe.
The splash art on that skin goes absolutely insane. Real Noah's no.
Absolutely. I'm totally a vibe with this. But now it is still that classic 2v2 that we're going on. Orca pressuring very hard. There's the flash cocoon straight on in. Shun has to flash out. The ignite goes down. So does the miasma. And they are just walking away. But flashes burnt Carrix. I told you the aggression would be thick and fast.
Not surprised at all. And I love it that they did follow the early rules of League of Legends, which is don't go on singed, but...
Look, they say don't go and cinch, but they just blow them up instantly. Like, it's just too easy for this SHG lineup. The cocoons are too clean.
Yeah, I mean, if you nail the cocoon, the follow up is so easy, and now it's all on Shun to figure it out.
That is just so aggressive. I love it. They're just like, we can just walk at it. Shun has no mana. This is fine. Let's go for a walk. Straight underneath the tower. Carrix, this is not looking too great for GZ. Maybe they haven't got the right pick in this, but this Volibear into the Elise matchup, they're very happy with this as we do get the first reset as well for the Volibear, going back and getting that Kindle Gem, just getting a little bit of tankiness. There's no real damage on the side of this Volibear, so obviously they're about soaking up as much as they can in this fight. But it is really on Orca to get that fling across and maybe get the Volibear taken out.
Maybe. The tricky part here is that they can just go for the all-in and trade 1 for 2, and that's a win. Or 1 for 1, and then, you know what I mean. Orca looking for it.
Well, Orca looking to make a splash, but maybe not just yet. They're just sort of holding the wave, getting that mana reset. Remember, Vista does not have any mana in this fight. It really comes down to one good cocoon, maybe going spider form and seeing if they can get that damage off. But let's see if they're able to do it. As Shun did get the reset as well, and just went back, just got a little bit of base. Stop dancing, Van One. You'd be tilting me at this. I'm a little bit tilted from this, but no. They are looking at, they're just looking to slow this pace out. I think it's really nice. SSG's already got that early lead. Now it's about how can they secure the next one.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for level 6 on the Volibear, and then they're going to jump directly on that snake.
Look, nothing wrong with jumping on a snake. We have seen it in Australia quite a bit, but it might be different as they go for the charge down onto the tower. They land the cocoon. The damage is good, but Vista is already low. The fling cancelled it out. The ignites were dropped, Carrix. See if anything more can go down, but flashes are burnt still. You got to be so careful. There's the snowball. Fling is good. Straight back in. There it is. So much damage. It is going to be the one, but no, Orca is 1 HP and he survives. No way.
That is unbelievable, and now we're back to 1-all.
The petrifying gaze there was so big, hitting both members. Van One really needs to put the work in here. It is the 1v1 again. But what usually wins, a bear or a snake?
Look, I'm going to favor a bear in that one, I think. But that said, I don't. If it depends, is it snake Australian bear and Australian snake? Because Australian bears, we're not working with too much.
That's called a koala. And
exactly.
We're really not working with much. I feel like they lose pretty hard to a snake. But I'm going to say we're dealing with a polar bear versus maybe a Greek snake. I don't know. I'm going to the Cassiopeia mythology, potentially. Maybe we don't need to look too deep into this. Yeah, we'll find out. It is 1 for 1 right now, Carrix. Let's see if they look to go for it. And there's the flash forward. Van One was a little bit more. Cocoon's good. They're just trying to stay away from the miasma. Orc is low. The damage is good. They can't chase the Singe, though. It's just too much. It could be Shun getting the return fire. It was just too much for this SHG lineup.
Wow. Turning it around. They lost the early kill, but in the end, it was the toxic duo coming out on top. So GZ will get the right of first selection here. That means they can choose either the side of the map they want to play on or their position in the draft. Which side, assuming that they will pick the draft, which most teams have been doing, which side do you think they'll be going on?
Look, a lot of teams have been favoring that first pick, right? Like, it's all about getting that early champion that they like to get, the one that sort of defines their comp. But at the same time, giving over side selection can be a bit risky because if you do give red side, it gives easier access to the dragon pit. It's going to give a little bit more prior to the bot side too. So it's a bit of like a double-edged sword, you might even say. But at the same time, there have been really strong sought-after picks early on in these series. Let's see if they do decide to go towards that, because giving over a counter pick can really ruin a comp very fast.
Exactly. This Orianna that we've been seeing has been doing amazing things. I can think of Fisher, D-Ray having incredible games on the Orianna. Both of our mid laners here would love to pick that up. If Arya can isolate Ahri in the draft as well, definitely something that would be worth first picking for the SoftBank Hawks. So I'm really interested what GZ opt into, because I think the other big matchup that matters is letting Ejung have counter pick for top. Evie is a really important linchpin for SHG, and Ejung, if he can get counter pick, might be able to needle away at that.
Yeah, no, look, that's the thing, right, is we have seen Evie really stand up and really push forward that. You said as well that Ejung is the best best top laner we have in the region. That's a quote from you, Carrix. I guess we'll have to see if they
so
decide
far,
to
this split.
Oh, well, okay. Backtracking there a little bit, mate. Come on, we can do better than that. You know what? Maybe they are the best. But no, I think you're right. This is going to be a topside matchup that's going to be very sought after, and it will be a little bit game defining, because Void Grubs, Rift Herald, even Baron playing around these is so detrimental, and having an early lead in top can really set back, especially tanks. If you do get one good bruise that can control the wave better, and both of these top laners have that ability to take control of the lane, it could really spell disaster. But we are in draft. We're seeing the bans off the board, and it is Ambessa, Nocturne, NJ4.
Yeah, so the immediate attack on Ejung's Ambessa, this has been banned out constantly against him. DFM banned it out both games last week. I think that should continue. It's not something that Evie typically defaults to, and Ejung has been really, really good at it. Ambessa is also so comp agnostic. Public execution is just always a good button to follow up on any dive with, and basically every team comp is going to be able to utilize it. The other thing to notice here is 3 junglers gone already.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting, especially what I'm seeing right now is Xin, Nocturne, and J4 being taken out. Orianna is not going to be in play most likely this game. Like, if you don't really have that ball delivery system, which there are a couple good ones. You've got the Vice still open, which is available to do it, but I feel like Ryze has just been so hotly contested, first pick especially, in a lot of this. Should be interesting as the Ashe is now taken off the board. Now they're looking at Marble.
Yeah, so the Ashe Seraphine combo has been sort of popping up all around the world. Has been something that's very, very difficult to deal with in lane. You get slowed by Ashe, you're basically guaranteed to get the Seraphine Q follow-up. It's just not any fun to play against. But now it's a hard position, because as you said, there's Ryze, there's Orianna, there's Ahri, which Arya would obviously love to pick up, but there's also Karma. Karma will be banned out there, because a lot of people are saying that's the best champion in the game right now.
Look, why is that though, Carrix? Tell me why. Spell it for our audience.
We're in an enchanter meta at the moment. Things are just working to where a lot of ADCs want to have a ranged enchanter next to them. They want to be able to be buffed up and really put on the carry pants. And Karma just, in the early game, she punishes other enchanters by just throwing out Mantra Qs, and then she has a really easy pivot to just, you stop pressing Mantra Q and you start pressing Mantra E instead, and then you're the better enchanter as well. She just does it all.
Yeah, and I feel like right now, what we're seeing as the draft has really kicked off is Pantheon being locked up for GZ. Really nice, getting that most likely in the jungle position for Husha. But I'm looking at the other side, we got Evie on the Rumble, and we got Marble's beautiful Varus, which you have to be so concerned about. But there's the Ryze we were talking about, most likely going to get locked in here. Great CC as well coming out, but Varus and Rumble, it tells me there's going to be at least a Cassante most likely on GZ. They need that tank topside. There it is. Makes a lot of sense. They can still pick the Ryze in the next phase, but that's going to be very interesting. Instead, they're looking at Annie. What do you think as this hopper's coming out? Nah, Orianna.
Well, I don't like Annie for Jimmian in particular, because I think Annie is something you put on mid laners that are not as empowered to carry, because she goes in, she drops her Tibbers, and that can be really useful, but that's kind of all the champion does. I would much prefer to see the Ryze. I think the Ryze is the best pick here. Orianna not too far behind, but I do just think you slam the blue man.
Yeah, look, get the blue Smurf out there. It means they can probably look at the Orianna here just to counter match it up and make it a little bit fairer in these team fights. But now it comes down to where do you get that ball delivery system from? You still need a lot of damage to come out to affect this Cassante. Right now, I'm looking at this Varus, and we've seen so much of the lethality Varus Carrix, and I just don't think that's going to be the right pick here. Yes, items are cheap, but it's not going to have the same damage effect we might expect, especially into Cassante once they get 2-3 items on the board. Will they be able to do anything against it? Probably not, as Orianna has been picked up. We're entering into second phase bans. There's a lot left open. Supports is the main one that I'm looking at here, Carrix.
I completely agree. There are a lot of supports left on the table. This Seraphine is still pickable, is currently winless in the LCP. I think she's 0-5. It has not been the champion's fault, though. It has been very much other lanes losing in those games. The Seraphine has looked mostly fine. I think Woody had a really good game, despite it being a loss. The other thing I want to point out is Pantheon and Rise have gone to the same team. That's not just strong because Pantheon and Rise are two of the best champions in the game, which they are, but I'm going to steal a little bit of a Loganism, even though he's not here. That's two semi-global ults on the same team. How are we catching up to this ability to cheat tempo as SHG? I don't really know what the answer is yet.
Throwing into the whole point of Cassante with the double teleport action, most likely, like, you got to be so worried about how quickly this team's going to be able to rotate around, or at least catch out a slight overextension on anyone on the SHG side. But now we're seeing second bans coming through. We got Sivir being taken out, the clear counter pick into the Varus. I love to see it. And the Vi being taken off for GZ. Great call when they saw the Orianna already secured. How do we get the ball in, Carrix? What are we looking at?
I think it's a little bit tricky. I think Jarvan's banned out. Xin Zhao is gone. This is a lot of really good ball carriers. I don't really 100% know where we go. We could go the Aatrox. He's not the best ball delivery, but he does get into the mix of things that we've seen some decent performances on.
Can I make a prediction?
being banned out. Go ahead.
My one prediction, I think that we've seen a little bit more internationally too, Maokai. I think Maokai could be the solution here, going a little bit of tank, probably going the Leandres first with a little bit of tankiness. Makes a lot of sense. Lee Sin was always another great call, but I think this team on the side of SHG is lacking that tankiness, and if their support wants to go a little bit more of an enchanter, maybe with the Varus, you could even look at a Nocturne, or not a Nocturne, a Nautilus even for this support, and Nautilus Varus is very high impact bot lane. Could be the solution that SHG is looking for, but Maokai could be the pick.
Yeah, Maokai I actually think would be really, really good here. He can play up in Rise's face. The Twisted Advance is not super easy for Rise to navigate around. Skarner as well. This is another champion we've seen rising in priority. So just going the Scorpion, that is actually a really good counter to Rise. Rise doesn't have a dash. You point the ult at him, he's probably getting hit.
Look, unless he's going to Realm Warp out of there, that's very interesting. But there's the Ezreal that is going to be most likely picked in because you need that extra mobility, especially into this Skarner. But what a delivery system, and this big Scorpion might be making a big splash here because that is a very scary champion. I actually want to see what this Skarner might actually bring to the table. Like, what do you think its real role is going to be in for this team? Are they the start of the engage?
It does a couple of things. It is ball delivery at a weird angle. Skarner can, of course, come through walls. It's much harder to get vision on him if he can, because he's not going to come from where you expect. He can come through a wall, have the ball immediately tossed on him, get a decent shockwave onto the backline. He's not the best ball delivery, but he's certainly not bad. As Ezreal Leona is a really good response here. It's very hard to play Skarner into Leona.
Yeah, 100%. You get instant lockdown. You can't go through those walls as fast. Leona's just going to carry you through as well. But the Braum being looked at just means they cancel to negate so much of that damage. A big shield, but a Bard as well, Carrix. We're in for an
Bard.
absolute treat. If we can get this Bard on the board, can stop those towers. If they do go for the Rift Charge, you can cancel it out. Alistair as well, equally as good. You get that extra little bit of meaty front line. It's going to alleviate the pressure for the Orianna and the Varus to sit behind. One good engage could spell disaster and just enable this equalizer to do so much damage. But Carrix, I can't ignore this Skarner. It's the first time I'm seeing it, at least in the LCP myself, but right now it's got a 60% win rate in the LPL out of 5 games. It's not too bad. So we'll have to see if the LCP can bring the goods and if SHG is on board to make this viable pick moving forward. But looking at our drafts now, Carrix, who do you think's got this game won?
I actually think both teams have come away with a draft that they'll be really happy with. If I turn the nameplates off, I do have to favor Ground Zero's draft. They have the Rise, the Pantheon combo. I think that's impossible to ignore. But what I think the SoftBank Hawks have done here is they're just going to opt out of 5v5s. This is not a 5v5 comp, it's a 3v3 comp. And it doesn't matter which 3 it is, as long as the Skarner is one of them. they have so much pick. If you are out of position at all, if you are a Ryze out of position, if you are a Pantheon or an Ezreal out of position, there is not a huge amount of counterplay to an Alistair going on you, a Skarner following it up, and then an Equalizer being laid over the top.
Yeah, no, look, I have to agree. I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I think the Hawks might have this, though. I think that the Skarner being the pick.
I agree.
Look, right now, LCP, it's only been played once, and it's a 0% win rate. It has not had that success yet, but we have seen the Hawks only for 1 week show such a dominant performance. I feel like the little break that they had between Split 1 and Split 2, they decided to flick a switch, and every player on this roster, Evie, Van1, Arya, all of them are locked in and ready to go. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the rift for game number 1 of the night here at the LCP week 2 day 2. Carrix, look at this. Team runes on the side, all pretty stock standard. I like the lethal tempo on the Ezreal. Now we're getting the skins coming in. You got to go Super Galaxy Rumble. It's the only one that makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm immediately rooting for GZ in this one as Chosen of the Wolf Pantheon. It's the Kindred theme skin line. I'm the Kindred guy, so GZ, let's go.
GZ, let's go, he says, and I'm here for it. Now, walk me through potentially what these matchups, at least in the laning phase, is going to look like. Like, who has the priority? And look at this. We got to look at SHG's LCP's first perfect game ever. That was such a big one. We talked about it briefly, but they did overcome the last perfect game, which was EG versus NRG in the LCS Summer 2023. So it's only a couple years ago that Evil Geniuses were able to achieve the perfect game up against NRG. Look, honestly, it's nice to see LCP getting some street cred out there, Carrix.
And the big thing as well is that perfect games are so much harder than they were even 3 years ago. The addition of grubs, the way rotations work on the map these days, you could absolutely floor a team and they'll still get a grub. They'll still crack one tower.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that they choked CFO out of getting anything at all. It was a true perfect game, is just completely unbelievable.
Look, we're going to have to see if they can pull it back again tonight, but they're up against GZ, a team that will hold on no matter what. Reverse sweeps are a thing for this team. They have never backed down from these fights, but as laning's gone on, it's nice to see a little bit of gold just clear and clean across the board. No summoners burnt either. I feel like this might be a little bit of a slow burn, Carrix.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think these mid laners will trade back and forth, as we're seeing, but the kill potential is only there if a fairly large mistake is made. Arya is able to constantly poke with the ball. Jimmy can't do a lot about it, but if any all-in was coming, Rune Prison is, and the phase rush is incredibly potent. I think what we're waiting for is these junglers to finish their first clear, move in, and get some deep vision, and then go for a reset. They're going to go for Arya, though.
It's a very early one as there's the little realm is going to hold on as Husha has just spotted out Van1. Great rotations out from the Scorpion, just saying, I've got your back, Jack. They are holding the line. So nice proactivity, though, from both sides.
100%. That is both junglers just doing their assigned part in the play. Husha has to look for it, because if Van1 makes a mistake, if Van1 is like up chasing the Scuttle Crab up towards the top lane, that's a free kill there onto Arya. Thankfully, they both understand what their role is, but gee, Husha's gonna flip the script.
Looking for it again as they are sitting very comfortably. They have the vision on that little bit of there, but let's see if they can juke them out. Husha saying, oh no way, Arya's
ankle shattered.
Oh, that's when you flash the emote right there. That's the thumbs up. And who's just like, where are they? Where'd they go?
Is okay, though, is able to just move over to his Krugs. No huge loss of time, even though he obviously would love to, because he probably just would have burnt Arya's flash, but that's obviously super, super valuable. Let Jimmy play really aggressive, given, of course, that Jimmy did burn the Ghost. Trying to set up that play early. He was getting chunked really low, so just pop that Ghost. It is a fairly short cooldown for a summoner spell, so I think it'll be back up before it really matters.
Yeah, not the end of the world. They did get a TP out of it too, so obviously getting that early shove in and having a TP back to lane. Again, that's not really the end of the world. That seems pretty stock standard, especially at the 4-minute mark. So nice to see as Van1 is here. Jimmy is in a little bit of an overstep pickle, pops the potion and decides to get out of dodge.
Yeah, again, it's just these junglers sort of just coming in at the scripted time. There's just like a moment there where maybe Jimmy could get a little bit cheeky, could try and go for a little invade, getting deep vision. Fair One just shows up, says, no, none of that, mate. You can just stay in lane, have fun with Arya. And Husha will probably do the same in maybe about a minute or so's time. Though we are getting towards the level 6, and of course, Shockwave.
Shockwave already burnt. Jimmy is still not being 6 though, so he won't be able to use the Realm Wall even to get back to lane, but now Orca looking to just help out just a little bit. That's a little bit of a rough one, especially when you do want to maybe look for an early skirmish. Dragon is up and available here, Carrix.
Yeah, that is a pretty big one to lose. The other thing that Shockwave can do is when the Pantheon jumps on you, you can use it to yank him back and just prevent a fair bit of that damage. Of course, that's now not an option for Arya. So for the next minute or so, he is actually fairly vulnerable.
You can see there's a lot of aggressive pressure coming out. They're trying to get that deep vision into SHG's bot side jungle. Now that's just seeing if they can control as much as possible. They're getting good vision in retaliation. Van One holding up just a little bit more. One thing I want to note as well here for Marble on SHG's side, it is going to be that lethality Varus. What's your take on that? Do you like it into this team comp that they're up against?
I think it's hard because I don't necessarily like it into the team comp, but I don't know if you can play on Hit Varus into this team comp. I think the combo of Leona and Pantheon is a little bit too much, as there might be a contest for Dragon.
They definitely want to look at it as both teams posturing very hard. 4 members, 4v4, look at the smite. It is going to be Husha picking it up, and now they're looking to turn it around. They get the stuns off, but it's going to be too much damage. They send back Orca. Could be first blood, hands it over to Arya, and a nice pick, but they lose the Dragon.
They do lose the Dragon. They pay the toll of Orca. And I think you're happy enough with that. We do kind of see that that's the punishment for Arya missing that early Shockwave. A Shockwave in that fight could have turned that into 2 or even 3 kills, but doesn't have it. Wasn't up in time. So GZ get the objective. They pay their support, and I think you take that every time.
Yeah, look, not the end of the world. There is going to be another objective up in just a minute, as it is the Grubbies coming up very, very soon. And look, there's another Shockwave, full sending it. Arya has the mana, has the health. Jimmy maybe overstepped in that last fight and almost gets sent packing.
Yeah, Jimmy with the nerves of steel, though, knew the damage numbers, didn't need to flash. As we have another look at this, I think this is Orca understanding his role is to play sacrifice here. He's marking Van One. It does come down to a 50-50 on the smite. Husha plays it well with the empowered Q. But then, as soon as Orca is still just playing in the middle of the team, he's the only one that Marble can hit. He knows he's going to die in that one, but that was his role.
Look, and at the end of the game, like you said, it's the 1-for-1 trade. They lose their support, but they get the Dragon. At the end of the day, GZ's pretty happy with that. Yes, there is a slight gold lead heading over to SHG now, just shy of 1,000, but that's not really anything to note, especially at 8 minutes. It's when we start seeing the 15-minute mark, and we do see these junglers start to impact in these team fights and getting those early rotations, then we're going to see a little bit more. But seeing a little bit of good vision coming out of Van One here, looking up to the top side, looking at the Void Grubs already, starting them off.
Yeah, this is actually just a really heads-up play here by Van One. He knows that Husha wants to reset towards the bot side. He's able to just take a tempo Grubs, even though Evie didn't have priority at the moment. It actually been pushing into him. It's actually Ejung kind of putting on a bit of a clinic. Sometimes we see this Rumble Cassante, like Cassante has been this default answer into Rumble, but then you still see the Rumble win lane. This time, we're seeing why we pick Cassante into it. He is able to tank up the Flame Spitter. The overheats don't really bother him, and Ejung is looking like he's getting off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? Every time we've seen the Ejung or even just any Cassante on the Cassante, anytime we've seen Cassante really making a proactive start into a Rumble matchup, they seem to run away with the game, and there's such a problem to deal with as Jimmy double Shockwave hits, and they do just have to pull back. Van One is here. They sent 3 members, and it was just stifled by Arya with a really clean Shockwave.
Yeah, again, not quite able to put down Jimmy, and you will always remember this as the day you almost caught Captain Jimmy about 3 times, as he's just able to get away. And the thing is, obviously Arya would love if he killed him all 3 times, but it doesn't matter a huge amount. There is no objective on the map this time. He's just able to chunk him down. He gets a tower plate, denies a wave. Anything you can do to slow this rise down is really positive for SHG.
Yeah, 100%. Now the Luden's already being picked up for Aria. Is it going to be a huge item spike giving you such big clear? There's the belt too being picked up by Van 1. So already a very tanky Scorpion in these team fights. And you're going to be concerned. The Pantheon, it is Husha that's maybe not at the same, maybe a little bit of tempo going over their way. It's only 79 gold as they haven't been farming up Storm, but I feel like they've spent so much time trying to give Jimmy in a little bit of like a lead that it's maybe set them back a little bit too far. Yes, they're a level up, but it doesn't really feel like the impact's been felt.
Yeah, look, I think it's an interesting one to really look at, and I still am just sort of waiting for the Grand Starfall to be called in, as well as the Realm Warp. We were saying in draft that one of the worries here for SHG is that you're against two semi-globals. They does give GZ ways to cheat at macro and not play fair. So far, they're not really looking at the cheat sheet on the back of the water bottle.
What?
That's how I got through VCE.
You had a cheat sheet on a water bottle?
Yeah. That's how you pass your exams,
yeah,
right? I'm joking. Don't come after me.
There's the flash. There's
Speaking
the
of which,
another shockwave coming straight in, but is going to be too much. Ari is low, and they do lock him down. The one pick that GZ have been looking for all game secured.
And there we go. As soon as they use it, it is Husha getting there earlier than they thought he could. Comes down, and there's not much Arya could do. Did burn that flash, did burn that shockwave. It was not enough. It was close. It was that last auto attack that took him down.
Look, and they sent everything and the kitchen sink. Maybe they used the cheat code on that water bottle to lock it down finally. But still, maybe Arya knew something was awry. Had to burn that flash early. Great shockwave, but they got locked down just too soon.
Yeah, unfortunate they actually pulled Husha towards him with the shockwave, but with how it worked, he flicked him over the ball and sort of threw him into W range. It's not something you can really plan around unless, like, you're playing on 0.025 speed, which he's not. It's a bit unlucky there, but still good stuff there by Husha. That's what we want out of our first Pantheon ult.
Yeah, it's definitely making those marks felt, as now it is a lot of control going over to SHG. They had the vision. Yes, Arya is potentially going to have that shockwave back up once again. But again, SHG are really trying to put the heat down and saying, we have control over this. You need to work for this, GZ. Husha, if you're looking for that 50-50 again, we'll be ready for it.
Yeah, moving in, it is Orca leading the charge at the moment. Husha is close enough.
Goes down. Shockwave's good. It is secured by SHG. TPs are now in play. Van 1 has to flash over the wall. Now they're looking for the all-in. They're on the wrong side of the rift, though. E-Junk is the tank. There's the equalizer dropped. They're trying to split the fight. Orca's very low, but Evie's on the backside too. They're trying to look and turn this fight. Husha getting stunned done. Pulled back. It's just the pincers all the way. Marble picks it up. Evie's holding on. He picks up Orca too. Now they're looking at Shun, as it is the flash over the wall to survive, and it is SHG coming out on top.
And that was quite the fight that we saw, the strength in the long fight that SHG have here. This Skarner, we were wondering, well, what does Skarner do? We haven't really seen it much in the LCP. It's live forever.
Yeah, that's it. Can it rival a Cassante, though, later on?
That's going to be the tricky thing, and it might end up just being that neither of them die. But this starts out a little bit weird here for GZ. They're calling in their teleport, and it looks so good. They get a good true shot barrage, but Husha is hitting Van 1 this whole time, and no one can stop Evie. He just burns Jimmy and down. We don't have good fight access for Shun. He is also just tanking up a Rumble. Evie, we saw that. We don't need to talk about it. And at this point, there's not enough damage to actually deal with what SHG is bringing to bear.
Look, and they did a really good job of just splitting up the fight. I even made it mid-call as they sort of split them open, and they said, okay, we trust Evie to be able to do the damage off to this side. And it was a 1v3 for this Rumble, and they just had the damage to do it. Now that Leandres is picked up, I feel like they're going to be way more concerned. That was even after I would say not the greatest equalizer dropped. It was just sort of in that brush. No one was really there. So even to that, they were still super effective with that flamethrower, doing so much damage out. Now it's about how do they take this lead and push it forward a little bit more. It is 4 kills to 1 dragon apiece, but it is SHG, 2k up in gold.
And I think the big saving grace here for GZ is that they did get that first dragon. This is a comp that only gets stronger as the game goes on. Cassante will become more and more and more unkillable. Rise, as we know, is essentially just unstoppable in the late game. He turns into the lawnmower. And the fact that they got that first dragon adds at least 5 minutes to SHG being able to stack up their own, but oh no.
Yeah, Evie very aggressive there, especially with those rune prisons that can just lock down a rumble and get it out of the range of the flame spitter. We'll have to see as they're looking for this Rift Herald. Vision control is good for SHG. They did get the Scuttle Crab, but now they're looking at Shun. They know Shun has no flash. They got about 2.5 minutes still on that flash being down. They used it in that last team fight. This could be to their advantage.
Really good vision setup here by GZ. Almost impossible to sweep all of this out, so it makes the Rift Herald extremely risky here for SHG, and they're not going to pull the trigger on it. They're just going to back off. They don't have the rumble on the right side of the map. Evie doesn't quite have his TP. Given that he is so much of the power right now, this essentially denies the Rift Herald. And again, every minute that SHG isn't taking an objective is great for GZ.
Yeah, you're so right, just to scut, but now this Shun has to just jump over the wall or come up. He caught. Chains of Corruption do go out. Solar Flare thrown on top, but it's not going to be enough. Now they're saying, come with me, we're going for a ride. But no, it's a push-pull action. They're going to the gym because they're getting those movements clean and down, and an easy pickup for SHG. Now they look at the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's the worst roller coaster ever. You get janked back and then immediately flicked forward. The Skana coaster is no fun, but...
Grand Skyfall does land. Arya might have to flash, gets over the wall, trying to survive. The heal is even good. Vista keeping them alive a little bit longer. There's the double TP on the top side. Evie gets the first drop. Equalizer could be really good here, but no, it is just too much. Pusha is now getting burnt out, and Evie is the flamethrower. The damage to just deal to all. Let's see if anyone's able to do a little bit. Was the all out underneath the tower? The cow could be taken for a ride too. It is just a little bit too much as there goes Vista, taken out again. And now here comes Shun. No mana to speak of. The flashes go forward. Ejung wants the damage off, but is going to be enough as they throw out even more. Zenith Blade is good. They've made have caught Van 1. They are the unkillable Scorpion, but now they're not. It's just too much. Husha lands the final spear. They cannot fight Ejung. It's just too much damage. It's a long fight. It's a big ball. Is it going to be enough as there's no shockwave just yet? It has already been used. It is going to be Shun picking up a little bit more. It is Marble trying to hold on. The fight's gone so long. Another Solar Flare's come off cooldown. Now Orc is being chased out once again. Arya locks it down. Ejung, here's the Realm Mob. They just want to fight as Jimmy is down, just locking down 2. Rune Prison is good. Now Jimmy's being chased out a little bit too much, but now they're going to hold on as best they can. Chains of Corruption again. What are the cooldowns
lovely.
happening? It's Marble just clocking it out, and Shun is still in the line of fire. Vista's come back to the fight. There's the barrier. It is Ejung holding on again. And what was that fight, Carrix? It went on for 10 minutes.
It really did. It was about 5 different fights. They were fighting little 3v3s, little 2v2s, and then another 5v5, and then a 2v2, and then another 5v5. We got the absolute, the distilled League of Legends game into a 45-second period there, and we wouldn't have it any other way. I thought Ejung made a real mistake using the all-out onto the Alistar. He picks up the kill, but I was like, oh, it's only the Alistar. But then because the fight goes so long, the Alistar would have gotten another 2 or 3 rotations of his spells off. It ends up being super high value, but then the respawns and the teleports come in. Ari is able to fight again, and SHG come out on top. I think. I kind of lost track.
I think it was just so much happened. But now they're looking for the 50-50 trade here. Rift Herald for the Mountain Dragon. There's going to be a Mountain Soul this game here, Carrix, and that's going to be really, really good if this Scorpion can get that online. The tankiness, you said, this Skana will be pretty nigh unkillable later on. If you put a Mountain Soul on that too, you know what? You're damn right. But they do lock down 3rd Dragon of the game, first one for the Soul. Let's watch this replay because it started all up in this top side.
Exactly, and it starts with Arya being caught. This looks so good for GZ. He gets over the wall, but then the reinforcements and this shockwave is lovely. Just able to get the knockout from Vista into the pullback on Jimmy, and the Rise does not contribute to the first half of this fight, and there is more than one half, believe me. Husha runs away, and I thought maybe Ejung could try and get an unstoppable, an all-out onto the Rumble. Can't quite do it. Just goes onto Vista. Then we wait a moment, and it looks like maybe they'll just run away. I was worried that Evie was about to overheat, but it was Ejung knowing that he could flash forward and zone this Rumble out. Evie cannot contribute until he gets away from this. Van 1, with no support, you can kill him. As Marble arrives again, Arya here, of course, no shockwave. Evie at this point, he can't overheat again. He's not the threat. And you think, oh, at this point, GZ have come out on top. But no, they're just a little bit too low. Shun can't be walking this way because it baits the rest of his team into continuing this fight. As the Realm Warp arrives, Jimmy, and you're just too far forward. Your team can't help you. They're too low, but they're a little bit too jazzed up on the fight. The virus comes back up, and bang.
It's just, look, and then it wasn't even finished there. It just kept going. So
it kept going.
It kept going because they kept chasing. But we're coming back to live, and it's just, look at all the damage that's coming out. Yes, Pantheon's getting it done. It is going to make a lot of sense. But now it is SHG running the game again. They're looking at Orca. They want to see if they can do a little bit more as the Realm Warp is there just to say, hey, can you get out? And no, they just can't. And Orca is taken down again. Evie 4-1-0, feeling really strong on this Rumble pick now.
Yeah, Evie is looking really, really powerful. And I think something that happened there that we didn't get a chance to talk about because there has been so much happening, but I do just want to quickly go to it, is that when they went for that dragon, they let Jimmy pick up quite a lot of gold. He's only 500 gold behind Arya now, despite there being a bit of a CS lead and, of course, an extra kill in the pocket of this Ariana. And what that essentially means is we're saying our win condition is Dragon Soul. We are going to fight for every dragon. Nothing else matters. Once we get Mountain Soul, Skarner can't die to the Rise anymore. We will neuter the Rise through Soul. And if we have to sacrifice something, we have to accelerate the Rise a little bit in order to accelerate our own Soul. That's worth it.
Yeah. No, 100%, and as you see, Marble already getting that early back. Items on board, that is a Serpent's Fang being secured. If we're talking about cutting out any sort of damage, you've got to get through these shields, which there is a plethora of. You got Leona, you got Rise with that Rod of Ages, you got the Seraphs as well, you got Pantheon's big shield. It's so much you have to worry about. Let's not even get into Cassante right now. That's too much to cover, characters. But still, it is towers being taken. Bot side tier 1 for SHG has now been secured. They only have their tier 1 in mid. Arya, you need to be careful here. You got caught last time. Let's not do it again.
Exactly. Here's a Grand Starfall.
There is the Solar Flare, and it's just not going to hit.
Ooh, 2 big ultimates burnt, though. And, of course, the Realm Warp was used to try and evacuate Orca on the bottom side of the map. We are a minute away from Dragon. The Realm Warp will be back up, but I don't know if that Grand Starfall will. This is a little bit of a dangerous one, I think, here for Ground Zero.
They tried to push the tempo, but looks like they're actually posturing towards a Baron as they are looking to go very hard. Van 1 might be caught. Has to see if they can do the damage as it is a 4v5. Chain Disruption guns go out. Is the damage going to be good as Ejung is holding that line? Now it is all on Evie. They're looking to make a charge forward, but they do just negate any chance to go forward.
Burning that flash off Van 1 is really important, though. He's forced back to base to recover, but oh no.
It is a Pirate that could be caught out. Evie has a lot of damage. The burn is good even through the Seraphs. It might not be enough as the Realm Warp is not going to be enough as they lock down Jimmy. That was dangerously close.
That was so close to going off, and that would have been one of the escapes of all time. But no, Jimmy does fall. Will not be out on the map in time for Dragon. This is a really heads-up call here by SHG. They know they've lost the flash on Van 1. They're down a really important resource, and they scramble. They look at the map and say, okay, we have to take something. Jimmy In's overpushed, go. And they immediately find him. It was really good by Vista to just, he didn't even need to use the headbutt. He just hit the pulverize, held the headbutt for as long as he needed to, and they take him down.
Look, and I feel like they dropped the Rift Trail pretty far back in mid lane too for the side of GZ, and it's going to take a little second to charge up, but getting the Alistair on the move, they've already secured the Dragon. Soul point secured. Now they need to cancel out this charge to hold the mid lane a little bit longer. Wave lands. It just felt like a little bit, not even a little bit, that was a big setback for GZ right there.
It was. Losing that dragon for no trade. I don't think you fight that dragon necessarily. Your Ryze isn't quite online. He's not level 16. We do really want to see level 16. We want to see that actualizer coming in. For that's when Jimmy will turn into this crazy thing. People might be sitting there saying, oh, why are we talking so much about a 1-4 Ryze? Trust me, you'll see. Ryze is crazy. But he's not online yet. Your Cassante is not completely unkillable. He's had to go that Kainic Rooken, so that means that Marble is still able to deal quite a lot of damage to him. But we didn't end up getting those trades during the Dragon window because Jimmy was dead.
Yeah, now they're looking again, posturing towards that top side. TPs both available for both top laners. Is that empowered TP for Evie that is available, not the main. So we'll have to see what they're looking to do and who's going to scramble. It comes down to pick potential here, Carrix, and I feel like SHG have that stronger pick potential just with the Chains of Corruption, be able to pull them back. If Skarner can get them into that bind, it just feels way too good for them.
I completely agree, but Pantheon's ulting.
Grand Skyfall, they're looking for it. Vista could be caught out as they do land the barrage too, but it's not going to be too much. There's the Shockwave, pulls them back in.
Oh!
No way does Vista survive. That the Solar Flare goes out, but it's not going to be enough. They cannot lock it down. Now it's all about killing Admin one, and they do secure it. Shun on the board. They're pinging the Baron right now.
Oh no, you'd rather have just let the Alistair go down. This is a disaster for SHG. They're going to lose Baron.
Look, and you still have Evie up here looking to contest, only level 15. Equalizer's not going to be a huge amount of damage, but they're looking for the fight. Can Marble get the damage off? They need to be able to lock down this Pantheon. If it's going to be as they run it back in again. Orca is getting it done. They secure the Baron. Do not feed them anymore as, Ejung could be taken out here. That tank is going to be belted down. It is Evie. The stopwatch is good. They're looking at Orca now too. It is Ari going to be able to lock it down. Vista is chasing even further. Can they get the damage off as Husha is the next line of sight? And they do get away 3 members clean with the Baron.
And this is still a great result here for SHG. They pick up the Baron. It's going to expire right as this dragon spawns. So they should be able to have all 3 waves shoved. They should be able to deny the soul. And let's see how this actually happens. We don't see the initial pick, but it just is not enough men on the map. They're able to send their 2 tanky pit members to zone everyone off. Ejung, this is a one-way trip. He understands that. He tries to flash away. Doesn't really need to. Orca knows it's a one-way trip. He's just going to try and buy as much time as possible. At that point, everyone else can get out. It's a big swing back towards ground zero.
Yeah, SHG still with that slight gold lead, but at 27 minutes, the gold lead doesn't really mean all that much. It's basically at 0, especially with this tier 1 still holding on as long as possible. 1 minute 45 seconds till the dragon spawns. That is going to be our next big fight. But what can GZ do with this Baron, as it is only 3 members, remember? We'll have to see if they're able to do something, take some towers, put some pressure on the map before the whole lineup of SHG goes towards this dragon. It's going to be a tall order here, Carrix.
But I think it's the best 3 for it to be on. Maybe you would rather it be on Ejung than Husha. I think that's like the only maybe thing you'd trade. But having it on Jimmy and having it on Shun, these are champions that are going to hard push these waves and have these bonus stats, making them basically unimpeachable for a little bit. And again, this Baron isn't about stacking on a huge amount of gold. This Baron is about making sure that that top wave in particular is shoved right down when the dragon spawns so that that mountain soul is denied.
Yeah, that's it. It's all about stalling it out for a little bit longer. You keep saying that is the scaling comp. It is Jimmy now level 16. They're hitting the scaled level. Items are coming online just a little bit more, but now they're all resetting. They know this dragon's the big one. 30 seconds on the clock. This is like one of those countdowns you get in the movies when it's like one of those really suspenseful moments. You hear the ticking clock as it shows like something's happening in 30 seconds. That's what we're seeing right now, because now it's 20 Carricks and the fight is going to clean up. It now comes down to who do they pick? Who does SHG look to secure to take on this dragon? Do they need to look at Husha?
It's a really hard one to say. If they kill Husha, it should just give them the dragon. Jimmy needs to play extremely carefully. You can see how far back he's playing. If Van One can find his way onto this rise, grab him with the ult, get a one-shot, that should put paid to the fight. But GZ have the position here. They have all of the vision, and they kill this dragon really, really fast.
They have started up the dragon. They know Van One trying to make that move down. They do have the ability to go through the walls. Now it's about how do they get in, get a great shockwave off, and make the moves onto this dragon. It's so low, 2k health. It's gonna be enough.
Oh, he stole!
No way! He missmited it. No way GZ lose the Mountain Soul to a missmite at 56 health. And now there's the Realm Warp. They're looking to just get back to dodge to stop this hard push in the mid lane. But a disaster for GZ. It was just the missmite. Still looking for a big fight. Scandarian Skyfall is coming down. Let's see if they can do a little bit more as the equalizer is good. The damage is nice. Husha being pulled left, right, and center. They need to keep them back. As Evie is now the target. Solar Flare lands. Is going to be enough damage to go off. There's the stopwatch. Shockwave pulls it back in into the flamethrower. Is it going to be enough? Is now Shun all alone. It is E-Jung still so low. The Vista's looking to go back in. Shun is caught between a rock and a hard place. Given one more shield, and everyone gets out alive.
Oh my word, they get out on... There was probably about 50 collective HP between about 3 members of GZ there. That is an incredibly close call, but frankly, the disaster is the Mountain Soul being secured. GZ did everything right and then tripped at the finish line. It's a real disaster. I don't know what you do now against an Alistair, against a Skarner with this Mountain Soul. Honestly, the Rumble as well. Rumble is just tanky by default now.
Yeah, even Orianna getting those extra dense shields from that ball. It's just shield on shield on shield. I feel like we're going to have to see something like maybe a Serpent's Fang coming out for this Ezreal too. See if Shun can actually get something that's going to pierce through just the monumental walls that are up on SHG. 12 kills to 5. The gold has swung back just a little bit to SHG now. 30 minutes into the game. Mountain Soul with Grubs means they can siege really, really well, but it is going to be SHG doing a really good job keeping back as they do burn the flash on Van One, as it was the Solar Flare going down.
Yeah, Van One playing with an abundance of caution there. Not sure what was
Flash
lurking in
with
the
the
dark,
Zenith
but
Blade,
Marble...
but that is going to be a nice little negate as they use just the oh my, that barrage misses too. No, but now Orca being chased at. That's the scariest thing in the world, to see a cow just running at you, and it is Evie who does pick it up. E-Jung now has to be careful, as it is Van One looking to get that nice engage, but no, they get out of dodge. But a pick there. The return fire from SHG just felt a little bit too good. You can see Orca's disappointed in that.
Yeah, really, really lovely stuff there by Marble. Able to kite that out, used the Chains of Corruption at the perfect time, didn't panic when he was initially jumped on, waited for them to use their gap closes, then Chains of Corruption, and was able to walk out of that one. But Vista's got again.
Shockwave straight on in. Jimmy and caught once more. Equalizer drops. Evie, where did his health bar go? It was just too good. As yes, Arya may have been caught by E-Jung, but no, he's just getting shredded too. SHG have turned on a dime. What was a 500 gold lead is now 3k, and they're looking at the Baron.
And we called that Dragon Soul a win condition for a reason. They don't have the ability to one-shot anymore. Jimmy isn't able to just be that ridiculously powerful rise into the increased tank stats that SHG have. They win that fight, they take Baron, and I think they should take this game.
Oh, look, it's a rough spot to be in, but look at this engage. Vista over the wall.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a catch straight in onto Jimmy, and he evaporates when that equalizer lands. E-Jung does the right thing, pulling Arya away. It forces the response from the rest of SHG that they can't try and barrel down on Shun, but unfortunately it doesn't change the reality that Baron was gone as soon as Jimmy was caught.
And what I can see here from this damage is Marble is getting it done. I'm not the biggest fan of the lethality Varus, but here it is being proven why it is so effective. It is melting through those shields. That Serpent's Fang doing a really good job. Even with the Grudge now, it's just going to be melting through anything that Ejun puts on the line. And they're taking towers left, right, and center. That is the tier 2 mid. And they are charging down to the tier 2 in bot side. This could be where SHG really start to solidify that big league, as it is now 4k gold difference as they shred through that crystalline growth. And now they're going to be able to hold on, do a little bit more, as it is a 2k lead so far already on this Baron power play. Can they get anything more? One good pick could just spell disaster for GZ, and it could put us on series point for SHG, but it's still any team really looking to hold up. I feel like GZ just can't do anything at this point here, Carrix.
It's so hard because they can just stand in front of these cannon creeps.
Grand Skyfall comes down at the same time. It's 2 members, 3 members, but they're just getting impaled instantly. They cannot hold on anymore as the TP's locking in. Orca has nowhere to go. Van 1-2 just in there taking damage, doing everything they can. Shockwave lands. It's on Shun, and that's your damage dealer. Hit the tower once, and it's just free low. And it is just too much for the side of GC to muster. They cannot get it done. Marble heading to 6-0-10 thus far. They're looking at the Inhims, now they're looking at the Nexus, and a huge first game out of SHG. It's no perfect game, Carrix, but it's still a dominant show of the team that you're calling second best in the league.
And that fight right there, it's a shame that they end the game right after, because we're not going to get a replay. Every single player played that to perfection. You had Van 1 and Vista knowing exactly where the initial engage was going to come from. Marble was over the wall. He understood he did not need to be landing auto attacks. He landed a Chains of Corruption, a couple of piercing arrows, and at that point, you had Arya and Evie that was so strong that the Varus didn't need to secure kills. He just needed to soften them up for the other two. Lovely, lovely stuff. This is SHG playing a symphony, and all 5 members are all part of it.
There, you got one on the violin, you got one on the bass, you got one on the piano, you got another one on the electric guitar, and you got maybe the other one as the lead vocalist, because you know what, you're right, it's not just a symphony, it is a band that has come so closely together that they're looking for an Oscar, or maybe even their Golden Globe. That's movies. I was talking about music. You know what? I don't follow media that much. I follow LolEsports. That's the difference here, Carrix. So you know what? We don't have to worry about. Look at the damage charts. And we talked about how Ryze and Pantheon are so sortly picked up in regards to their ability to move around the map, but we see even Skarner matching the damage so closely to Pantheon too. Even this Orianna Arya just had a force almost double the damage of this Ryze. Was just too much for GZ to handle.
Yeah, it was really just fantastic stuff almost throughout the entire game. I think there was only that one little mistake where Vista got caught and Van 1 sort of died because of it that gave away a Baron. That was basically the only thing you could critique. I mean, it must be really easy to be the coaches of SHG, because you just say like, yeah, don't do that one again. Van 1 goes, yeah, good point. And then you go, all right, fellas, go eat a banana or something. You need the bathroom, some water.
Yeah, you need to go to the toilet. You guys good? Like, what can I get you? It's like, but even then, like, we're seeing the really good rotations coming out. Jimmy and Husha very much on the same wavelength, saying we need to get these good catches. Use their ultims. We even saw it at the end there. They tried to make the same play, the double global ultis into the backline, and it just got turned on its head. But we're listening to Skywalk as well, talking to the GZ lineup, trying to give that insight. Now, usually this tells me it's just like, hey, make a trade, guys. You've got to start being proactive on the map. That's what I'm really seeing from this GZ side. Orca maybe was the piece that didn't fit the puzzle fully in that first game, purely because they were the one getting caught out just before a major fight, where they were maybe reaching a little bit too far. Now, Carrix, that's not the worst thing in the world, but when it comes to a team like SHG, you have to be so careful to make even a small blunder, because they will capitalize on it so hard.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the big thing is I don't think Orca understood his role into the Skarner perfectly. There were a few fights where he marked him really well. And like in this fight in particular, Orca is just standing in front of Skarner the whole time. This is exactly what you want to be doing. Obviously, you'd like him to be further away from the dragon, but you can't really do anything about that. Husha gets the smite anyway. But the whole time, Orca was just saying, if you want to go on someone, the only person you can go on is me. And if the Skarner uses everything on the Leona, you're stoked about that. I think in game 2, obviously the Skarner will not be available, but that's actually what kind of scares me, because the fact that he was pushed to Skarner, which is not something the LCP has been playing a lot of, and still looked that good, what if he gets Xin Zhao?
Yeah, like, they banned 3 junglers at the start of the game. Like, they sort of said, this is where we know a lot of the pressure comes from. That makes a lot of sense to me.
I think you have to. I think he has been so good. Van 1, obviously, in that perfect game, I think he went like 14-0 or something. I don't remember exactly. It was something ridiculous. On Lee Sin. I don't actually... They banned the Lee Sin, and I think it was like... It made sense in the draft, but I actually don't think they should over-index into that too much. I don't think it was because he was incredible at Lee Sin that he walked bot lane at 3 minutes and got a triple kill. He's very good at the champion, but I don't think that will happen. You could potentially let that through, try and force him into more of the carry, the more explosive jungler. But I think he's just so difficult to deal with in the context of a series.
I think how I would try and put it is you don't actually know what he's going to do. I think it's one of these hard things that you only really see in solo queue because you're not like used to playing the same people, but you're like, what is the unknowns that you have to be careful of? And every time I watch Van 1 in the jungle position, I don't know what he's going to do. Like, he's obviously got plans upon plans upon plans. He knows where he's going, and he's clearly got everything thought out. And this is the fight. You talked about this. Like, everything was executed perfectly. That impale onto 2 members, it was on Jimmy and Orca. Why were they there? And why was Van 1 in the perfect position? Give him a Lee Sin, give him a tank, let him be a little bit more of a support champion for the team. He will still do that job to perfect execution. And this was just Marble being like, guys, I'm untouched right now, full health. Hasn't even touched the Dragon Soul shield yet. That's how crazy Marble was, just sitting back and, like you said, putting out that pressure onto the team. Honestly, it's looking really, really... Well, actually, you know what? It's not looking too rough for GZ. SHG had a really good time.
I think they were bright spots.
Yeah, they sort of took their time, they played it slow, and then they said, you know what, guys? We've found our win con, go for these drags, we're here, we're there, let's go for it. I feel like GZ need to maybe step up and say, what's the next tick off? Do they need to be a little bit more aggressive? Do they need to not wait it out and play that late game? So maybe the next team draft could be a very different one.
And the big thing as well is that... everything we've said is obviously, I completely agree with you, but at the same time, if Hushi hits that smite, we play for another 5 minutes. That smite missing, like, I don't want to rag on someone. It is actually a really hard thing to do. But if he hits that smite, I don't play jungle. I'm too scared. If he hits that smite, they get another 5 minutes without that ridiculous win condition being secured. They might get Jimmy in stronger. Next game, just if we don't lose that 50-50, who knows what happens?
Yeah, I think the game plan there that I would foresee is if they're looking at 50-50, don't look for that, look for the pick first. Try and get those early advantages, which you could see they were trying to do. Orc was being proactive, but still, we got a couple more games to go. If GZ can turn it back around, we will go to 3 games, but it is SHG's series to lose as they're 1 up. Guys, stick around. We'll be right back for game number 2 of our first night series. We'll see you in a sec. Another day, another dollar here, Carrix. It is SHG 1-up in our best of 3 series. It's definitely looking like a good one tonight. From that previous performance we just saw, do you think we're still going to go the distance in this best of 3? Do you think GZ have it in the tank?
I think GZ did show some real good sparks. I think there are things to fall back on, but I still think SHG just looks so good. I think SHG is going to close it out here.
Look, I think you might be right. I did say it was going to be the 2-1 over to SHG. I feel like GZ have some good picks in their pocket as we are seeing it on the board right now. J4 and Bessa again taken off. I think the picks and bans are going to be very similar. At least the bans will be. I think getting rid of these priority junglers makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe did see the Arya or the Lee Sin bans coming through once again, but Who knows? I've got the same sides here. SHG is on blue, GZ on red once again. What do you think of that?
I think it makes sense. I don't think we want to change up too many of these bans. You still can't give Van 1 super high tier junglers. I actually maybe think they could have tried to do something with Xin Zhao, but I think at the same time that is just a who's your first pick. So we might just run this straight back, and the only change is going to be the fact that we've obviously fearlessed out 10 champions.
Yeah, look, I fully agree with that. I think bans are always going to be very similar. At least there's, but okay, a Twisted Fate. It's a change of pace. I don't mind it. Before it was the Ashe. Now it's the Twisted Fate. So again, they're looking at these globals and they've got some fear. They are fearing Arya on these high, probably priority champs that can move around.
Yeah, we saw last night Pungyon from CFO, after having a pretty disastrous game 1, went to the Twisted Fate and was just really, really good. The reliability of that gold card, just guaranteeing follow-up, is really great for these teams, but it does leave a lot open. The Ashe is open. Ashe Seraphine could come in.
Yeah, look, it's definitely the pick. We have seen the Zeri Yuumi being locked
Karma
up
as well.
on the other side of it. Yeah, Karma's still up and available, so it feels like it could be SHG looking towards that Karma pick. If you first pick Garen, like my solo queue games, I will flame. I'm kidding, I don't. But no, Ashe here is looking so good. Like you said, the priority pick.
Yeah, Ashe take it away here. I feel like a response, maybe a Caitlyn Karma, something like that, to really play up in the face, but the Zeri is locked. Is the Yuumi following?
Yeah, oh, look, it has to. Like, you can pick it early, you can leave little things open. At the same time, I feel like you could maybe save the Yuumi for later on, but you have to pick it in the first phase of picks. If you pick it in third, they're just going to ban it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because they could be baiting it as well. Like, you can still play Zeri Lulu as well, another one of these enchanters. Basically, all of the enchanters are available. It's Yuumi locked in. We're back. Zeri Yuumi never truly dies.
Well, it can, if it does get slowed properly. We have seen the pros and cons of the Ashe Seraphine into the Zeri Yuumi. Like, both sides very much come down to a hands check. Who's going to get that early lead? But Zeri, as the game goes on, becomes so impactful, being able to get into the back line, get those lightning crashes, and just do so much damage. I'd like to see them pick up the Seraphine here early, because if they leave it long, again, same with Yuumi, they ban it out, your lane's a little bit rough, and there it is.
Yeah, 100%. Just lock that one up. Makes a lot of sense to me. No need to not show it. It's not like they're going to be surprised by the Seraphine. Annie is certainly a pick you could go for here. Point and click CC is super valuable into Zeri, just being able to lock her down for a little bit. But this Nefiri as well is something we've seen a lot out of so far this split.
Yeah, and I'm actually a big fan of like the high impact junglers, especially with the mobility, the safety in your W2. It makes a lot of sense. And it's one champion that can follow this Zeri anywhere. If they skate over the wall, you're going to get chased. The dogs are out as it is, nice and locked in. And we have seen this Nefiri pick do really well into the Zeri Yuumi. So dogs known to beat cats. We've seen it here and we've seen it before. Let's see if they're going to get the same result as we are heading into the final pick on the side of SHG. What would you put up against the Nefiri though? Because Mel, is a good pick.
I like that a lot. I'm actually kind of struggling to think where we go in the jungle. I think there's a lot of options. Last night we saw the Shyvana being picked into the Nefiri, and it worked in the very, very late game, but I don't know if it was meant to. I think that game should have been closed out a little bit faster. I think Ground Zero could potentially take it to SHG a bit faster than MVK could to Garm, but it's still certainly an option. Annie being taken away, again, I like that. Just get rid of this point and click CC. Don't give them an easy time into Zeri Yuumi.
It does sort of raise the question of like other mid laners that you could put up potentially against the Mel as well here. Like LeBlanc comes to mind as like a high impact mid laner too. Ahri is still up and available. It's not great into the Mel, but if you do bait out that rebuttal, it can actually have high effect. And you're also there to follow around this Nefiri to full effect. But the Mundo being banned out too makes a lot of sense. They're looking at these junglers that can just sort of sustain through so much. And now with that rebuttal, you got to think Encores and Enchanted Crystal Arrows are really got to be very careful with how you use it. If you use it at the wrong time, you're going to get hit by the same thing and it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah, it is really quite smart here, banning out the Mundo as well, because that's sort of the second layer of standing in front of the rest of the team. Mel can sort of stand in front of them and threaten the rebuttal. If the rebuttal gets burned, Mundo can sort of take the place, because if the arrow hits him, of course, he has his passive. Doesn't matter as much. Silas taken away. That screams Shyvana. Silas destroys Shyvana.
Why?
Because you steal a roll. And then Silas has a Shyvana ult.
Oh, that's true. And because you're building AP as well, AP Shyvana is a lot of damage.
Don't give Silas a Shyvana ult.
And look, that's a good eye that I see in you, character. Well played, but we'll have to see if they do decide to lock it down. They do need that front line still for SHG. They've got a lot of damage in the back line. They need to get Yuumi onto the front too to see if they can do some more damage with it. Let's see what they decide to pick up. With Mundo and Renekton off the board, it's like a Scion screams at me right now. Getting something that can move forward for SHG is what I'd be looking at.
Something to block an arrow is really important when you have those sort of standoffs in the mid lane around the objectives. Something that can stop things, but just Lee Sin, Van 1 reckons he can do it again.
Like, okay, so like it's not even about getting in front of an arrow. It's just like, can we just like do the coolest moves and just like ward hop anywhere and avoid an arrow? Like that just makes a lot of sense. But it's like, how do you follow this Neferi again? Because we talked about this Neferi being able to chase after the Zarya over the walls. Like, well, at least it can just resonating strike and still chase you after that. Like that makes sense. Sure. So I really like this. I think the Lee Sin's very aggressive. Like this is SHG feeling good tonight as the Gnar has been locked in. It is very much the tank killer because there's no tanks on SHG right now, and the Victor being hovered makes a lot of sense to me, Carrix.
Yeah, I think Victor makes a huge amount of sense. I think in general, it's just going to go even in lane with the Mel. They're just both going to farm ping pong waves back and forth. He can just sort of add a lot of annoyance and difficulty. You're really fast on Zarya Yuumi, but you still kind of can't run through the gravity field. You can't just run at him.
Yes.
That's another option, is just kill it.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about the shield. Just go through the shield and just take them out. That's an Akali being locked in. Jimmy and saying, guys, I'm sick of Arya forcing these mid lane fights and just chunking me through. I want to chunk them.
That is a hell of a decision. And Malphite, that's the other thing. That's the other reason you ban Silas.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, like we talked about the Shyvana. Nah, Malphite's the obvious pick, and that's the go button for this side of SHG. I'm so scared of that roster right now. They are looking fierce.
Yeah, look, this is a composition where if you step a foot out of line, you've got a Malphite going in, Van 1 booting you back in, Arya dealing enormous damage, and that's before you even mention the Zarya Yuumi. I think SHG have put together a hell of a team fight comp, but they're going up against a really solid pick comp. One of the things about Ashe Seraphine is that as a jungler, you just have to accept that you're playing against a team with map hacks. Hawkshot, you know where the Lee Sin is 100% of the time.
You can see as well, Coach just walking out, he was like, oh my god. He's like, what do we do? Like, this is just too easy. Because, like, again, like, yeah, you're right. Hawkshots are going to be so incredibly big here, being able to track out this jungler. But I'm worried as we enter into team fights here, Carrix, as we make our way onto the Rift here now. Malphite's unstoppable force onto two immobile backline carries, the Ashe and the Seraphine. If there's no flashes,
have fun with that.
Yeah, like what is Grey Screen Simulator like nowadays?
I mean, they made it slightly less grey, but I think 2 seasons ago, so maybe it's a little bit nicer. I certainly got a lot out of that change when I play League. But the other thing with this Unstoppable Force is he doesn't have to go forward. If Jimmy goes for an assassinate, he can just have, like, the ultimate get down, Mr. President, as he just charges rock solid back to peel for his team.
It's an absolute... Oh, okay, it's Marble Malphite, though, so it's not the Shamrock. That's not great. The Storm Dragon Lee Sin...
Marble Malphite when you've got Marble on your team.
Yeah, okay, it's the call. That's... You know what? I respect. Game respects game. Is that Weathered Rose as well for Marble, and, okay, Firecracker Seraphine, pretty good. Battle Principal Yuumi just makes me think of high school, and you know what? They weren't good times.
I like that one because in the recall, summons a little desk and then knocks a cup off, and yeah, that suits for a cat. I'm a big fan of the. I just like the battle. I like the Battle Academia skins in general.
They are quite good, honestly. Like, what's your favorite one though? While we're in the early game,
I love Graves. I love Graves because when he's got his home guard, he like puts his shotgun on his back and he's got all the books.
Yeah,
it's a funny thing to do to Graves.
Yeah, no, that's so true. Yeah, I do like that one. I think Leona's got my favorite one, actually. I think that's just like, it's just hilarious. Like, Leona, it looked cool. The Prestige one as well. Very, very mint.
Yeah.
So we saw it in first game, though, but we didn't get to see the skin for that one there, sadly. But we are in game number 2, Carrick. Let's bring it back to the action as 2 minutes in. Pretty slow start, but we expected this again. I feel like neither team wants to pull the trigger until level 6.
Yeah, I do think we are in for a reasonably quiet first few minutes. I think Neferi and Lee Sin both do have sort of level 4 cheeky ganks as an option. We saw Van 1, as I said, in that series against CFO. Just realized, oh, hey, they didn't scout when I'm starting in the jungle. I can just walk into a lane at level 3 and pick up kills, which snowballed really hard. That's not going to happen this game. He is starting on the top side. He started on the bot side in that one. But I do think that if there's no available option around that Scuttle Crab, then yeah, we're waiting for level 6. I think that's the only window.
It's always sad times. Is actually sending back that is really nice to see. Jimmy and being sent packing just a little bit in this early game. Aria very low on mana, but energy versus mana is always a bit of a rough time, especially when you're on melee versus a range. How do you expect this mid lane matchup to go? Who really gets the jump here?
Well, it should be... Yeah, Van 1 is just going to have a look, but doesn't land that resonating strike, the Sonic Wave, rather. It should just be Aria having, like, kind of constant priority, but needs to be really, really careful because he can just die. That's sort of the X factor for Jimmy. And Jimmy is not really in danger of dying unless he makes a pretty big mistake and gets tagged up by an E at the wrong time. He won't have prio. That is just the reality of Akali, unfortunately. But, ooh.
Going in for a fight, Ejung making a big dash forward. Evie has to flash early, level 4. The Hounds go after it. Husha is up here for a good response, and it's just enough to force it back.
And losing the flash here is really bad for Evie. You can see he's already pretty significantly behind. He has to stay to catch this wave. Malphite against Nara is not a fun matchup. We did not pick this for lane. But this, I think, might make Ejung into a real problem. And as I said, the feedback so many people had from GZ's game last week was just Ejung is sick. So getting him ahead, really enabling him, is a great call by Ground Zero. And it was so low investment for Husha. He just showed up, pressed W, and left.
Yeah, no, that's it. Like, yeah, it wasn't too much. It was just getting that early pressure, good resets coming in, getting that nice enhancement. But look at this mid lane. Aria shows no sign of slowing down. Jimmy and really not able to find any footholds here, but still able to keep up in CS, but breaking those crystals is always rough when you start to see the gold start to go into the wrong hands.
Yeah, look, I think that first one is pretty hard to defend against a ranged champion. I'll be totally real, as we do have a bit of a clash around mid. Great roam here by Orca.
Yeah, just not worrying too much about objective goals, but still it is the first dragon up on the board too, as Void Grubs are going to be up in about 2.5 minutes. But now it is Heavy just really struggling. It's now level 6 on both top laners, so that is the fear. If you sort of pull that trigger early for Ejung, it's going to be pretty rough for Evie, who might have to unstoppable force out of there.
I think this is, there's about a 30-second window here where Ejung could be in some danger. He's actually doing the really correct play there. Jumps in Nars, just make sure that the wave is in a really, really good position for him. Evie responding well, making sure it's not. Because there was a window there for Van 1 to walk up top after the Mega Gnar while Gnar was still tired. Unstoppable force and try and pick up a kill. But good read by Ejung and completely prevents that.
Yeah, and he gets the slight freeze. He might just have to stick around a little bit longer, but no Mega Gnar is going to be really rough here. He has already been chunked out, so Evie needs to be very careful. But Van 1 is on the bot side, so they could be looking for a fight as Dragon's already been started by Husha.
Yeah, Husha, again, just making the read that Van One was almost certainly on the top side, probably had Hawkshot vision to know that for sure. He is level 6 to level 5. Great read here by GZ. This was the freest dragon ever when you play with Fog of War off. But the fact that they're making that call with Fog of War on is really impressive by them. I don't know how worried SHG is though. I think you're fine giving this one up. In the end, you are playing a 5v5 comp. You're fine if this one goes a little bit longer.
Yeah, look, and that's 100%. You can see there's a bit of a kerfuffle, as I like to call it, down here in the jungle. Husha invading onto Van One's red buff, but now at the same time, straight up, as there's the Crystal Arrow, as it is Jimmy here able to capitalize. Perfect execution is going to be used to see if they can get out of dodge, as they do use the shield. Might be looking for the re-engage flash. Comes out first blood! Jimmy able to lock it down. 2 ultimates used, but a clean first blood.
And that is perfect play there by Jimmy, and was super patient, waiting to see exactly how Van One would move. Got that last Q. Perfect stuff. Jimmyan accelerated on the Akali. Just what we want.
Look, and now we see Skywalk as well talking to his team now, obviously saying, got that first blood, you got that first dragon, what are you going to do with it? So it's about pushing that tempo a little bit more. We talked about how it is SHG really trying to be that team fight post-level 6, maybe even post-level 15, and now Ejung just charging out Evie, already taken to half HP. But now Marble, quick scoot over the wall and out of there. Let's watch the replay, Carricks.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this one, because it sort of just starts with a heads-up arrow. Husha just didn't have anything to hop to. And then even when he gets to Arya, he can't kick this Akali, because she's just in stealth the entire time, despite a flash. But we come back to another fight as the dogs go in.
Oh, but kicked straight back. Dragon's Rage is good. Van One saying, I need a ward hop out of this one. Evie's just gone. Jimmyan is now fully in charge of this game. 2-0. All kills abound, and a 2k gold lead for GZ. As now it is Marble on the other side looking to take the fight to them. There's the encore. It lands. The cleanse is perfect, and Shun has to flash. It's just too much, and the return kill bot side for the side of SHG.
Okay. What a hard series of events to really predict, as it was a really lovely play, but we just keep going.
Golden Eclipse straight on in. Husha now taking a bit of damage, but has to retreat. And now it is Arya on the board. Yes, Jimmyan is 2-1, but now it is all on Arya, who is 1-0.
I'm a little bit.
I don't know, Carricks.
I'm paralyzed with indecision. I'm paralyzed with indecision of what I want to talk about. I think the topside play from GZ was really heads up. But let's have a look. I don't know which replay we're going to. It starts out with Evie and Ejung. Look, Evie is just dead here. He has to use the Unstoppable Force. They kind of think they can turn this around. I just think it's a misread. Van One doing his best to peel, but Jimmyan is already here. Evie, his death warrant is signed. But let's have a look at what happened down here, because they're pushed in. Yeah. It's just a Yuumi ult to turn it around. Okay, yeah, this is why we picked Zera Yuumi.
That's it, and it was just easy as that. The flash burnt as well. You'd suspect maybe they're thinking, oh, they won't burn the flash for this. But now, in the mid lane too, it's a 2v1. Goes for the great engage. Looks to get a little bit more. Takes that shuriken. But now, here comes Van One. The return fire takes that resonating strike and gets so much damage off. Golden Eclipse in the back line. It's almost too easy.
Yeah, really good bounce back there from Van One. Had a little bit of a failed play on the top side, but recognizes, no, I need to go mid immediately. No time to lick my wounds. As, yeah, skating on air. Marble back to lane super quick and taking stock. It is a 2,000 gold lead now for GZ. They have that first dragon. I think the gold lead that really matters, though, is not so much the 2,000, because that is largely this top lane. I actually want to look at the bot lane, because despite picking up a kill, the kills are equalized with Shun being involved in an earlier play. But this Ashe Seraphine has just had complete control of the lane.
Look, I think it's so much so that it's complete control of them. And this was the kill, actually. There's the Crystal Arrow. It did land. And this was Marble without a support. Rough.
just kills him.
Yep. no cleanse, wasn't able to use it, used it in that last fight. And here comes Husha again. They're looking at Marble and they're saying, we need to hard prioritize this bot lane, do not give them anything. They've got the static shift, and now, ooh, Ejang getting out of dodge, avoids that too. But there's another fight down on the bot side. They could be looking for a dive, but the wave's just getting cleared too quickly.
Yeah, Husha will call that one off, just hop over the wall, take the pack elsewhere. Actually pretty good timing, can steal away a chicken camp, make Arya play with some respect. But again, we just see another wave immediately shoved in. This Ashe Seraphine is so oppressive. Look, we know that Yuumi Zeri is going to turn on in team fights. There's 6 members down here.
Van One very happy to just get in, burn the smite to take the Krugs there, but now it is the Dragon that is up, and it is a smite difference right now, but it is about to come back up. Second charge is going to be good, so this was just to assert a little bit of dominance, saying stop coming into my junglers. There's a fight on top side and a little bit of a replay there, and it was actually the dash out. It was all too easy, but Dragon has been started here, Carrix.
Yeah, no possibility of the teleport from the Mao fight, and Ejang has his, so fighting this for SHG is very risky.
In the pit, as it is very careful. You have to be so careful, as there is Jimmy and 2 on the backside, looking for the flank. Could be looking at Arya, so gotta be careful. There is the strike, Shockwave looking for that. The Encore's good. It is stolen away again. He's just too good. Van One able to pick it up. There's the Dragon's kick. It's just so nice to see Van One actually picking up the kill, and they're chasing even further. No picks on the other side as they're flashing away. Orc is too low. Resonating strike. There's not enough energy on the board. Husha might come out alive. Orc actually picked up the kill on Van One. Now the return fire and chasing again. But now here is Arya in the wings, waiting off out of vision. Have to be so careful. The damage is good. A lot of burn is coming through, but Husha's jumping walls, making themselves known, and they back out with 1 kill apiece. Oh.
That is one of the scrappiest 1-for-1s we've seen in a long time, I think. But Van One showing that the smite finger is good. Manages to do some funny moves on Lee Sin. Went in with a Q, immediately ward hopped, was trying to bait out the CC, but lands the smite in the end, and that's what really matters. He trades his life for it, but I don't think he cares. Oh, it starts with a beautiful sidestep as well.
Oh, it was just
and
too
Husha
good.
Smites to 22.
Oh, it's just a little bit too rough. And they pick up Jimmy on the backside, Carrix, and it just spells disaster. But the chase might have been a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think going for this, you don't need to. You stole the objective. You don't need to play into this Nefiri. She's able to do so much. Arya, clearly not super accessible into the play either. So a little bit silly here from SHG, but still 1-for-1, and you got the Dragon. You take that.
Oh, you definitely take it 1 Dragon apiece. It's a bit of a rinse and repeat from game 1, actually. You might even say it 1 all, is it? But we could look at the grubs as well. This is a big difference. It wasn't the full secure for SHG. It is 2 grubs to 1. So 1 was just taken away, which is nice to see as well. Bit of a change of pace still for GZ, but they are 1.5k gold up here, Carrick, so it's not the end of the world for this team. They're still very much in this fight. 14 and a half minutes, sorry, on the clock. We'll have to see as next Dragon up in 3, Rift Herald in 25. That's where the next scrap's going to be.
And I think something that we need to keep an eye on is actually bringing Evie into this game. Game 1, Evie went like 8-1 on over on that Rumble. This game, he's been forced out, hasn't really had an impact on the Malphite yet. There's still plenty of game left to play, but we've got to get there.
We got to get there, Carrick. That's so true. Like I said, it's only 15 minutes in. Nothing really crazy. It's only 3 kills to 4. We need to start seeing how Marble's going to react into these fights too. Still a little bit down, but Shun with his Enchanted Crystal Arrows are putting in the work. They are hitting. They are getting it done. I'd like to see it used a little bit more onto those priority picks, but like we said, Van One is so hard to catch.
And the Ground Zero is able to start up that Rift Herald. They should be pretty much just not denied on that one. They've got too much power on that side of the map. There should be another objective going to Ground Zero. They'll be able to use that. Ooh, Arya's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, looking to hold that wave a little bit longer. Arya holding onto that rebuttal for as long as possible, waiting for one big ultimate to come through. Rift Herald's been summoned. It might be enough to take the tower. The rest of the team is backing up Arya. It is going to be the all-out fight. Marvel's going forward. They picked up Orca instantly. No chance to survive as Jimmy is now taken below half health. Husha also low. It was a turn of the ties, you might even say. And it is SHG walking forward. They want Jimmy's blood, and Van One is able to secure it. And what was looking like a great fight for GZ was turned completely on their head.
Really, really nerves of steel play there by Arya. GZ are able to fire back by getting this tier 1 tower, but Arya, there was about 3 spells thrown at him that was like, oh, you know you want to rebuttal that. Oh, you should rebuttal that. But he didn't do it. He just held it. So they couldn't actually commit the encore. They couldn't commit the big spells, and it gave enough time for the rest of SHG to arrive.
Flash just burnt there as well for Shun, who did have to avoid the Unstoppable Force in that mid lane. So that's a 5-minute countdown with Evi's Unstoppable Force still looking pretty good. So you got to be very careful. The next fight, that's the target.
See, we will see. As we see a replay here, it was, Marble arriving. I'm disappointed we don't get to see the start where Arya really just held on. He was the star of this play. Uses that Golden Eclipse to get Jimmy in low enough. Van One able to jump in and clean it up. 2k gold still though. GZ looking good.
Yeah. It's not too bad because they've still got all this early pressure control that they secured in the early game. So they got all 3 towers. They got the mid, they got the bot, they got the top now. So all tier 1s for the side of SSG are gone. You can actually see as well, GZ's towers, very healthy. They weren't able to get a return tower even after that really nice return fight they had. So it's interesting to see that GZ really want to maintain this tempo that they've secured for themselves. Dragon is up, but the push is very much in SHG's hands.
It is, and I'm getting more and more scared of Marble. He's only 300 gold behind Shun now in that individual matchup, and a Zeri that's not very far behind gets very, very scary. Almost at that second item, needs a little bit more. I don't think we want to be fighting for this until Marble's had a chance to reset and finish that second item.
Yeah, and you can actually see Scuttle Crab that was secured by GZ now completely gone. Marble could be caught, but does decide to slide over that wall to safety. Husha's now walking down. They're trying to secure this dragon before it even gets looked at by GZ. The flank TP is on the backside. Yizhang is there, waiting in the wings as Marble's getting jumped on by the whole team. Unstoppable Force is so good. The encore's nice, but no, it is Van One able to lock them down. They could not return fire. Yizhang picks up Arya on that backside because they were just slightly out of position. The flank TP put into work, but now it is on Van One to be able to lock down this dragon. They do have the smite. No, it's stolen away once again. Steals upon steals here. Character now, they're jumping over the wall. Husha is here, goes up, does try to hold it a little bit longer, but they are able to take out Evie, and a great play out of GZ. They are still very firmly in this game and holding that line.
Yeah, they're more than in this game. I think they're calling the shots right now. I just think it was a mistake to rush that dragon. You needed to let Marble go back, finish that Runon's Hurricane. He would have been able to do so much more in that fight. Let's have a look at the replays. As you said, it was a deep, deep flank TP. I don't think they really knew where Yizhang was here. Arya is caught completely unawares, contributes nothing to this fight. Lovely, lovely play by Yizhang. On the other side, as you called out, we talked about it earlier. Evie plays the peel Malphite, jumps in on the engage after this arrow lands. Well, actually, this is already past that point, but the Chemtech Drake is secured by the Seraphine, and then it's just, at this point, it's run away. Evie, here's his butt to do and die.
Yeah, and it's looking right, and you are right. I've got to admit, GZ looking so good this game. 3k gold up. They have got the tempo in the lead. A lot of it is on the back of Yizhang making these strong plays and the calls, but you've got to give pressure too as well. They're getting the vision in the right places. I have not seen GZ put such control down on the map to see where these players are on the side of SHG. They know their movements, and you're going to give it a lot to this Ashe on this Hawk. Sending it back saying, can you please, Yizhang, can you just leave me alone for a second? That'd be great. As it is a Mega Knight, you're going to be very careful of a hop, as it can do a lot, but now Arya actually chasing them down. Van One's here. Marple's also here. They're sending the cavalry. They might be looking for a good kick. Oh, the Gnar pushed him out. No way. Beautiful outplay there.
And Ejung continues having a really, really good game. He's 2,000 gold up in the individual matchup, which we do sort of expect. Maybe not 2,000 gold, but definitely a lead. But he's just had mechanical outplays. He had a really good TP in that last fight. If Arya was able to participate, that fight goes very differently. So far, Ejung looking like the MVP for GZ in game number 2, and could be a big, big part of the reason we go to game 3 if we get there.
Oh, it's all about getting there now, Carrick, and that's the difference. Orca waiting the wings shun off to this side, but Dragon up in 2.5 minutes. Baron is available. It's now a vision control, and just stifle anything. You got to take away any little leads that the SHG want to hold on to, and it's all about this, just the jungle camps. It's just complete control.
Yeah, exactly. It is just complete control. There is nowhere that SHG can go that Ground Zero don't know exactly where they are. A mixture of really excellent warding by Orca and the Hawk shot. They're playing without fog of war. All of these this vision on the red side for SHG, they've got about 4 wards in their jungle, but they've actually only just spotted out the one that was telling GZ everything. As Husha threatens Marble for a second, isn't going to be able to find anything more. The question becomes, are we playing for Dragon Soul, or do we need to force a Baron?
It's a great question. Usually you'd force a Baron when one team's maybe on a soul point, where you do have that slight objective to make that call and say, look, we can give them a second Dragon here. So it really feels like GZ want to play for this soul point to get that added lead.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's a tricky one, because the longer you go, it's sort of the opposite of last game. The longer you go, the scarier that Zerayumi get, the tankier that the Malphite gets, the less that these individual leads matter. But at the same time, it's terrifying to force a fight against a Malphite, against Van One's Lee Sin, who... He's been, I'd say, it's funny, I'm going to say he's been a bit quieter this game. He's 3-2, by the way. He hasn't been that quiet.
I feel like the different side of that, though, Carrick, is he's been shut out a little bit too much. This Neferi pick obviously was the call, being like, it has that extra added control where there was so much alleviated pressure. Even Jimmy was in control of the mid lane early, pushing it in. Same with bot side, is they didn't really need to gank, so they had the opportunity to invade with good vision and track Van One and say, we just need to keep Van One from really scaling, because Lee Sin is not a scaling champion. By the end of this game, if it does go all the way, he's going to be a big just engage ticket along with Evie with this unstoppable force and getting a good Dragon's Rage off. That's really what Lee Sin's get to at the end of a game. So I'm curious to see that they've said, we shut out Van One, keep him at bay. He really just has to go a little bit tanky to be able to do anything, but we'll have to see what they decide to do with that, because, yeah, Neferi, who's just doing a really good job. Yes, there's 0-0-4, but the items are looking good. That Serpent's Fang is going to put in the work.
Another Dragon on the map. This would, of course, be soul point for GZ. SHG don't have to fight this one, but it certainly looks like they want to.
Got to be very careful here, Carricks. If you make one false step, there is not really a TP on the other side. It's everyone's here ready to go. Jimmy's looking for the flank once again. Van One was the only one in the pit up against 5. He's like, I'm okay here, guys. We look for these as both teams looking to make the play. They're waiting for the Mega Nard to go for it. The Flash Star is so good. It picks up Marble. The Lightning Shock is even better, but can they hold on a little bit longer as Ari's going to get picked up by Jimmy? The flank came up with the goods. Marble's gone. The double kill's even better. Jimmy is just doing it. Husha gets the damage off. They're just looking to say, can we pick up the Dragon? And it's a clean ace, Carricks.
That was an enormous Nah. I was praising Ejung. I've been praising him all night, and now we see why. He lands the 5-man Nah. It's a perfect follow-up from Orca. I think that was probably another 5-man encore as well. The follow-up from Jimmy. It was everyone on GZ firing on all cylinders. They are now so far ahead. This is their game to lose. I can smell a game 3 in our future.
Not only can I smell it, I'm tasting it. I'm at the restaurant. I'm already paying for it at this point, and I'm here for it. Rewatch this engage. He uses the hop. He knows his Mega Nard's almost out. Flash. Nah picks up 4 members, and it's just too easy.
And yeah, as you say, it's just that the Gnar that starts it. They're just able to run through it. Evie can't do anything in the backline. He's just not empowered on this Malphite the same way he was in Game 1 on the Rumble, where in those fights, Evie was bringing them back, really putting the whole world on his shoulders. He can't do it this time. You see, the damage from the Zeri is there. But when the engage is that good and there's 3 layers of CC, there's just nothing Marble can do, and it's lovely stuff from GC.
There's only so much you can cleanse. It's only one thing at a time, but when there's so many on the back of it, it's just so hard to deal with. And now it's all about controlling this vision and sort of trying to negate this Baron play. They're on Soul Point 2 here, Carrix. What can SHG do in this matchup now to really come back?
It's a good question what's done here. I mean, they have to fight in 3.5 minutes. So the real question is, what can we complete in that time? Maybe we can get Arya to a 3rd item. We're not getting Marble to a 4th. He's not close enough to that. Doesn't necessarily need a 4th item. Zeri at 3 items is already pretty scary. I think that's what we're looking for, though, is Arya just picking up that 3rd item. And it's Van 1 finding a flank. Something that we haven't really talked about is how good Neferi is into Lee Sin. Oh, no.
And Jimmy just getting caught out, goes over the wall, trying to jump back in. The shutdown goes over to Marble, though. That's not who you want the gold on at all, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is so after every other objective around. Towers upon towers, Carrix. You lose one, but you gain so much.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit of a silly mistake there by Jimmy to get caught out. Didn't expect there to be so many members of SHG on that side of the map, clearly, and just went for the 1-for-1 sort of one-shot onto Marble. But in the end, as you said, they get everything everywhere else. There's a TP. They haven't even cracked this bot lane outer tower. Ejung has been on guard duty for so long. They haven't cracked any towers, in fact. It's worth pointing that out. So far, all towers still standing. SHG are just getting choked on the map.
Yeah, look, it's really rough. And when you're in the convenience store of 7-Eleven, the score looks pretty good. 8.3k gold up, though, Carrix. You got to be so worried about that. The second it hits 10, usually that's the final nail in the coffin. The big one that I'm looking at is, yeah, look at the total damage dealt. There's still so much going down. You see, Ari is doing a good job. Zeri's pumping it out. It's just not getting on and completing out these champions. They're not able to secure the kill. They get them low, but they just pop them before there's any chance to succeed.
Exactly. It's just tricky to see what the way back in is for SHG, because it requires mistakes from GZ. It requires giving a 5-man unstoppable force into the 5-man Zerial, into Marble not being locked down. But there are so many things that they can throw at Marble, and at this point it really is the Marble show if you're an SHG fan. And look, he's a great actor, but I don't know if the script is very good.
Oh, look, and sometimes you could have an awesome movie script and an awesome actor, but maybe it just flops when it gets to the actual big time, you know? It's just one of those things. We probably don't have to call out any particular movies, but that's just sadly what it is. But now it comes down to, can Marvel perform? Is it now going to Broadway? Are we taking it to the stage, in fact? And this is what we're talking about when we are in the LCP arena. That stage can be hot some days. Other times it can be a little bit cold.
Oh, let's see if Marble can hit the high notes and maybe just bring it into an Act 3 for SHG. It's not going to be super easy. I was looking for a joke about cats, but I couldn't quite get there with the Yumi. I've seen it on Broadway. It's good. Oh, goddamn.
That was too easy. That was too easy. Give me another one. Give me a challenge. That's the only thing. But no, still, when you're purring like this, the games look really good. And we have to be a little bit worried about where these teams are going, because Husha has been really catching out these cats. We talk about these cats versus dogs, and the dogs are coming up with the goods. Shun does have the Crystal Arrow. There is an Encore available. One false step with a dragon coming up right now. You have to be scared, because they're all looking to be here. And it looks like it is SHG really trying to get back a little bit of vision control. They do have those objective bounties too, so if they can steal it, a little bit of gold goes into their hands and it could look good. But the rest of the team, they might be just giving the trade because they're in their base. You can see Akali down the bot side, Nas there too. They're looking for the trade, Encore goes out, the objective is taken away. Getting a little bit of that gold is nice to see, but now they have to respond to the base being absolutely in shambles. Nas looking good, Jimmy's on the backside too. They're hunting them like a pack of dogs, and they do just walk out.
Yeah, this was a really good play here by GZ. Obviously, they'd have loved to pick up the Chemtech Soul, but they don't need to pick it up right there. They can just keep playing this one out. Everything's going their way. They recognize that, oh, hang on a second, E-Junk doesn't have teleport, and Evie does. So if we match exactly even, we could be running into a 5v4. That's one of the only ways we lose a fight, is just being completely outnumbered. So they just say, like, okay, so we're going to send 3 to the Dragon, which forces SHG to respond. They have to send 4. And that means we crack the base. We open up an inhibitor. E-Jung was playing super aggressive in the top lane, was in Evie's face, denying a teleport. Just really good, level-headed play there by GZ. You didn't need to fight.
No, correct. Maybe they're just saying, look, maybe they could look for a pick, and that's a good thing, but maybe not. But Baron is up on the board. Marble has 4 items. We talked about a late-game Zeri. We are now there. One bad catch and it spells disaster. But now, with the Baron started, they're already looking at it. It is just SHG pushing the tempo here now. They get the Hawk shot. It is on the backside. Jimmy waiting in the flank. Again, these flanks all game long from everyone have been actually huge. Now they've been spotted out on a ward. They know Jimmy's there. Maybe they're just baiting it out. Maybe they're looking to turn this one around. It is a 3k gold. They're looking for the trade. Encore goes out. It's going to be enough damage. It is taken away. SHG back in the running. They want to keep this fight going. Jimmy wants to look for a little bit more. Crystal Arrow does hit on Evie. It's going to be enough as the flash goes out. Arya is no longer from this world. They're just going to be picked up, and now it all is on SHG to walk away. The TP gets out of dodge, bad one, but look, the backdoor from E-Jung was looking so good, trying to end this game right here, right now. There's the flash comes out too. Unstoppable Force does not hit its mark, and now they're looking to look in this base and siege even further again. They have the Baron buff to hold. Marble's going forward, wants to get the damage off. It's a lot of damage. You're going to be very careful, as Lucas should. They're so low. They get a little bit more speed off, a little bit more damage. It's going to be the end of their reign. But no, Marble does not secure the final hit. And look at E-Junk 2 still in the base, being a menace.
And he's about to go Mega as well. He's not leaving. GZ is saying, you got the Baron, but we're going to take everything that we can. Marble, I think, made the correct play. You just have to run forward there, push as many waves back as you can. Picking up kills would have been a really nice cherry on top, but I think he did the right thing anyway, as Jimmy is going to be forced off this one. It's a stay of execution for SHG.
Look, and that's literally all it is. Right now, this Baron is just keeping them at bay, is keeping them out of the base for as long as possible. You still have supers down in this bot side characters. You're still 8k gold behind. You're still fighting against Soul Point. It is a stall at best, and unless they decide to start doing some crazy moves, it's going to be really hard still for SHG to use this Baron to its greatest effect.
And the thing is, though, is maybe a stall will be enough. Marble's just rolled over to level 16. It is now 4 items. Hex Optics is secured as well. The Yuumi is also only getting stronger. The Moonstone Renewer coming in as well. We saw the damage Marble did. He only got a couple of those Qs off, and he was tearing through GZ. They're still very far behind. GZ super, super favored in this one, but I think a chance has just dawned.
Look, sometimes when the sun starts to rise, it's a little bit of hope for the side of SHG. They've found their sunrise. Is it going to be enough? Can they wait for the dawn? And right now, it's still quite dark for them. They have to be very careful, as the dogs will start howling very soon. Because you got to worry, Husha's still 1-0-8, but the farm lead is massive. It is a solid 80 CS. And not to mention E-Jung. We don't even have to worry about E-Jung. That's a 642 gold bounty alone on a 206 Nah, level 20. Oh boy, I am scared of what that Nah's going to do.
He is a big, big boy, no matter if he's Mega or Mini, as Evie will step out, has the Unstoppable Force, doesn't pull the trigger on it. There was definitely thoughts of it, but in the end, they will just keep clearing waves. There's 20 seconds on the Dragon. I don't know how SHG is going to get to the pit. They're going to try.
Look and try they will. They've made it to the pit every single time, but now it's about Husha on the backside, maybe looking for another flank, but they have been caught out. Vision is good. They do find him. Let's see if they pull the trigger. Encore is there. There's the cleanse. Instantly used. They're turning onto the back line. Orc is low. Shooter's just gone. It's a
oh
double.
My word.
Looking so good. The shutdown's good. There's the resurrection. They're holding on a little bit more. Jimmy's now here. Ejung 2. Oh, but Marble's over the wall. Nowhere to go. You have to be so careful. If they can keep Marble alive, the game looks so much better. It's Jimmy who has the perfect execution out of there. There's the golden eclipse, but it's going to be enough as they are chasing them down. Evie's not even in this fight. It's been a 4v5 this entire time, and now they're pushing up. They might be looking at the dragon, but the towers are still looking so good. They're pinging everything, and they forced them back here, Carrix. They're coming back into it.
And this is getting a little bit scary. Look at how much damage Marble is doing. Cannot compete against Zeri in the DPS department. We need big enchanted crystal arrows. We need picks. We didn't layer our CC perfectly there. The Vista's Mikhail's Crucible was able to get so much value, as we'll see. I want to see how the Encore interacts here with the enchanted crystal arrow, because it didn't look like it slowed them down. The Mikhail's is there, and it's a second cleanse. The 2 cleanses, getting rid of 2 of the big CCs. There's nothing that can be done. Husha not able to follow it up. Marble able to get over the wall. Zeri so frustrating to deal with at times. And then Jimmy does his best, but unfortunately Arya is just not the target anymore. It's all about Marble, and he couldn't get onto him.
And it's just so hard to see as well. You can see they really tried to get Marble. The GA was popped, however. That was a bit of their safety net. Yes, it was the double cleanses being used. You've only got that for a little bit of time now down, but the gold lead for GZ has gone down to 4K, and it is SHG pushing back the line. It's about holding it and pushing it further. This is World War II all over again. It is dangerous stuff, Carrix, because they're bloody hungry for it, if you ask me. Baron is up in 40 seconds. Look at where Ejung is, though. He wants that in him once again. That's a TP down just to stall it out a little bit longer. Let's see if they can stop it. Is it going to be enough? I feel like Ejung's already secured this. No, oh, no way.
No.
He hasn't. He got the flash out of Ejung. That's a TP too. Now Husha's being chased at. Let's see if they can be careful. It is still Baron on the call. 15 seconds on the clock here, Carrix.
Inhib did go down in the end there. Evie didn't clear the wave because he wanted to try and get the flash out of Ejung. I think you're fine with that. You're going to catch super minions. You can just do that all the live long day. This is suddenly an unbelievably close game. 4K gold lead at 38 minutes. It doesn't mean a huge amount, particularly when there's a 3K individual on the Zeri. Baron is started.
And looking to take it out pretty quick. You can see Jimmy is also there being very careful, but now Man 1 does have the GA, can commit, and they actually cancel out the Baron. Their pressure was enough. Evie saying, guys, I've just got to hold this Gnar back. But no, oh, Van 1, okay, aggressive, but still tanking up this tower. You can be so careful. Arya doing the damage. The fight's looking good. Marble does not have GA at this point. Going to be so worried about who's going to make that first jump. Husha getting hit. Resonating, looking for the kick. It's not going to land. Jimin's on the backside. Got to be careful. Crystal Arrow was used, but it's not going to be able to do too much. Encore's even better. Marble's over the wall. They're doing the damage. Just can they do a little bit more as Jimin is going to go golden, but it's going to be enough as they are all walking away. They're looking at the Baron. Marble is still basically full health. This Yuumi sitting on top of them. They'll be so careful. They used so many ultimates in that last fight. Now they're trying to turn it around. Let's see if they can secure it. It's already gone. It is SHG taking another Baron, and now it is Ejung still in the base trying to get it done. But no, Evie is just as tanky now too. You gotta be careful. The rest of the team's looking to chase, but a good take from SHG. They will not go dark into this night.
They certainly will not. Restless dogs will not lie. My, oh my, that was Arya going and saying we need a replay on that so we can really go over it. But let's think about what is happening. We've got Baron for 2.5 minutes. It's a Chemtech Drake in 1.5 minutes. You can see that lead has just been cut into it. As I was saying, the only lead that matters right now is Marble's individual lead. Basically, that whole gold lead is made up of the Gnar over Malphite, and you just simply don't care all that much. Yeah, okay, Evie's an item down, but he's a Malphite. It doesn't matter. He's still invincible in these fights unless he's got all 5 hitting him, and if all 5 are hitting him, something else has gone far, far, far more wrong.
Yeah, you're so right. With Dragon up in 1 minute, Carrick, it's been fight on fight on fight. It's sole point for both these teams. And GZ, you said it was their game to lose, and they're only 1.5k gold ahead at 40 minutes. And it's got to be rough because at the end of the day, when both teams hit those full item spikes, what do? As here comes Marble, looking for shoot. Whoa! What was that damage? The second charge, the GA is available. They can take out Hushi. It's going to be a lot of damage. The TP has to be used early. They can't look for these flanks anymore. Venmon still has the GA
Very all down.
Evie is also on the backside. Now they're looking at these towers. They don't need to worry about the Dragon just yet. They secured the line.
It is a good play there. They force, as you said, they force a lot of resources out, but the Zerial being down does make Marble less effective in what could be our most critical fight. Mid lane is shoving as well. Jimmy with a huge flank.
This is a massive flank character. You're so right. As they start up the Dragon, you'll be so careful. Arya needs to stay alive as long as possible. Hawkshot does spot them out. They know something's arrived. Where is Jimmy? And is on their minds, and it's got to be in their comms at the same time too. They put the vision out to secure it. Arya now holding them back, saying you're not allowed to get into the back line. Encore goes out. It only hits Evie, but they're looking for the trade. It's the steal.
Oh, he's so good.
It's the finger diff. It's all too much. They secure the Chemtech Soul, and now they're looking. It could be a base. No, is it a base race? No. Wait, no.
How many backs can we stop? Just Van One.
Oh,
Only Van One. That's not enough.
That scared me as Van One now trying to fight out Jimmy, and it is also Yizhang off to the side too. Van One needs to get a safe place to reset. Nothing is available. They're just.
I think he just executes.
But he's got a GA, like it's a waste. It's not good for him. He needs to try and survive a little bit more, or at least wait for the team to support, but I think he just knows he's no longer for this world.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to use his GA there, but like you take that. You trade one, you get the soul, you deny that to GZ. They cut the gold lead down to 2k, and here comes Skywalk, the last coach comm to say, fellas, one more bridge to cross. We have to do this.
And that's a TP already. It looks like they've taken one. 40 seconds. Van One is down. They could be looking to force a play in the mid. Evie is here. They found Jimmy and they know. Oh no, it's a disaster again. The ultimate is down. Jimmy is able to stay alive.
Yeah, so far, the unstoppable forces have looked pretty stoppable. Evie not able to land them. It is hard onto Jimmy, and the E is just really easy to react with. Inhibitor will fall. SHG, they have soul, but down a man. They are under siege. They're about to lose their third inhibitor, and boy, oh boy, you don't win a lot after that.
Coming in, Carrick, they've sent everything, but Marble's able to stay alive in the back line. There's the electric crash. Is the damage going to be good as they go straight back in? The GA is available. Is the damage going to be enough to take out Marble, who's just shredding through the lines?
Oh, rat-a-tat-tat!
Is it going to be 2? Is it going to be 3? It's a double kill so far. It is SHG pushing forward. Arya picked up a kill there too. Husha and Ejab, the only ones left alive, and Van One's back in the fight. They take out 3 members, Carrick, and now they're looking to walk down mid.
Oh, this is why we're so scared of Zeri. The one shot doesn't come in. Jimmian was not able to access the target to knock him into the GA. Once you knock him into the GA, maybe you can layer the CC. But no, Marble holds his nerve. It is Marble and Vista putting the Hawks on their shoulders, and now they're bearing down on the base.
They want to go for it here, Carrick. Right now, it is all that they wrote. The TP out of Evie's pushing them forward. The Mega Gnar pushes them forward again, but Marble is just so big. Shred, shred, shred. Where'd this prehistoric Gnar go? Marble says, I will chop you up for dinner. I am made of electricity. You are made of flesh. And it is all she wrote. SHG pushing down once again. They're at the Nexus. They want to take this. The clean game. Is it going to be enough? It's so close. It is too much. And SHG take the series 2-0 against GZ.
Oh my word, they show the resilience that we want to see. Things went wrong for them that game. They show that no, we are not just beating up on players that make mistakes. We know what to do. We can come back, and they take a well-deserved 2-0.
Absolutely huge. I did say SHG was going to take the series. I didn't expect GZ to just sort of fall off in that mid game. They had an 8.5k gold lead, Carrix, and they just couldn't hold it. Marble was inevitable. You cannot crack this stone. It is too much. You may as well call him a diamond because, wow, he was undeniably in that game, and Marble has to be my MVP for that series.
It's hard to say, really. I think there were so many people, Evie, giving us the thumbs up as he was instrumental in game one. Game two, a little bit harder for him to navigate on the Malphite, but when it counted, he was clutch. But my, oh my, I've said it so many times, it's hard to react to the SoftBank Hawks. I'm saying it again, I think they're the second best team in the league.
Look, and that's why they've taken the 2-0 against GZ. It's the playoffs, I think, all over again. What was the outcome of the playoffs? SHG, did they beat GZ? No.
They did,
Different matchups entirely. Well, they did.
No,
I
don't
can't
think,
remember.
I can't quite remember. They might not have played each other, but SHG made a pretty good run in playoffs.
They did. Absolutely they did. They showed up that time too. Now they're showing up again, and look at the damage once again, Carrix. Marble. Oh.
Yeah, the damage graphs tell the story. He was excellent, able to dodge so much of the CC, able to dance around and be incredibly difficult to lock down. And you see in this fight, this was when the double cleanse and the GA. How do you get through the Zeri while it's dealing this much damage?
You don't, is the answer to that one. Carrix, you just don't. Because even with Ijung and Jimin trying to do something here, there's just no way they can get onto it with this Yuumi sitting very comfortably on Zeri. And there it is. Yep, Marble MVP. I had to call it. Even the Varus game, they were very convincing. They did a lot of damage, even as that full lethality, they chunked out the enemy. But that Zeri gameplay, that is another champion you have to be so careful to not let Marble play.
Yeah, I think looking forward, Marble has to be who you're looking at on SHG. But saying that, Arya had an incredible performance. Game one, he was massive. Game two, he knew what his role was on Mel. He reflected. There was one fight around Baron where he reflected an encore from Seraphine, and it turned the fight completely. He was fantastic as well. I think you could go up and down this roster of SHG and just congratulate all of them.
Yeah, 100%. And I think they all played incredibly well. The mental capacity to be down that hard in a series just shows their resilience. Because at the end of the day, if that was any other team, maybe even in the whole of the LCP being down that far, it's very rare that you can come back from that. It's very difficult. So the fortitude a team like this can show is incredible. Amazing, honestly. I would say amazing is more than incredible, because it was so rough for them, but they held everything back and they said, you know what, everything's on the line, we go for it.
And that's what I think can be the real make or break with good versus great teams, is being able to play from behind, to be able to play when the wheels have come off. A lot of teams will go into a game, their coach will tell them what the plan is when they're walking off stage from draft. Clearly, what SHG was planning didn't work. Didn't work is not the right way to say it. It was foiled by GZ. GZ played the first 35 minutes of that game almost perfectly. They made some amazing decisions, giving up that I think it was the 5th Drake or the 6th Drake, to say, okay, you get the Drake, but we get to open your base up, we get to crack 2 inhibitors, was the right decision. But it just comes down to the resilience of SHG to know that the game was never over.
Yeah, you're so right. And I think it was just the small, tiny mistakes that maybe we didn't expect GZ to maybe make in this final game. They were so proactive in the early game, but at the end of the day, and I said this mid-cast, if you ever play a game and every player gets to full items, max level, it's no longer about it's no longer about the champions, it's about the player, because it comes down to a hand diff, not about the champion. Because that was a rough one to watch, but still, like, that's the difference. And we just show that Marble said, guys, I'm full built, I'm at the best my champion can be, let's see what's possible.
100%. And he was super aggressive exactly when he needed to be. His ults were hitting onto 3-4 targets in all of these fights. He knew that he had to put the carry pants on. He knew that there was no help coming from the rest of his team in the damage department. It couldn't. And it's not the fault of his teammates. That was the draft they picked. They empowered Marble. And we see why Evie just picked the Marble Malphite and said, even in top lane, I am Marble. And why not? Because when he's playing this well, we all want to be Marble.
Yeah, that's it. Like, everyone wants to be that awesome carry that can hold everything in. And even then, Marble the cleanse was just too good. The double flash here, kill secured, and that was the start of the reign of Marble on this matchup. But still, you can't deny, even in all these fights that we start to see in the later half of the game, GC still had so much control. They were just pushing in waves so well that they held on to such a strong gold lead for just the entire time. And I can't wait till we see the actual gold graph once again, because it was just a huge dip to red side. It was GZ favor the entire time until SHG were like, nah, let's not worry about that. We're good. Gold's even now. It's late game. We're fine. And they just gave them a little bit too much leniency to get to these objectives, Carricks.
100%, and they played from behind. But still, SHG was just able to threaten that. And yeah, I mean, that steal there did make a huge difference. If we were seeing an earlier Chemtech ult for SHG, things would have been so much harder for Ground Zero. But and this was huge. My word, Ejung, look, in the end, they don't get over the line, but he had a fantastic game. I'm still really hyped about this player.
Oh, honestly, yeah, 100%. I think the GC roster in of itself, yeah, might not have had the result that they were hoping for tonight, but have played exceptionally. They put SHG on the back foot multiple times, and not just that, for most of the games, they were just not able to give SHG any space to move. But it was just SHG saying, we know this matchup, we know what you guys are planning, we can work around this, and we can just stall. And stall they did, and it just got to the late game, and it was just too much. But this play right here was just phenomenal, and just, whoop, over the wall, see you later.
Exactly, and then everyone peels for him, make sure that Jimmy can't make magic happen. This was where the big turn happened. It was Ejung making the huge attempt, but not enough. Marble was able to dance away, and then we see the power of this Zeri Yuumi.
Oh, it's just so gross, because they're just walking up. And look, even Orchid gets caught out. The rest of the team was still able to do it. Arya able to lock them down. That is just so rough. They sent everything, and there was just nothing they could do. But we got another series on our hands. Relove DCG coming in fierce for the second series of tonight. It is Florin, Pop9, Hogsju, Fang, Xiaoxi looking so good. I'm excited for this team, especially when it's a repeat of the finals in Split 1, because they are up against a monster of a team. It is Secret Wales, our last winners of Split 1. But wow, this team, honestly, my Samurai in the top lane, Florin, an absolute goat.
Yeah, Florin has looked fantastic, and I really love when these teams play against each other, because we get Florin, but they go up against Pun, as I think he has been arguably the best individual player in the LCP, certainly the best top laner, and I think at times has looked like top 10 in his role worldwide.
Yeah, look, I totally agree. I think there's no way to talk about it. Secret Wales are currently our #1 pick. That jersey is looking so good too. Pun, Histo, D-Ray, Eddie, and BA. This is a force to be reckoned with. They say that Wales can talk to each other from across the globe. No, this team only needs one set in Discord to be able to make it work, and they have got the tools here today to take over the ocean.
I think they do. Relove DCG have a lot to prove. I think there's some stakes for them. They fumble in week 1 coming in against MVK. It happens. Sometimes the upsets happen in week 1. You're coming in, you're a little bit rusty. They, of course, didn't go to first stand to like sort of beef up their mechanics. They had that longer break. So can Team Secret Wales get over the line?
Look, and that's the big question. We got our top laners here that you already talked beautifully about. Pun is this absolute demon in the top lane, throwing out awesome picks, but they're a lot more aggressive. I'm only seeing one real tank there, where we're seeing a lot more versatility out of Florin, who is probably playing more for the team. Pun is like, guys, I just want the camera on me 100% of the time. Don't even show anyone else, it's fine. Whereas I feel like Florin does actually enable a little bit more. So I'm excited to see what Pun's going to pick. We're looking for that volley bear, but who knows here, Carrix, because we do have the second series on our hands. We're just going to have to see what's going to happen. So guys, stay tuned. It is going to be Secret Wales versus Relove DCG. We'll see you in a sec. Stay tuned.
This one's a natural flow. It's calm. Tell them ring the alarm. They can't resist this charm. Got the whole world in my palm. Nothing can slow me down. You can't hold me down. I just hold my ground. I don't mess around. Cameras out when I step in town. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. Everybody follows. Must be my aura. Yeah, step correct. Only the big wins I collect. And when the Wi-Fi connects, I'm all over your timeline. That's the effect of aura. Top of the league, no warm up. 100 degrees, no sauna. You're not on my level, stay in your corner. I'm too real. Only big dogs in the field. Big planes on the airfield. Big houses that we build. Yeah, definitely. It's all in the way I walk. Matched by the way I talk. Celebrate that sparklers and course. It's just my aura. Same code, no switch. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. Everybody follows. Must be my aura. How they gonna stop me now? Throwing a towel. You can't even keep up. I got my feet up. Even though it took a while, I'll still make it look easy. I'm a hybrid, in fact I'm a different species. Energy captivating, all of the ratings. There's no point in hating. In fact, you can learn from me. Evidently, my name holds weight and relevancy. A little bit agrees with elegancy. Don't get it mistaken. I like mine stirred, not shaken. Look what rejection awakened. It's all mine for the taking. It's down to the aura. It's just my aura. Same code, no switch. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. Everybody follows. It's just my aura. Same code, no switch. I don't break, I don't split. I've been built for this. Aura, heavy crown, I wear it proud. It's just my, it's just my, it's just my aura. There ain't no stopping this crew. Let the darkness can never darkness can never kill.
feel it before the game even begins. The noise. Not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it.
来到了下半场的比赛 ，LCP 的顶尖对决。首先要登场的队伍，他们在上周虽然不幸落败给了同是 BCS 赛区的 MVK， 但这一周他们准备好了，已经使用了许多的战术来证明自己，把自己最想要打架的精神完美的画成了一个 X 型，他们就是深度交叉 DCG。上路 Florin， 打野 Pop9， 中路 Hoso， 下路 Fang， 辅助 Chelsea， 教练 Refresh。而他们即将要面对到的对手是 LCP 全新的王者，他们的强大已经是公开的秘密。准备前往杀戮战场的是秘密金鱼 TSW， 上路 Bang， 打野 Histo， 中路 D-Ray， 下路 Eddie， 辅助 BA， 教练 Warhorse。
That is my GOAT right there. We thought we'd give him a little bit of love because, you know what, we can't hype up these players enough, so we let the studio look after it. He's so excited. I just love this character. This is my guy. He is just all about bringing that hype in that arena, and he does such a good job.
Yeah, and look, I love this. This is one of these really unique things about the LCP is that there's so many different cultures coming together in one league. We've got Taiwan, we've got Vietnam on stage at the moment. I love it. The announcer obviously speaking a different language to us. I wouldn't ask for it any other way.
No, I like that I don't fully understand. I just get by on like the full vibes of it all. His energy is like honestly electricity. It's like I was watching that Zeri Yumi pop off once again on Maple. It was beautiful, but we're in another series here now, ready to go Carrix. It is going to be Hongshu Fang in the 2v2 versus Pun and Histo. Now, okay, that's the top jungle versus our mid AD carry. What are your thoughts on that?
Look, it's always interesting who you bring into the 2v2. I think, look, as I was saying, I think Pun is the best individual performing player in the LCP. At the moment, it makes sense. Let him flex his mechanics. He might have, you know, if that Darius and that is still available, he's the most likely one to play it. But bringing your ADC in does let you pick something like a Varus, a Caitlyn. It can be pretty good on the Abyss.
Look, and there's nothing wrong with being on that frozen bridge because it does get pretty chilly out there, so we'll have to see who's going to get hung out dry and left frozen in the wasteland as we are getting ready to jump onto the bridge itself as we are in the picks and bans of it all. We have the Anivia, Poppy, and the Volibear Elise already gone and banned out, so obviously Pun can't play that beautiful Volibear we've seen him on before. The Spirit Blossom skin not going to make its way back. I wanted that Panda, but gosh darn it, Carrix, it's gone.
Unfortunate stuff. Pun, it's just too much of a likely suspect. He's going to pick up that Volibear as soon as he can, but unfortunately can only do it once. Poppy and Nivea. I like how we do have the combos. Obviously, we are only on week 2, so we've got the obvious, the Poppy and Nivea, that Elise Volibear that we've seen as Set and Pantheon will be taken out. Pun actually has put on some crazy performances on Set.
Look, that was that was the grand finals too. We saw with Pun popping out the set, and it just did those awesome showstoppers. Draven and Caitlyn banned out. They really don't want to give Fang any love whatsoever. But Twitch already being looked at. You know what? I don't mind it. With a Cassiopeia 2, okay, we're cooking more poison on the bridge.
Yeah, like they saw the earlier series and said, hey, you know who else applies poison but doesn't have to run in? The Twitch. Love that for Fang. Maybe a hint at something that might get played later today. And look at that. Poppy and Ivy is a good combo. It's a combo so nice, they'll run it twice.
Look, I love to see it. Yeah, we saw DCG played that last time, and they're like, let's just flip it around. They had a good time on it. Let's do the same thing. And we know what that Poppy and Nivea does. You pop up the wall, get an easy free charge off, especially with a Twitch in the game here, Carrix. You got to be a little bit scared if that Twitch steps ever so slightly too far forward. It's a flash burnt.
It's going to be a fun one for sure. You see the spirits seem pretty high, a lot of smiles on the faces of players as we get ready to decide who will get the right of first selection. This is a really important series for these teams, particularly for Relove DCG. I think they need to show that week one isn't an indicator of anything else to come.
That's it, and especially up against Secret Wales, they've been looking really hot, looking really strong. It is going to be a rerun of the Split 1 finals, though, Carrix. That's the big thing I want to talk about is we saw Secret Wales just 3-0'd Relove DCG in those grand finals. They sort of just took them to the cleaners and said, we love taking these for free. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing again in this season. And there it is, just easy wall. What is, Bang, why are you walking there, my guy? Just don't do it. But hold on, Hongshu's actually doing a really good job. Going to get the egg out, but it is going to be underneath that tower. He's just trying to hold
scramble?
on. He can do enough damage off, and it might be enough. They do secure it. They flip this grid. The French kisses from the Jin there was beautiful.
Yeah, looking lovely here is Hongshu. The mechanics on this Cassiopeia looking really, really crisp. Now up a kill. They can play this one nice and slow. Histo wants to try and get it done.
Okay, and now Histo sort of walking out. Does get hit with all the stacks available, but taken so low. Might need to reset off that one, but cancelling out backs here could be critical.
It could be, but it looks like it's just going to be mutual backs here. So DCG up a kill. No passive on the Anivia.
Yeah, it's the Eagle as well. It's not sort of the one you'd want in this sort of matchup. I'd really prefer to go like maybe the primitive. It's a primitive Anivia was always a bit of a banger, but Black Frost, always a golden goose. Maybe they should do a golden goose Anivia. That would actually be kind of cool.
Ooh,
right, let's get on this. A golden goose Anivia. Skin line incoming. Maybe it's like fairy tales. Who else could that? What? That's I'm trying to think of like a Rumpelstiltskin, but I don't know. Maybe that's a Twitch skin too.
Ivan?
But
no, that'd be Ivan.
Okay, that could
big
be
lanky guy.
Look, this is a skin line, right? This is what we should be looking at. Is we know there's a golden goose. There's who's a giant in this game? Who could actually just be like a James and the Giant Peach giant, or not James and the Beanstalk? Sorry. Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh, I don't even know, but now they're looking for the engage. They're trying to get those stuns off. Bit of damage. The ignite ticks. Bang. Able to do it, and it's a double Pun gets taken out, and a nice secure to get that final tick of poison. It wins out at the end of the day.
In the end, it is Relove DCG getting over the line. They will get right of first selection. They can pick either first pick or the side of the map they have selected. First pick. I like this one. Get a priority matchup.
Look, what are you thinking? We could have a rerun of that game one we had tonight, first series. It makes a lot of sense, but at the same time too, there's so many good picks right now. You could go the Blue Smurf on the rise. Pantheon's going to be available. The Rumble Cassante matchup once again. So many priority things we've got to talk about. Maybe they just throw it left field and say, all right, there are some good picks. Let's just throw it a different direction again. Like maybe the Silas and the Shyvana potentially is maybe one of these matchups you sort of talked heavily about. I don't know, but I'm excited for it. It's game one, rematch of our grand finals, last split one. I'm keen.
I think what I'd be doing with my first pick here is it's tempting to try and do something in the top lane, but I think both of these top laners have really, really deep champion pools that are hard to isolate out. I want to get a good matchup for Hongshu here because I think D-Ray has had just flashes of, not even flashes, he's had a consistent brilliance. He is looking so fantastic for so long. Vietnam struggled with having decent mid laners. D-Ray has really come onto the scene and redefined that narrative.
Yeah, and that's it, right? It's how do you sort of counteract D-Ray in all of these picks, because they have such a deep champion pool and they're making a lot of things work. But you can't ignore at the same time, I'm looking at these junglers, His Toe and Pop9. Again, we could just look at both of these team rosters in general and say, that's a goat, that's a goat, that's a goat, that's a goat. We're basically at a farm right now. It's like a little farm animals. Like we're just having a gander at what is available. There's no golden goose here because it's mythological, but we're seeing goats along the way. And yeah, I'm looking at this jungle because they're so aggressive. They are so aggressive characters.
100%. This is really hard to analyze coming off that week one, because I don't think we've seen enough out of these teams at all. Team Secret Wales had a really strong performance. Relove DCG obviously the opposite, but coming into this, I think Relove DCG has had so much time to cook while Team Secret Wales were off at first stand, and you know that they weren't necessarily cooking too hard for MVK. They were cooking for Team Secret Wales. They want to assert themselves as the big dogs of the LCP.
Yeah, that's it. It was a huge running line of a CFO holding that line throughout all of year one, but it's a whole new generation coming up now, and they're trying to solidify that position because at the same time, it's a very close race. CFO got their win last night. They took a series. Like, this is no simple task for any team to pull out ahead of the rest. And Secret Wales, yes, we favor so heavily as like this best team maybe in the region right now. We only say that with a grain of salt because so many other teams are just as good. And their competition tonight, Relove DCG, is one of them.
1,000,000%. Relove DCG could reassert themselves. Next week is Team Secret Wales taking on the SoftBank Hawks, who we've just seen take an incredibly hard fought 2-0. I love the top end of the LCP at the moment. It's so competitive and it's so hard to predict.
It really is, and now we're getting into picks and bans phase. Bans are coming in hot. We've got the Varus and the Rumble taken off. Great, we're not getting a rinse and repeat of the last one. These teams have clearly got some different things in mind. Honestly, I really want to see Pun on that set again. That was such a vibe.
I completely agree, and Set is obviously a massive flex pick for this team as well. BA has played a huge amount of it. Something that I sort of, we looked into it, is BA just doesn't play Enchanters. He has never, throughout his career, he just doesn't pick it. He has like 4 Seraphine games ever. He has like 10 Karma games ever. And this guy has played for like 7 years now. He's definitely played through Enchanter metas, and he has consistently just said, nah, I don't need to do that. I'm just going to pick Engage. I'm going to pick Go buttons, and I can make it work anyway.
Yeah, like, well, why play Enchanters when he's already enchanted my heart? That's the difference. It's
True.
All that they need to do. BA has that knowledge to go, you know what? I can suffer and hold on to or getting poked out a lot, but that's fine, because we can flip those scripts really easy on a dime, especially with Eddie in their like holster. That is their weapon of choice. It's like it's almost like a showdown, and then a wah, whipping out Eddie and just going bang bang bang, and it's just easy shots on the board. So this bot lane is one of those fierce duos you have to be so careful of, because you might think you're winning against them, but then out of nowhere they flip it. But still, bans on the board. Finally got through it. Rumble, Nocturne, and Bessa into the Vi, Pantheon, Varus. A nice change of pace, Carrick. What do you think that first pick is going to be? I'm thinking Rise.
I think it should be Rise. I don't think we want to give that over to D-Ray. D-Ray has looked weaker on the Orianna. He hasn't looked bad on it, but it's been worse than we expect from him. I think you take the Rise side of this matchup. He'll obviously pick the Orianna in response, but no, DCG, they want the Orianna. That should give D-Ray the Rise.
Got an interesting. Volleybet is very much open and available. Yorick, like, obviously they're looking at Pun in this top side, maybe looking to get a little bit of priority, but first picking top can always be quite rough, especially in these drafts. Jace has been very highly sought after, especially in like the LCK, where it is those very aggressive top laners getting strong leads, but it is Rise into the matchup of the Orianna. Makes the most sense. With a Xin Zhao in tow, even a J4, you got to be very careful.
It's tricky here because you're giving up either J4 or Xin Zhao, both of which are amazing ball carriers. So do you pick maybe something like the Neferi to play a completely different angle, or do you just match engage with engage and Team Secret Whales will say, you can get Xin Zhao, we'll take Jarvan?
I actually don't see a problem with the... Yeah, Xin Zhao definitely is a great call and so strong. The Neferi is also just as good of a ball carrier, if any, in comparison with Xin Zhao, because you're not locked into it. It is a point-and-click ultimate. The call of the pack just means you get to go into the backline with the ball, so it just makes a lot of sense. But they lock in the Xin. They clearly have identities of where they want to go. An early Ezreal is a good, interesting choice. It forces out a Karma ban.
Or a Karma pick. That's the other thing that's possible. I was just talking about how BA really doesn't play enchanters. He doesn't have many games on them, but his win rate's actually really high. He just doesn't like them. I think it is kind of just down to, can the coach convince him to play it? Because he'll win on them. Bard is up as well, though. I think locking that in, maybe we ban out Karma, as you said, and then just pinch the top pool a little bit more.
Nothing wrong with pinching that top pool, because we know our boy Pun is going to be able to handle anything thrown his way. But the Bard locked in. They're taking that away from the Ezreal too, because it's just going to be that early roaming. Ezreal gets a bit of a free lane. Karma ban instantly off the board. Now it begs the question, what support do you put with the Ezreal? You could look for a full engage, and Nautilus is not the end of the world. Leona too is still viable.
Yeah, totally. There are so many supports. I think with the Karma gone, I don't know if we have to worry about the other enchanters paired with an Ezreal. I mean, Lulu is good here, but not so insane that I think we need to worry about it. Yorick being banned out, they are reading into Pun. Do we ban out the Volibear as well? The fact that Yorick and Volibear might be the two bans, and then, you know, there's still just every meta top laner.
Yeah, it's so rough. Like, they just know that Pun is some sort of secret weapon that needs to be removed out of the game. But like we said, Pun has a very deep champion pool, and he's been had incredible performances on every single one of those champions. The Jax being the final pick taken off the board, so it is looking at Pun trying to keep him out of this game. He's got so many options, but is Volibear the right fit here?
It's tricky. I don't know if we want to blind Volibear, because Florin has to be aware of that pick, has to know how likely it is and have something ready to go. We've seen like the Gwen and stuff come out into it. That is obviously still available. I think picking the ADC here does make a lot of sense. Just lock up that Sivir and give the counter pick to Pun.
Yeah, no, definitely the call. I think the Sivir's a really nice matchup here. Alistair being locked in return too, so Spell Shield may have to be burnt on that, but Anar being picked up early means the team fights are looking very good for DCG, a very well-rounded roster. Sylas?
Ooh. It is a really good pick here. There are 4 high-value ults. If you can play Sylas top...
Urgot would be actually insane. I don't know how well Pun can... Do you know much about Pun's Urgot? Because we haven't seen this
I don't think he's ever picked it.
Okay.
But he has locked it in.
Oh my god, an Urgot locked in the first game. Secret Whales, they've got to be cooking. Are they just saying, Pun, we trust you, man, just go for it, have some fun with it? But that is a huge pickup that we don't know what that really means. It can be so aggressive. If it gets a lead, it's so hard to deal with because it can flip you. It is ranged. It gets those leg machine guns. What's the call to that?
Good question. I think going into the Gnar, this is one of those champions that sometimes top laners have in their back pocket because they play it a lot in solo queue. Evie is really famous for bringing it out in pro quite a lot. I am looking through. He has 1 game on Urgot, and it was a win. So his career 100% win rate.
Look, that's pretty good. That's not the end of the world, but I'm also looking at it. This is the first time Urgot has been picked this year in pro play. So Secret Whales must have some sort of secret knowledge that they know they're going to be cooking with. They're going to have to build a bit of damage off the back of it, so they're not going to be that super tank that we'd expect. D-Ray, my boy, that's a very cute banner. I'm not going to lie. I could put that as my wall phone like cover as well. Like, that would be really nice.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I think the LCP audience has so much talent. I almost feel like if I ever get out there, which I really want to do, I'm just going to look really silly because I can't draw. Apparently, the entire LCP, the LCP community over where the studio is just all artists. A little bit scary.
I believe it, honestly. They've got the talent, they've got the skills. Maybe we need to do like a draw off. You know what I was actually thinking, Carrix? And you know what? I'm going to commit to it now. I'm going to pick up a whiteboard. So maybe I'll start drawing my own pictures, or at least maybe doing funny predictions before the game. But let's look at these beautiful skins coming in. Dino Na is definitely one of my favorites. We got Fnatic J4 too. That is a vibe.
Ooh, a little bit of a scrap in the bot lane while we do watch those skins go over.
Nah, they're not fighting. I wouldn't be too worried. Oh, T1 Bard, you got to channel that inner carrier right there. That is the goal. But Hextech Alistair, that scares me a little bit. But T1 Bard, that's force. But look, let's talk about this pun pick because Urgot is such an interesting matchup, especially into the Na. Oh, he predicted the flash. Florin, what are you doing, man? He's still full health. What the? Pun's just too good.
It's so interesting because Florin recognizes that he needs to flash. It gets predicted. What is the actual outcome? Because the wave was going to shove in regardless. Pun would just drop to the first 3 melees. Just said, I don't care. I'm going to get the XP from them, but I don't care about the gold. I just need to bully Florin. He now has enormous lane priority, but what does that turn into in the next 2 or 3 minutes?
Well, I think it's all about slowing down that tempo and giving a little bit more to Pun. Like, the wave is in a bit of a critical spot, and Florin had to burn through those pots. Yes, he's got a Dorian shield, so his regen's going to be quite good, but the CS difference here is already quite big. 11-2 is just absolute control. A full level up as well. It's all about now how do you utilize this and push in the waves so that this Na is not able to have any effect here, Carrix. And you can already see a little bit of a flight.
He's going past the tower.
Over. Isto wants a little bit more. D-Ray is here. Pop9 needs to be so careful. Another flash out from a DCG member. This is a different Secret Wales they've seen. They went international. They said, we got to run this stage.
And we just got the answer to what does that flash predict turn into. It turns into a stolen red buff. D-Ray was able to spend all of his mana, trade some health to get his wave shoved in so Hongshu could not move over. And they just walk in and say, Pop9, we're going to muscle you out of this because my top laner has so much priority that I can just walk in and I know I have backup coming. Lovely, lovely early execution by Team Secret Wales.
Oh, they're reading the map so well. D-Ray here as well, very low, no mana as well. But we sort of expect this. Hongshu has to respect his toe on this side, especially with that teleport. Not going to be available for the Rise again, so D-Ray going for the Ghost, but that's a heal. It's a lot of damage coming out. Fang needs to be careful. Does dodge out a little bit more, but 2 heals used in this bot side. Things are heating up, and I don't know if heals are going to be able to cool it off a little bit, as his toe's now caught out. Pop9 burning the flash back on his toe. Nice little secure there.
Ooh, needs to be very careful. He doesn't read that Xiaoxi's here. He's going for a smite steal, but he might die to this Alistair.
There is a TP coming in. Let's see if they're going to be able to turn to it. As
crab.
It is going to be too much, as it could be first blood going over, but it was picked up by Xiaoxi. Not who you wanted to be on, but here's D-Ray getting a lot of damage off. Here comes Eddie too. They could be looking for the fight. No flash on Pop9. Secured by Eddie. Gold in the right hands, and now Xiaoxi is low. Gotta be very careful. Another pickup, but it is D-Ray picking up the kill too. They trade 1. They lose the scuttle, but they pick up 2 kills in return.
That is not how I thought that was going to go. The crab really trolled DCG, just running directly up, so Xiaoxi couldn't get into the fight as easily. Does manage to do it in the end. But this is now Pop9. He's died. He's had a buff stolen. Let's have a look at the replay. This should go purely well for DCG, but a wind become lightning misses there, and there's actually another miss later in the fight. So Pop9 just not able to be as mobile, not able to deal all of the damage. So he misses onto BA there. Has to just dive in from shorter range. Eddie's already here cleaning it up, and Team Secret Wales have gotten out with the lion's share.
Yeah, it's so rough of a situation to be in, but it's not the end of the world. Now, it's about how do you maintain control, because I'm looking at topside. It's a 10 CS lead over to Pun. Just hit level 6. He's going to be able to get a little bit of work done. It all comes down to how do they get that fear beyond death action in this game. You've got to get it onto the right targets. You get that execute. You get the fear off at the same time. So they want to be in the thick of this fight. But I'm looking at it, and there's a lot of tanky members you got to get through. You got to get through a cow. You got to get through a Mega Gnar. There's a lot of things that you have to be careful of, and one misstep there could result in a turned fight.
And what's really interesting with the fear beyond death is, yeah, you obviously want to get the execute. You love when you can drag someone in and then E into the team as they go into the grinder, so you get that big fear. But it's also the hook, the missile that he shoots also just has a massive slow on it. You can use it just as a pick tool, and even if you don't get the execute, but oh no, here they come.
They're looking for the charge. D-Ray is here. The flip is good. It's going to be enough. It's just a little bit too much. They've overstayed. Pun is going to get picked up. It's a 2-0, and it was a great play coming out of Pop9 in retaliation. Just a failed dive by Secret Wales.
I don't know if we have to pull the trigger on that. Like, we get the vision from the Realm Warp. We recognize that Pop9's here. Can't we just call off the play?
Oh, I don't know, man. That was a bit of a rough one, a little bit of an overstep. It has given them a slight lead, only 200 gold. Maybe they look for a play down on this bot side, but Siva is not strong early. They're not going to be able to make as aggressive plays as an Ezreal Alistair could do, but let's watch it again, Carrix, because it was just failed.
Yeah, they just need to call it off. No, the timing was horrible there. They didn't know Pop9 was there. They didn't get the vision.
Yeah.
The timing was just really, really bad.
And just a little bit of a map misread, unfortunately, that didn't track the jungler as you should always be doing. But that's okay, because First Dragon is up on the board as well. Void Grub's about to be up in just a minute. Ocean Drag as our first one, so we're not going to be a super support dragon on the line tonight, but that is okay. Let's see if it's going to be something a little bit more aggressive. I'd love to see an Infernal Drag, as Pun now taking a little bit of poke damage from Florin, but you don't have to be overly worried, as yes, they're about to go Mega, gets the stun, nice little charge forward.
Buffer.
Well played there.
Yeah, it does just back off. Needs to be a little bit careful now that that play's gone wrong. Obviously, he's down in ultimate. He's just trying to use that Cull. Urgot obviously has that interaction with Cull, but oh.
Now they're looking for a little bit more. Wind Becomes Lightning is going to hit, but not going to be able to do too much as the Flag and Drag is good. Trying to hold a little bit more back, but no, Pop9 is very low. Big Cataclysm comes in. D-Ray picking up another kill. 2-1 in this game. They're feeling good tonight. Flag and Drag forward again. They're really looking on to go on Hongzhu. There's not much they can really do. They've got no mana. They have to flash.
Really, really aggressive here by Hizto, understanding that with the Shockwave down, there was just absolutely no real threat from Hongzhu. There was no punishment possible, and D-Ray is just able to say, okay, yeah, fair enough. Let's go. They burn that Orianna flash, and that kind of means that Orianna is set up for a scheduled death when that Cataclysm's back up, because you can't do anything.
Yeah, it's not too great. Dragon's actually being ignored early from the early aggressive priority we saw in our first series. It's a very different talk, a very different conversation we might see now, because Pop9 is hovering this top side. Same with Xiaoxi, really trying to get vision and control over these grubs. Could be looking for a dive here, but looks to be challenging the recall, so maybe nothing too crazy to come of note, because Florin, no Mega Gnar available, not really worth fighting for.
Is going to be the grubs taken here by Pop9. Good read by DCG. They just recognize that his turn, no ult, doesn't want to fight. Has a lot of jungle camps to clear. Only taking the 2. They don't want to risk the 3rd. The 2 is what matters, to be fair. So this is not a terrible result for DCG by any means. It does let Pop9 go and pick up his respawning camps so he doesn't fall far behind. And it will probably signal a clash at the Dragon.
Yeah, I do love a good Dragon Clash too. A little bit more favoured for the side of DCGs just for the placement of where they'll be. But now BA just getting some good poke, electrocute procs already onto the cow. There's, you know what? I actually think Secret Wales might be the most emotive team. I'd love to put a challenge out to our production if they can find out how many emotes these teams actually do in a game, because Secret Wales must be top of the charts.
Look, in terms of emotes on top of their heads, I don't know, but I've only seen one player spend an entire team fight doing slash dance, and that was Pun. So I do think I agree with most emotive. The Ornn last week was hilarious.
It's especially from an Ornn too, who just dances in your face. It can shatter your soul you might even say. But we're getting a coach comms already from Secret Wales, so trying to figure out if there's a little bit more of a game plan behind. The second one, it is absolutely okay. They're very early coach comms, so maybe they took too many little aggressive plays as Histo. Might be caught out, misses the flag and drag. It's not going to be enough, but no, it is BA coming with the Tempest Fate, getting over the wall. Nicely picked us. Now they're looking back to go onto Pop 9. Flag and drag 2 on the second. Cataclysm into 3, into too many members, but Histo went a little bit too far forward. They're able to clean up a little bit more of the fight. It is BA walking down the kill. Xiaoxi is gone, and now Pop 9's gone back in. Win becomes Lightning is good. Double kill heading over. They could look to pick up a triple kill here too. The damage is good. The Sundered Sky keeping them healthy, but they give it over to Fang, and a really big turn of events for DCG.
Just over-aggressive there by Team Secret Wales. Absolutely no reason to take the fight like that. D-Ray clearly didn't want to fight there. He backed off super early. Must have been calling, no, 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 don't do it. He just wants to get towards his Rod of Ages. They need to sort of let him do it. He's got 2 kills. The Rise is in a good position. Don't waste that.
Yeah, no, 100%. I feel like they're trying to sit pretty, but let's have a look at the replay, because it was Histo here getting caught out on that vision, and then there's a hard engage, misses the flag and drag.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think it might have hit, but was like almost immediately interrupted. He feels like he has to go back in. And this is where it looks like Eddie and D-Ray can take over the fight, but Feng's positioning makes it so hard. D-Ray just decides, oh, I actually have no business being here anymore. I'm going to get autoed to death. So BA, just no hope. In the end, it's a massive injection of gold and priority over to DCG.
Yeah, look, it's not the greatest turn of events, but Secret Wales back on the map, still got a 500 gold lead, so a lot of that is sitting on Eddie in this bot lane with a 20 plus CS advantage. So there's going to be quite a little bit more, but it's just those kills sitting on the board. Dragon still not being taken. It's probably the slowest dragon we've had tonight, not being secured early on, but it is Secret Wales very much in control, wanting to invade in the jungle. They know there's members off to the side. They're still unaware, but that's the Shockwave flash forward. Double knock-up engage. It's just absolute disaster. They're still able to follow and get out of dodge, but now Xiaoxi in a bit of a rough spot, might go down here as they are going to hold on a little bit longer. Pop 9 in the backline. Cataclysm is good. The damage is even better, but is it going to be enough? They're so low. It's 2 kills. Come on, D-Ray, get some damage done. The Realm Warp being popped just to stay alive a little bit longer, but Fang picking up kills is not what you want here, Carricks.
And it's just non-stop action. It is high noon and constant shootouts. My God, it just doesn't stop. And they're just constantly going in, fighting, fighting, fighting. It's hard to tell who this really favors. This starts with Team Secret Wales just deciding, no, we can do this. A lovely shockwave into the Crescent Guard. Really, really amazing stuff. This Orianna so far showing why they took that side of the trade. Histo does his job there, desperately trying to get back to help Eddie, but Eddie can only trade. D-Ray, he plays the back of this fight really well, gets himself and BA out. But as I was saying, it's hard to tell who this favors because, yes, DCG are fighting back when it matters, but it still ended with 3 kills on a Sivir and a Rise.
Look, yeah, and at the same time, oh, Bear's coming up. Looking at Florin, not spotted out on ward, but very nicely done. Let's see if they can get the CC off. Gets the electrocute, but no real damage to note, especially for a tank bard. It's not what you want to see. But you're right. I think I'm looking at Pop 9 here, who feels very in control in this jungle state, and I talked about this in Champion Select. It comes down to how aggressive these junglers want to be. Pop 9 is just doing a better job of staying a little bit safer and playing to their champion's maximum potential.
I totally agree. I think this is where we're seeing the strength of Xin Zhao. I think Xin Zhao is just a completely broken champion. I understand why teams go for Jarvan, particularly against the Orianna. I get it. It makes sense, but at the same time, I don't think Xin Zhao is fair. As Florin will go Mega, keeps him completely safe. They could go for a... Oh my word, okay.
Okay, the fear goes off. Is he able to hold
1v2?
on? The damage is so nice. It's not enough to take on Hongzhu, but still the damage was great. In a 2v1, still a huge turn. Tempered Fate up on the top side. Florin has to flash as they were definitely threatening something as they're looking at this top tier 1. Flag and drag away, but oof, that is rough as...
That is absolutely brutal there. Pun showing why he wanted this Urgot is he got a kill in the 1v2. He couldn't quite get the second one, but he didn't need it. And this is potentially our top two teams, and we're getting scrappy. How does this one happen? They try and dive an Urgot. And it is assumedly just an interrupt on the engage.
Yeah, I feel like it is, just getting the flick back, the corrosive charge is really nice. Does get the flip over the top, and then Hongshu's just able to get the damage off just in the last minute. It was always going to be that in a 2v1, but at the same time, getting that close is not a good sign considering Pun's just hit level 11. He's now equal to Florin and Farm, but they had such a strong lead early on, and they've got that cull, so the injection of gold they're getting is going to be huge.
Cull on Urgot is always so interesting because it actually is just a good item on him, even without the injection of gold. He does apply the on-hit super weird because of his W. Pun, obviously level 11 now, has that max rank W, so he can keep it on for as long as he wants. I don't know if Pop9's going to get here in time, but it should be a fight off the back of this. He stole it!
He smited it away. It was just too easy for Pop9. Histos onto the backside, but it is just all DCG charging down the members. Florin picking up their first kill of the match, but the steal, Carrix, the steal was all she wrote.
And this is such an insane game, as Relove DCG are showing that last week was just a blip on the radar. They're coming in all cylinders firing against Team Secret Whales, our champions from the last split. They crack the tower with the Rifttail. Pun will be answering on the bottom side, so a little bit of gold back to him. He has an individual lead. Realm Warp is coming.
Hongshu flashes out of the shockwave is too much. Here's now Pun throwing out the missile, but it's not going to get anything done. Fear Beyond Death no longer in effect. Hongshu is not long for this world though. Great shutdown over to D-Ray. This is the carry they're putting a lot of their damage and kills onto. A nice little trade there for what is a mid-tier 1 down in the dust.
Yeah, there's two towers picked up for DCG. They got the mid, they got the top. It was traded onto bot from Pun. There is action everywhere. It's about 1,000 gold for DCG. That is entirely in the jungle, though. It is all Pop9 over Hisdo. Obviously, Jarvan with gold can do a lot of things, but that said, you don't need items to click ult on Orianna, and that is sort of his job in this game, is to just put Orianna in the cage and either force a flash, or if the flash isn't already not up, set up for a kill. So I would almost just say this game, despite all of the action, despite everything that's going on, the only really significant lead is that there's one dragon for DCG.
Yeah, there is another dragon coming up in just 50 seconds. The final call. The Secret Whales coach has just come in, trying to get that little bit of extra knowledge onto the board. I'd love to know what these coaches were actually saying in these conversations and what advice they're giving, because obviously they only get 45 seconds, so it's not a whole lot. So it's how well are they articulating what they're trying to get across for their team to get maximum usage out of this information, especially 3-in-1 game. That's a lot. They've used up their call cards. Everything after this is all on the players themselves. So I'm curious to see what they're trying to achieve, but we know where this next fight is, Carrix.
And I think this is something that is really interesting about Team Secret Whales. We know that the main coach for this team is Warhorse. Seal is the comms coach there, able to come in. And I think the reason they use them early is that they have a really strong voice as an in-game leader for the team. But a dragon fight is brewing.
Oh, the Tempered Fate is going to land. It's going to go straight on Hongshu as they're trying to lock down this mid laner. It's a bit of damage, but not enough. They get out. No, 80, throwing out everything they can. They're flashing over the wall. They sacrifice themselves for that kill, but it's Fang who picked up Eddie. Then the rest of the team is here. Look at the damage. It's a double kill going over. Fang's wanting to do the damage. Pun is out here getting absolutely massive, getting as much damage off as possible, trying to use those legs to their absolute potential. Pun gets flashed on. He's insane. Pun does not care who you are. He will flash on your head. The Dreadnought is here, and it is a huge turn. 3 for 4 on the side, heading over to Secret Whales.
Eddie went crazy on that one, just flashing forward. The call was that Orianna must die here. Hongshu played it to pretty much perfection. The only thing he could have done, maybe flashing that Bardolt, was the call, but the follow-up doesn't quite kill him. He lives on a sliver of health. Eddie has to basically sacrifice himself on the backside, and then it's all about Pun and Hizto landing a 3-man knockup on that EQ, taking up even more damage. Pun goes in, lands another kill onto Shousey. Florin desperately tries to hold him back, but this Urgot will not say goodbye until he goes over and just sort of explodes in front of Feng, taking him with him.
Oh my god, that was such a crazy fight, because if Pun had flash maybe 15 seconds just beforehand, could have flashed into the Cataclysm and getting the kill secured and the fear off would have been insane. Another Tempered Fate, but the rest of the team is here. Shousey getting caught out, Barrage goes out, a lot of damage on this cow, but there's going to be enough as a TP is coming in. Pun is just gone, straight up obliterated. Fang is 6-1. This 80 carry is on fire tonight, and feeling good as the chase still in pursuit. BA, Hizto being looked at by Florin. It is a Mega Gnar, misses the Gnar, and it's not going to be too much as this is just DCG backing out of the fight.
DCG clearly thinking about Baron though. With Pun removed, it's a lot of damage missing for Team Secret Whales. They're daring them to come forward, daring them to come into the fight. Eddie is nowhere near as strong as Fang. It is 2 items versus 2 items, so maybe he can get it done. Shockwave burned.
They're turning around onto D-Ray, but is it going to be enough damage as he is just obliterated again? Fang, 7-1, looking so good. His toe's gone too. They turned the fight. They read it perfectly. DCG say, you took our finals away from us. We will not let you do it again. And it's only week 2. And now the Baron is well in effect. BA, the Bard, is the only one holding this line. And they just say, you know what? Maybe we have to give.
I think they really do have to. Pun's in the area, trying to make it at least a little bit dangerous. Baron secured. DCG do back off, and this game is just, it's a back and forth is not even really the right way to say it. DCG have been consistently winning, but it's an absolute slugfest. This fight, it's just D-Ray caught.
Yeah, and that's it. D-Ray was sort of like their main source of damage and hope to get all that little bit of CC. The Rune Prism is always nice, but yeah, Hizto on the wrong side of the wall too, caught out. Just a bit of a bad read from Secret Whales. They need to like sort of slow the pace down. They're down through 2.6k gold. You got to be careful as Pun, again, being looked at. Hongshu throws out the Shockwave, but now look down. Shousey picks up D-Ray. A lot of CC coming in, but I think Pun might just be dead, trying to turn this fight, and is gone. Pop 9. Wind becomes lightning, is the lightning.
Yeah, and I think this Urgot now is not working. He can't really play into the Ezreal and the Orianna. Ezreal far too slippery for an Urgot to really deal with, and the constant slows and movement buffs from the Orianna making it really hard for Pun to get anything done. He just didn't win the lane enough to really be able to take over and to carry. It's gonna have to be D-Ray and Eddie. They need to find a way back into this game if Team Secret Whales are gonna do it, because Feng is looking unstoppable.
Yeah, like I said, 7-1-2 right now. 647 gold bounty is a lot on an 80 carry, especially at 23 minutes. So it's definitely going to be rough. We are looking at Eddie to try and just get a little bit more farm under their belt and just hopefully scale a little bit more. Ezreal, though, is one of those champions characters. It can run a game if given a lead, and I'll be honest, that's a pretty big lead.
Yeah, that is a massive, massive lead. I just don't know what we do if we're Team Secret Whales. We kind of have to start fighting at Dragons. We don't want to give up Cloud Soul. Cloud Soul is going to do far too much, particularly for someone like a Xin Zhao. There's so many champions benefiting from it. DCG, full control of the map. They still have another 45 seconds on the Baron. They can shove these waves, get the vision set up for Dragon, and then Team Secret Whales, they've got a lot of questions to answer.
Yeah, look, and you can see as well, Pun on the top side just trying to sit in that split push function, but with Baron empowered, Florin is able to get back. They still take the tier 2s. Only one tier 2 left in this mid lane for the side of Secret Whales. They're really trying to hold on, living on a prayer, you might even say. But still, Pun, just being a bit of a menace, knows that he can't team fight, so sitting in the side lanes is the obvious answer. But when people respond, what do you really do? Like you said, 45 seconds on that next dragon. It will be sole point if DCG lock it down. So maybe this is where you have to contest, or are you Secret Whales and looking to maybe just keep pushing in side lanes and just hope that you can flip a fight a little bit more? But D-Ray being caught out once again. TP is coming in. He has to be very careful. Yeah. Realm Warp is available. Let's see if he's going to be able to use it. But Histo is here looking to turn this fight. Xiaoxi is low. Barrage does a chunk of damage, but D-Ray's out of there. But
yeah, they just show on the map long enough.
Meganar is gone down. Is it going to be enough? He flashes it. Too good. It's too good.
Yeah, it does dodge that Fear Beyond Death. That could have turned things around. That could have been Pun. If that had landed, I think he's immediately E-flashing towards that Nah. Dragon has spawned.
That flash
10 champions on the map. Oh, Hongshu.
He missed it, the shockwave, he missed the flag, he missed the drag, and now he has to get out of there. Cataclysm onto Florin means he gets out of dodge, but Dragon's being started by Pop9. It should just be free here. Why is he up there?
Yeah, that's just going to be taken. I think the call was we need to try and do something on the top side in trade for Dragon. They just don't think they can fight it. He clearly did not expect Hongshu to be there. He was throwing the Q over the wall to pull the red buff. It wasn't there. He finds an Orianna in the bush and then doesn't have his Q to go for the immediate knock-up. He manages to find his way out, but losing his flash. So far, Pop9 has just been dominating the jungle, has been leading to DCG, now having a 4,000 gold lead. 3 dragons secured. They are looking huge.
Yeah, no, this is DCG well in control of the game. It's all about pushing the tempo and holding that line, and they have a pretty big, meaty line to deal with. They are looking at Florin here. D-Ray is up here, could be caught out by throwing out a bit of damage. There's the Rune Prison, CC's good, but Meganar is available. You've got to be able to dodge out as much as possible. There's the Nah. See if they can do a little bit more into it. Pop9 is coming down. Realm Warp is good, but it doesn't really go anywhere of note. D-Ray, got to be very careful. Pop9's here. BA is in there as well, but no, gets the Fear Beyond Death. It's just too good. There's as much as they can do. Pop9 picks up. It is Pun coming back into this game, and now Fade's trying to get away. He has to get out of dodge. He's burnt the flash. It's all too much, and Xiaoxi's now gone too. They've got to look at Hongshu, who's down in the top lane, but that's a triple kill for Pun's Ergon. It's debut this year in LoL Esports, and he's making it work again. 6, 5, and 3. He's holding it so well, and the Realm Warp of the minions into the tower means they can start it up even faster here, Carricks.
This is a disaster for DCG. I just said it's a 4,000 gold lead. It's now 200 gold. Florin, it starts off with a pick here. He actually plays this really well. He Mega Nars, you'll see in a moment, lands the wallop, Nars 2 away, is on the run. This is a really bad Bard ult as well. It slows D-Ray down because he can't step forward, but there's just enough damage to proc the Fear Beyond Death. Pun over the wall, lands the Fear to save BA, and then there's nothing DCG can do, and they throw good money after bad. Feng comes in. He should not be here. He thinks he can save his team. He cannot. There's too many whales in the water.
Oh man, and not when I'm trying to go for a swim. I've got my budgie smugglers on and it's all too much. Xiaoxi is able to get BA on the backside with that shockwave, but it's a lot of CC. The Prism is good, but now Tempered Fate goes down. It lands on one. Pun's on the backside. The flank is good. Trying to hold them back, but it's a lot of damage. And they're just trying to send everything in the kitchen sink even more. Xiaoxi's just gone. The suppression, it's all too good. Pun is doing the damage now. It's all she wrote, and they're chasing down DCG just like its finals. Hongshu has to go golden, but it is not enough. 4 members still up for the side of Secret Whales, and they're looking at topside.
Pun, oh my word. Showing exactly why we go Ergon. He got Feng with the Fear Beyond Death. They dumped damage into the Ezreals. Ezreals love playing aggressive at the start of fights, using that mobility to dance away at 20% health. When you've been tagged by the big spear, you cannot do that. They're going to Realm Warp the minions. They'll finish off the inhib. They're going for the game.
They want to end this game right here, right now. Xiaoxi is just gone. Another ace going in. Pun has the damage. They've got the moves. BA is low, but they got to be so careful. They were looking to end, but they just can't do it yet. The barrage doesn't just hit, slows them up. BA's trying to get out of dodge and survive to live another day. They could not close it out
Eddie's
just
dead.
yet, but I love the attempt. There's the TP coming back in. BA's going to be very careful, but they're looking at Pun. He's on the wrong side of the wall. There's the Tempered Fate. It hits one. Blast code's available over to the other side. Where becomes lightning does not hit. They're throwing out the pink wards to keep the vision safe, and Pun gets out alive. It is a criminal race.
But they can't reset.
They can't reset.
They have to go straight into this.
They have to look for this fight. Luckily, D-Ray is full health, full mana, got the double buffs. I think they might have to just give this one because Histo's just not available to go for the steal.
And there's a huge mistake that happened there. They were so sure that they were going to win. We'll see it as this plays out, I hope. This starts. Xiaoxi, this shockwave only lands onto BA. These shockwaves have been so good this game, but not quite. And then Feng tagged with the edge of that. No one can block Pun coming in. He takes just enough damage, pulled into the grinder. And then it's just all Team Secret Whales. What I hope we see, I don't know if we will, is that push in the base. Because Eddie, they were so sure they were going to win. Eddie accidentally tanked up the tower, went down, which meant they couldn't kill the tower, and they couldn't fight the Baron because they were down an 80 carry.
Yeah, it's just a little miscalculation that can cost you a series or even just the game too. But still, Eddie going down still has a lot of gold, and it is a first dragon over to Secret Whales. The gold lead is now 3k up for Secret Whales when they were down about 5. So it's a big turn of the game here. 23 kills to 19 here, Carrix. And it's just a little bit scary. Baron is still very comfortably in the hands of Relove DCG.
They do still have Baron, but with that dragon going down, there's no objective to take on the map. There's nothing super obvious that this Baron can do. And now you're facing a fed Urgot. You're facing a 3.5 item, fully stacked, level 17 Rise. Eddie with 4 items, nearly 5. This Sivir is terrifying, and at some point, the scaling is just going to happen. DCG, they might have missed their window.
Oh, look, and that's what we talked about, is Eddie just waiting out the game. They've got about 50 CS lead over on Fang. And we know Ezreal is so strong, such a powerful and potent AD carry in the right hands. Fang had everything and everything else available to them throughout this game, but those 2 deaths have just caused a little bit of an upset and a rupture on the rift, you might say. Now, Eddie's just been given so much space, so much freedom, and they're making it work for them, because we saw it was all on Pop9 to get onto Eddie, but Eddie was just free hitting them, and there was nothing that Pop9 could do.
There really wasn't. He's not tanky enough to tank up a Sivir that is this built. That is the 5th item completed. The Hex Optics have come in. Eddie is terrifying. There's 3,000 gold in the favor of Team Secret Whales now. That is entirely just the gold difference of Pun. That said, DCG, they still have a shockwave. They still have Pop9 to deliver it.
Pun has no fear and is just walking up and face-checking every bush, but might get caught out as the shield is good. But now they get the flash out, and Pun survives to live another day with the Tempered Fate used. The safety net is just so good, and they're chasing them down because Pun, being that damage dealer in the face of death, nothing they could do if they're chunked too much.
But they don't get the shockwave. That's the big ultimate here. It kind of is all on Hongshu and the rest of his team to enable him. If a big shockwave lands, Urgot, yes, he's doing a lot of damage. Yes, he's very scary, but he's not a full tank character. He must still not take everything. He gets slowed. He gets hit by the W from Orianna. He can't exist in these fights forever. Eddie, short range ADC. If they land the shockwave onto him, onto D-Ray, DCG can still make this happen.
And there's the engage though. They're looking to go back on a Histo. Shockwave is good. That was the call that they needed. The TP's now coming into the flank. It is Pun looking at Hongshu, wanting to jump back in. Xiaoxi's so low, but Pop Knight is the one that's getting jumped on by Secret Whales. But now Pun's trying to hold on. Nara is good. Xiaoxi's just low enough. Can D-Ray get the damage off? It's not going to be able to get it done. There's the
lovely.
Fade. It lands, but the damage is good. Eddie getting those pops with the little boomerang, but look at Fake. He's on the back line too. Florin is now having to flash away. Safety first as BA is so low. One hit is going to kill him. Eddie chasing them down. Florin has to jump. Using the tunnel, might be looking for Florin, but Pun is going to go down anyway. Fang is able to hold on. Look how low the Secret Whales are. You have to be so careful, but still no objective on the board to take.
And that was just a disconnected fight. It was Histo getting caught out. He has been caught too many times on this Jarvan. Hasn't been able to EQ out. They overcommit onto Xiaoxi. Let's have a look at this one, because as we said, flash over. Yeah, Histo gets caught. He gets dragged back by the Shockwave. Can't EQ out. Then they're so desperate to get something out of this as Pun sections off the rest of the team. They take Pop 9, and then they go, we have to get Xiaoxi, we have to get Xiaoxi, but he hasn't used that ultimate yet. He becomes unbelievably tanky. He doesn't go down for too long. It lets Feng run this fight. Pun just gets kited out. 3 ranged members of the team. Urgot hates situations like this. He doesn't have ult. At that tag there on Eddie as he went through, potentially stops a turn as well. It's just another Baron 40 seconds away, a Dragon in 30.
Look, and this is where you can flip this, right? DCG, they're on Soul Point, so do they go for the Dragon and give the Baron, or do they just give the Dragon and go for the Baron? It's an interesting call as they are posturing more towards the Baron play here because they know they could end the game. They're looking at Pun. Very aggressive move. Xiaoxi wants to get those knockups, gets the charge off. Is going to be enough as they're still looking for it. There's a lot of damage going in. He's taken low. Tempered Fate actually hits everyone but Pun, so throws out the Fear Beyond Death. Can they get Xiaoxi? Gets the grind to go, and it's all too much as they're looking at Hongshu on the back line. The damage is good. It's D-Ray going golden, getting the kills off, and Florin wants to get a little bit more on there. Fang is the last one to be hitting. Gets the jump over the wall, but a lot of damage going in. Flag and Drag will hit. The smite is there, but it's not going to be enough as Histo is taking so low. Shield is there too. They need to pick up Fang. It's the damage and all she wrote. Eddie locking in the kill, and they can look to go mid.
Oh, this is a fight won by inches. Feng nearly put on a heroic performance, sidestepping absolutely everything. But Team Secret Whales, they will take another trip to the opponent base. They don't have a Realm Warp. They can't accelerate these minions past the inhib. They have to do this legit. Florin has to just hold that door. 15 seconds away is reinforcements. There's 2 towers left.
Go for it. It's not much they can do here, Carrix, as they do lock down 1. The tower's gone. Exhaust goes out. Xiaoxi wants to get a little bit more damage off, and so does Florin, but it is just the 2 tanks. The Nara is good. They get the resurrection, but now Tempered Fate to stop the tower, but tower's already gone. They've lost their lives in the great pursuit of ending this game right here, right now, and they reset the board once again.
And the objectives are up.
Yeah, Baron, Dragon, it's all up and available. Histo, 50 seconds on a cooldown there. That's a grey screen and a half. That's going to be at least one of these objectives free, and that's a TP towards the Baron.
Yeah, this is DCG. They can pick which one they want, and they should take the Baron 100%. As this Dragon doesn't mean a huge amount for Team Secret Whales. It's only a second Dragon for them. This will be Baron on the map. They can shove everything out. They can try and put together an actual win. They were so far ahead in the mid game, and now it's just scrappy fight after scrappy fight into these end attempts from Team Secret Whales that haven't worked. And we somehow go again. Looking at this replay, it was Pun getting engaged on, but it's a beautiful Tempered Bait. Stops all of the damage onto Pun, lets him turn around, throw the spear into Xiaoxi. Drags him in. No fears, though, unfortunate. And in the backline, D-Ray, he picks up 1. He thinks his job is done, but Feng able to bring out all the damage. They can't catch onto Feng fast enough. This takes too long. The Flag and Drag doesn't land, so they have to go around. Look at the damage that Feng puts out onto Eddie. If Eddie is full health, this game is over.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're so right. It is a full build Sivir right now. Final item, GA is confirmed. It is now do or die. Honestly, a Sivir this late in the game, you got to be worried. You have to target it a little bit, but now you have to kill it twice or it will not be nice. But now Fang 2 at the same time is still waiting for that final item to get on the board. So now it's about where do Secret Whales put their pressure. They still have the 3k gold, but they don't have the Baron.
They don't have the Baron. DCG, it's so hard to push into a team with these buffed up minions. They take out the inner tower. They are still so strong. The gold lead is kind of fake. I wouldn't look at the number specifically. We need to look at the individuals, and we need to specifically look at Eddie versus Fang, but they're full build. It just comes down to who executes better. You said it in the last series. When a game goes long, the champion doesn't matter nearly as much as the pilot.
That's it. 100%. That's every single one of my solo queue games. And, yep, we won't talk about those.
No, we definitely no need to dwell on it. I'm
hoping
hoping
a really big cliffhanger of that to be like, is Pike saying he's good or is Pike saying he's bad?
It's okay. I know the average caster rank, so we don't need to go into it. But anyway,
no, we're still in the game.
Maybe.
Everyone is full level now, except for Histo and of course our supports. But they're never going to reach level 18. That's just unheard of. But still, 40 minutes into this game, 3k gold lead, but the Baron is still pushing out. They still haven't gotten into the positives, only just now going positive with that Baron lead. So the Baron is a bit of a fake Baron at this point because they sort of just have to hold the line a little bit more. But you got to be so scared. Like we said, it is Hongshu and D-Ray getting a lot of damage to these backlines. These shockwaves need to make their mark.
That they do. I'm looking at the Unsealed Spellbook. Shousey currently holding Teleport. We could have a really big flank around one of these objectives. Shousey's actually been having an incredible game on this Alistar. Don't let the fact that he's died 10 times deceive you. That is the role of Alistar. He's been landing some amazing engages as a catch might come in.
Ooh, Histo looking and trying, but not able to pick up the Gnar as they are shoving in these waves once again, looking for those resets. Dragon up in 1 minute 40. Both teams just sort of dancing around death, you might say.
I think dancing around death is definitely the way I would put it. They are playing on the edge of their seats. They're riding the lightning as backs come in. We're a minute away from another dragon. We're 2 minutes away from a Baron. There is an inhibitor down for Relove DCG. They're having to constantly answer this mid-wave. This is going to be a close one. Shousey has used that teleport. I don't know if I agree with that. I think he should have held on to that.
I think the hard part is who's going to be the real flanker. Like, yes, it's nice to have Shousey on this Alistar look for a bit of a flank, but I feel like they need to be at the front of their team a little bit more, because if you don't, all you've really got is Florin, who maybe you do want to flank. You have a little bit of an easier time getting onto the backside. So I think the heal is just saying we keep them alive a little bit longer. Look at Histo, though, right up there in the flank, too. They're saying, look, we might be able to take a fight here if we're not too aggressive, but Pun going forward a little bit too much. Tempered Fate does miss its mark. Pun is just blown up. Where was Histo this entire time? As Shousey is low. Cataclysm locks down so many. They do get the fear on death. It's just too much as they're looking for the resurrection. But the damage is just too good. Pop is actually jumping over, taking the tunnel too. It is a triple kill for Eddie. And they're trying to get it as Histo's Fang looking to lock it down a little bit longer too. The ace for Secret Whales. They were on the back foot for so much of this game. The Realm Warp into the base, and now third time's the charm. They're looking to take their Nexus and take the first game from Relove DCG. An absolute shellacking of a game, but well fought and well played to our top tier Secret Whales.
Oh my word, they finally get over the line. It's Pun not being blown up, able to get a massive fear beyond death, and this is why we talk about Pun so much. Team Secret Whales resilient in the face of resistance from DCG. DCG, there's a lot to take away from that game. Oh, if this is what the clashes between these teams look like, can they just play every week?
Yeah, well, they are, honestly. Oh, what do you mean, like these two teams particularly playing each week?
yeah, if this is what it looks like, play each other.
I would say that honestly, we're getting the same sort of action across every series, if I'm being honest here, Carrick. But this is just like the masterclass, you might even say. Like, these two teams are just putting on a show for us tonight. Urgot, first timing this year in LoL Esports, gets the dub.
And we saw why he picked it. Went super aggressive early on, and he knew exactly what his role was in team fights. He was constantly getting the spear into Shousey. I sort of said, it's Shousey's role to go in, and then if he dies, who cares? But you do care when him dying causes 3 fears to go off on your entire front line. Pun was positioning them so well. But look at these 80 carries.
It's too much damage. That is actually insane coming out of these guys. 59, almost 60k on this Sivir. Like, it makes so much sense. As a game goes this late, you should be doing just as much, if not more. I feel like our mid laners didn't get as much damage off as I would have liked to see. I feel like we should have seen Histo doing a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Histo was sort of the weak point in this game. I think Pop9 controlled the jungle matchup, was constantly making space, was splitting open the team fights. I think he had a really great showing. Histo needs to pick it up a little bit for game 2.
Yeah, I think that's where I was sort of trying to touch into, is like, we saw D-Ray doing a good job with the Rise, and that's, I think, what I was trying to say. But at the same time, I did subconsciously think, why was Histo not really being able to land these all too much and have the proactive play? And I would put that down to just Pop9 played a little bit better. They were a little bit cleaner with where their rotations were. That gank there was a perfect example of that, where they were in the right place at the right time. They got the early aggressive over from Pun, who got that first flash out, but they weren't able to hold it any longer after that first initial play.
No, they weren't. And it was also incredible shockwaves. A lot of those missed flag and drags were him being dragged just out of range of his flag by Hongshu. Really good ball placement, and that also ties into Pop9, of course. Pop9 is carrying the ball so often. But actually, someone that had an insane performance this game was BA. There were so many tempered fates that single-handedly won or saved fights for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is classic BA, though. We talk about he's this big, tanky, engaged player. Get him on the Bard and he'll do just as good a job at not only saving his team, but keeping the fights going, so it's more in favor of Secret Wales. That's the big difference, is BA would usually hold that line and say, guys, no, wait, let's slow it down just a second. Everyone's not ready. No one's here. And then, boom, everyone was there. Great. Fight, go. And he's like, let's full commit. And you saw that in a lot of these team fights, like you said.
For sure. I think something about BA that's worth saying is that throughout his career, he's just maintained such a high level of play across metas. He picks his champions. Of course, Bard is a very high priority champion across different regions, across different teams, but it's been something that he's played for a really long time, and we see it coming out in that game. It lets him find weird angles, weird plays, and he is a player that doesn't need things to be rehearsed. He can go off script.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest testaments to being in a pro league, is being able to actually change your own narrative on a whim so you can do more. And this is that tempered fate that really secured a lot of this fight for Secret Wales. But it was so close, but the flash over the wall for Eddie to secure it. Honestly, if Eddie stayed in that bush, it would have been maybe 1 or 2 more auto attacks they could have gotten off, because they have no vision in there. But now Pun, this is where I've looked. You look at the flash, it's just about to come off cooldown. Imagine if you got this with the flash on it too, you would have hit everyone in that team. And it was just here that it came off cooldown, and then great, secured kill.
And the fact that they go down together is so funny. It's hard to pick a player of the match there. I think Pun is the obvious one to look at. That Urgot, so much fun to see. I love that we go completely off meta, because I don't even think he had to in this game. He wasn't super pushed and it's like, I don't know what to play, pick me Urgot. This was something he clearly had cooked up and was like, no, I think I can take it to Florin, pick me Urgot. I can win this matchup. He did it from level 1, where he predicted that flash with the E, got massive prio, allowed the steal on Pop9's red buff, and that just tells me that he can just play a normal champion next game.
Yeah, I think another side to that, if you sort of not flip that narrative, but if you look at it from a different angle, is maybe Secret Wales have said, Pun, we know you can sort of play anything in this top side. what do you feel like doing into Florin? Because maybe Florin is uncomfortable with these off-meta picks and isn't used to versing them all that much, is so used to versing everyone playing the same champions and sort of knowing those matchups. Maybe this is Secret Whale saying, guys, we know Florin can't do this. Let's cook, let's do something with it. And this is Pun saying, I've got you guys, like I can do this, I've got the capabilities. And that's a different level of team knowledge, being like, we can commit to these and do a really good job. So big props to Secret Whales. Maybe they've read the story a little bit differently and they're making it work for them.
I think you're probably right there. They're saying make Florin uncomfortable. Florin is a really good top laner, as you were saying when we were in Champ Select. He kind of is that guy. But if he just, how many games against Urgot does he have in professional play? It can't be many.
Exactly.
And he can't be scrimming against it.
Like, what do you do when you have zero knowledge or understanding of what's actually happening? And this fight here was just so big. Bang, doing such a great job holding on a little bit more, but a Mininar is not going to get too much damage off. And even D-Ray's like, we got this, guys. Let's just hard commit. But still, a huge turn. Secret Whales taking game 1 here, Carrick. That means we will at least get a second game easily on the board, maybe a third if Real Love DCG decide to take it back. You know what, Carrick? I think we just go to a break. Let's just take a deep breath, just compose ourselves a little bit. We'll see you guys in a minute. Game number 2 coming right up. Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this. Another day, and it all goes awry. It is DCG looking to come back in this series, as it was Secret Wales taking game one, not even decisively here, Carrick. It was a bit of an interesting game, honestly. It was all about Secret Wales just sort of falling a little bit far behind and then coming back with a really good play and then pushing that play a little bit too far, then falling back a little bit more. Just sort of back and forth, back and forth. I don't like these kinds of roller coasters here, Carrick. What would you like to see in game number 2?
I mean, I'd like to see maybe something that won't make my heart go into palpitations like that one, because that one was just impossible to call. It really looked like Relove DCG was going to take game 1, but Team Secret Wales had that grit. Just like in game 2 of our first series, it was just a team that never said die. Going into game 2, our 2 premier mid laners are out, the Orianna and the Ryze. I'd like to see maybe something a bit more aggressive. I'd like to see that Neferi coming in for Pop 9, I think.
Yeah, that would be honestly a good pick. I'm not going to lie. I think the Neferi, we saw it last series too, and it had a really good showing on it. Very aggressive, especially into that Lee Sin. So maybe we see it into a little bit of a different matchup. It should be hopefully something on the cards, but that's all right. Digging for gold, mate. Don't stress. But still, now it's all about how do you change up your gameplay a little bit more. My thoughts here are Secret Wales. They sort of played a little bit slow, bit of calculator. They had Sivir, so it was always going to be a late game scale. But now it's, do they need to take the fight a little bit more, be a bit more aggressive? Urgot was that aggressive pick, but it was only one lane. This is sort of what we want to see, is like how or what sort of definition for their team comp do they want? Do they want it to be moving forward, or do they want to sort of bait them in and then turn the tides?
And that's the hard part about playing into someone like Pun, is that he can do it all. He picks the Urgot in that game. That's obviously not something you could have ever predicted if you're the coaches for Relove DCG. In this game, the Volibear is still available. The set is still available. All of these Pun picks are still there. And then he just has the option of just playing meta. The Ambessa will be banned away. So that's one top laner out. Team Secret Wales, of course, removing that one. Where do we go if we're DCG?
To the top, honestly. That's where we're going. That's where DCG's clearly got their eye. They want to take Secret Wales, who are like our arguably the number 1 seed in the LCP right now. So this is their time to really stamp their foot down and say, guys, we are a contender. We had you in the first half. We want to take you in the second and third. So I think when it comes to champions, though, there are a couple like meta picks. You can look at, there's that Karma ban that we sort of have been waiting for. At the end of the day, there's a lot of 80 carries still online that are worthwhile, depending on what sort of team comp you want. Kai'Sa also comes to mind. I see Eddie as this very aggressive, loves to be in the fight. Same with Fang. They could look at like a Kai'Sa Nautilus bot lane and just run the game a little bit more. To argue with that, Ashe Seraphine, Zeri Yuumi, all still available, not banned out, always an option.
100%, and we saw in this first series that Zeri Yuumi is something that must be respected. It demands respect. One other thing to point out here is that with DCG being in that second pick slot, they have the option of giving Florin that counter pick. I think something like the Urgot could only come in on R5, and Team Secret Wales is just going to go, fine, counter pick it. We're going to first pick for Pun. We're just going to give him the Rumble.
Look, and we kind of like this, right? Like, they've hovered it, they've definitely locked it in. It's so strong. They're going to most likely pick up the Florin Cassante sort of pick. And look, we've seen it time and time again. It's tried and true. It's going to have effects regardless of how it goes. But Pun is that aggressive player that will take it to Florin at all stages of the game. So I expect this Rumble to have a really big impact in this fight, and at least this game. But it now comes down to how well can Florin take a back seat and say, guys, let's reset. But that's a Nocturne being picked up. It did not get banned. I like it, Carricks.
I like it a lot as well. Again, we love talking about these semi-globals. With Pantheon taken out, Nocturne was the jungler that had one left. It's a champion that these players are really, really familiar with, playing around. And it's just a power pick for someone like Hizdo. I like denying it Yunara. a champion we actually haven't seen a huge amount of so far, but is a really, really hyper carry capable champion for Fang.
Yeah, and I was literally about to say, if you're picking the Inara this early too, you can just take away the Lulu, and it's one of like those staple picks that really give the Inara the speed that you need. But take away even more of a pick if you just don't let them kill you. Playing a Xayah going up into that Featherstorm, great. Another option, you can now pick Rakan here too, and the safety's even better, but you can just deny the Lulu into this, and it's gonna work great.
This is really interesting. The LCP often gets accused of forgetting that Xayah exists. There's so many drafts, and you see analysts and stuff from around the world saying, why aren't we just slamming Xayah here? But we pick it really early. It is fantastic into Nocturne. He goes in with the Paranoia. You just jump up in the air. It buys a huge amount of time for your team to turn around and save you. Denying the Lulu as well. Xayah Lulu is a very strong combo. Nico will be the answer. Currently winless in the LCP, but still a potent champion.
Oh, look, absolutely. That engage, the Pop Blossom's always going to be huge. You can bait and switch. You can be a cannon minion and still take a lot of tower damage. There's so much play you can do with a Nico. My concern is you can't really outplay a Polymorph.
No, it is really hard to outplay a Polymorph. That is the strength of Lulu. He's just able to say, "No, you're just not running forward, Fang. We're gonna put you in the Polymorph. You're gonna have a couple seconds to think about what you've done." As Wukong banned away, the jungle pool will be restricted here. Of course, the Nocturne already picked up for DCG. They can just ban 2 junglers and say, "Hizto, your Jarvan didn't look amazing in game 1. What do you have left?" I'm still looking at this Nefiri. I've been super impressed with it so far.
Yeah, look, honestly, I think the Nefiri is a really good option here, but then you lack a lot of frontline for Secret Whales. You're sort of banking on just blowing them up as fast as possible. That's not really how Rumble really wants to play it out. He wants to get those flamethrowers off and just get the equalizer down in a really tight position. And Lulu being the mage, is you're really relying on getting maybe a strong rend off the Xayah and pulling back those feathers and seeing how much damage it does. So I'm curious to see what it is, but the Galio and the Wukong banned out. Same with the Cassante. So we're actually finally going to see a Rumble versus a different top laner. And right now, my main thought is they hovered Scion for Pun before. Maybe DCG just takes that champion here too.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be a terrible decision. The Galio ban's an interesting one. That is something that D-Ray does love going towards. Cassante banned out, so there's no natural Rumble answer. Nah, gone as well. I'm trying to think what Florin could pull out. I think a lot of questions are being asked here, but there has to have been an expectation that the Cassante wouldn't get through. Florin must have something prepared. I'm really excited to see what it is. Is Annie being considered here? Annie can be really good into Xayah. You just have to be fast enough to drop Tibbers before she Featherstorms.
Yeah, and that's the big question. Who's got the better fingers? And so far, it has been looking pretty good for DCG with the being able to pull it off, but it's a bit of an interesting one, but it's also, what do you pair it up, like what do you verse it against? Is that Annie is locked in. Good win rate on this pick, but not the biggest, so Hongshu has a bit of work to pull out. What is the traditional matchup you could put into this? And Akali kind of springs to mind as a viable option.
Akali is certainly viable here. I'm looking at Azir as well. I think Azir makes a lot of sense. This DCG comp wants to run at you. You don't need to do fancy things with the ult. You don't need to go for Shurima shuffles. You can just knock them away, or you can just kill them.
Yep, and I love the Aurora pickup between 2 worlds. It's going to be such an impactful team fight here. And there's the Nefiri that you talked about. Oh, the Shyvana. They're having a good laugh about it, but no, they might be looking at the dogs.
And it ends up with the Nefiri that we've kind of been talking a lot about. This is now a really aggressive composition from Team Secret Wales. They do not have a stable front line. This is go, go, go.
Yeah, and that's what I'm most concerned about, is without a little bit of front to back, it's just full pull the trigger and see what's possible. And now with a Gwen being hovered for Florin in this top side, that is just full aggression from both sides. No tanks on the board. They've just said, you know what? You want to be aggressive? We'll be aggressive right back. And I'm here for it, Carrix.
I'm super here for it too. I think Florin saying, hey, game one, you kind of styled on me on the Urgot. It's my time to fight back. Gwen has to play really, really carefully. Not safe, but carefully in the Rumble matchup. You can't just play super safe and cede all control to Pun. You have to know how to fight back. But any mistake against Rumble gets punished so hard with that overheat. He's not worried about Gwen being immune. He'll be up in this Gwen's face. Neither of these teams have a tank. There are no true tanks on the Rift here.
No, they don't need it. They just need someone to pull the trigger, and we have trigger pulls on both sides. There's a lot of gunplay here that we've got to be very scared of. We're in the Wild West right now here, Carrix. And who knows? Who's going to end up in the trough? Who's going to end up at the bar, in the saloon? We're just going to have to wait and see, but it is game 2 still here, and you've got to be very nervous at who takes this win, because it's all or nothing for DCG. Do we go to a game 3, or is the Secret Whales going to make their mark and relive the finals once again and take the 2-0 win? We're just about to get onto the Rift, but Carrix, who do you think's got this draft?
I think with the resilience shown in game 1, I have to back my boys on Team Secret Whales.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of like it. I think that's not a bad call at the end of the day. Secret Whales in game 2, they're feeling good. I think D-Ray on this Aurora is going to have an outstanding performance. I'm calling it now. We didn't get to see as much on them in the Rise in the first one. Maybe they can flip the script. Histo as well. Obviously, they're now the hot dog. Arguably one of the better skins for the hot dog. Let's have a look at these skins.
Glizzy Neferi goes crazy.
Yeah, it does. There it is. The Gliz. All we want. Haunting Nocturne's not too bad. Usually Internum's the better one. Prom Queen Annie, looking for that win, but Battle Bunny Aurora is all right. Okay, Spirit Forge. Spirit Blossom's okay on Yanara. She's only got one skin, though. And Wicked Lulu. Cosplayer Nico wins so hard there. That's a guarantee.
Cosplay Nico goes crazy. I agree. I think, yeah, if we're going the skins, I think DCG have won out on that front, but Chelsea playing with fire here, taking a huge chunk at level 1.
Yeah, not too great for Chassis, especially playing that Nico too. You want to be a little bit healthy for that level 2, and still, just kidding, bled up a little bit. And look at BA, full health as well. Like, what is going on in this bot lane?
Yeah, they're just scrapping back and forth. Both supports just pressing their heel to try and get priority. As you said, on that level 2, it will come in first for Fang. Xiaoxi actually hasn't ticked over. No, there it is. Team Secret Whales will get pushed in here. The early priority does go the way of DCG.
Yeah, look, and that's not too bad. Eddie definitely playing that well. BA took a little bit of damage. Pop9 now looking for a bit of engage. Obviously seeing that Histo started topside and is making their way down. But they might just get caught as Pop9 placing some good vision. Does not know that Pop9's already here. So it's going to be the early start for Pop9 to take as much as possible from here. And already smited it away. Now let's see if the damage is going to come out.
Yeah, Histo did manage to secure the big chicken there with the smite, but lost all of the popcorn around the side. So not bad for Pop9 regardless. Nocturne, of course, kills the Rapt camp so fast that it's a really, really low investment steal there.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a bummer. But,
okay,
Xiaoxi, now, does he realize, or does he just go, ooh, an extra minion this wave? How delightful.
Oh, no, absolutely does get caught out still. Could be first blood. No ignite is here. Yes, there's the flash forward. Actually does survive just a little bit longer and does keep the health. But a great play, Xiaoxi, making moves across the map early. I like to see it.
And just getting caught there, I think he knew it was Nico, but he tried to put some damage into it instead of immediately saying, oh no, I can't be here. And when he flashed away, got tagged by the end of the E. So D-Ray in some trouble. Let's have a look at this one. As look, Xiaoxi's doing a really good cosplay there, but we should understand that we don't get 4 melee minions in a wave.
Yes, especially this early on. I can understand later on in the game when you do struggle a little bit more and minions do decrease in the amount, but this early, level 2 Xiaoxi, technically level 3 after that, yeah, shouldn't be getting that catch.
Yeah, a little bit of a brain fade there by D-Ray. It's not the most consequential kill ever. Still able to come back, still able to get shove, just because of the matchup. against the Annie. Annie, of course, is a champion that isn't going to be a hard carry, but oh no, Pun.
Ooh, the exhaust and the flash already used. Pop9 does get that little bit of fear off. Florin is low, but can Pun survive just that little bit longer? Does not make it, and Florin is able to pick up that kill as well. 2 kills over to the side of DCG. They're feeling quite good right now as they're ahead. They're 1k gold up.
Yeah, this has been a really good passage of play here. They roam Shousey up. They get that early kill onto D-Ray. It frees Pop9 up to have time to go to the top lane. Just kills Pun, burns his flash. Florin, of course, is really happy with this one. We were talking about how Rumble, you have to play on the edge of a knife against it. When the Rumble dies early, it helps an enormous amount.
Ooh, Eddie's got some hands as well. Burns the heals out too, just to get a little bit more. And so was the Ghost used. So lower sums burned very quickly, just to see if they could make something happen there.
They do go for something. They're just trying to constantly scrap, trying to have some priority on the map for Hizto to work with, because so far the Nefiri not really doing anything. We're not really expecting it until level 6.
Yeah, look, it's not too bad. It's still, yeah, a level 5 on the spot side. We're waiting on those Pop Blossoms to really come in. But yeah, Pop9 not here with level 6 either, so the Paranoia is not going to be out. But Dragon is still up on the board, so this is where both sides are looking for it. Hizto wants to contest this Scuttle, so we could be looking to fight as there could be another kill mid. And it is Hongshu. The Tibbers comes out and gets the job done. Now, Hizto has to be careful, but the Scuttle did reset. But his bot lane is here to support, so it could be a bit freer for him to... A bit of alleviated pressure, you might even say, Carracks.
Yeah, D-Ray just dying 1v1. Hongshu getting level 6. It doesn't even use the Tibbers. Oh, sorry, he does use the Tibbers. He's still on the map. That's my silliness looking at the icon. Just able to go in. Hizto will interrupt the back. That's at least something. But let's have a look at how this played out. It's got to just be Hongshu having level 6 first. Has the stun charged. D-Ray tries to go aggressive into a level 6 stun charge to Annie. It's never going to work.
No, I'm not sure what the thought process is there, but the Tibbers did a good job taking up the tower. She got that range at the back end as well. Just a bit of a disaster, a little bit of a misread for D-Ray, who might have gone a little bit too aggressive when they shouldn't have.
D-Ray having a pretty poor start to this game, and he kind of was similar in game 1 early on the rise, was making some mistakes. Didn't look super crisp. Not what we expect out of this player. Needs to get it back, needs to figure this one as we go a little bit further.
Yeah, Tangle Barbs do hit, but it's not going to be too massive. It's more about the later game, as we've been talking about. It's a slow one so far, but not slow for DCG. They've still got that 1k gold lead. 3 kills to their name for 0 on the side of Secret Wales. First objectives still not taken. Like, we tried to see a little bit of vision control, but 30 seconds on the Void Grubs. But at the same time, you can see Hizto spotted on the top side. This might be a trigger to go bot as good stuns coming out. They're looking at Fang, but is Eddie going to have the damage to do anything? Not as much, as they still only got that Warhammer, and they're now chasing them back. Let's see if they can make a move here. BA posturing very aggressively. Tangle Barbs aren't going to land, but it's just forcing them off, so they can't probably go for this Dragon without bot lane having a little bit of priority.
Trying to use, before Shousey had that level 6, trying to find something in the bot lane. Doesn't quite get it. Shousey on the reset should be, you know, maybe 1 or 2 minions away, but it's just more punishment onto D-Ray.
Yeah, look, and that's it. D-Ray a little bit too far behind now, about 2.5 waves thus far. Pop9 also saying, guys, might not have the priority on bot side. Let's just look up top where we do. Pun is here, has spotted them out on a ward, so could look to steal something away, and actually steals 1. There's the Paranoia drop. The fear is going to be good. Shousey does get the Tangle Barbs. It's a 3v1, and looks like Pun might just be taken for a ride, and Pop9 secures the kill, but they already lost 1 of the Void Grubs, and they're going to lose the Dragon as well.
Pun actually kind of playing the hero there. I was going to say it's a disaster that your Rumbles 0-2 early needs to be strong, but stealing one of these grubs while your team gets the dragon means you just win the objective trade. I think Pun will be happy enough with that one.
Yeah, look, it's not too bad. Doesn't give them the full objective, but still, they're looking potentially at a dive here. Dyer is saying, I can't go mid, but I can look for a fight. As now, they throw the Tangle Barbs, hits one between two worlds is good, but here comes Nefarians. Histo wants to get the damage off, and there it is. Histo locking down Fang. That is their damage deal, but watch out for Hongshu. They do have a lot. Re-engage, the stun's good, but straight up, it cancels it out. Now you don't have any more. The flashes go forward. Hongshu has to get out of dodge. A beautiful play from Histo.
Good dog. Well done. Very, very good stuff there. This is why we've been talking about this Nefiri. I think both of us were saying this is a pick that Histo can look towards. Plays it to perfection there. They go down. Feng even respected that was happening. We see he's so far back, and then it just doesn't matter. D-Ray comes in with the Between Two Worlds, and Histo follows up perfectly. This is where I'm really impressed, because he just wants to zone Hongshu away, really, but just W's over the Fire Breath. Hongshu has to flash, and Annie without flash is just not nearly the same beast.
Annie without flash. Annie, wait. That's crazy to me. Annie needs flash. What are you talking about here, Carrots? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. But no, okay. I like it though. Flash is down. It's not going to be used for that aggressiveness or the offensive that we like to see. But Pop9 waiting in the wings. Paranoia is up and available. Already picking up that stride breaker, which means they're going to have a nice little auto reset midway through these fights. Histo's just in the jungle though, just getting that really deep vision. You can see with that pink ward up in that top side. Great securing of vision. And now Hongshu, one good stun could spell disaster. Pop9 is potentially looking, but Tib has used a little preemptively, which is not ideal. D-Ray still using those health potions. Pop9 as well, again, just getting caught out. We're looking towards this next dragon in 2.5 minutes, but maybe nothing's going to happen as Histo's just happy to sit here. Look at Hongshu, no stuns available. Pop9 does go with the Paranoia, but it is Florin actually killing up Pun on the top side too. Histo's picked up Hongshu. Xiaoxi is here between two worlds. Is going to be enough as Pun is just looking so crazy, but no, it's actually a double kill for Histo. Now looking at Xiaoxi, but I want to know what happened topside because Florin killed Pun.
Pun's very far forward. It looks like he almost got baited under tower a little bit. But let's wait for the replay on that one, because that was Histo once again going crazy on this Nefiri. He's now 3-0. Pop9 made the decision to Paranoia over to D-Ray, kind of just as zoning, because he couldn't chase him under the tower. The Aurora obviously can just jump into the weirding and avoid a lot of those auto attacks. Let's have a look. Oh, this is the mid lane fight, which is a good one to look at as well. We can see in goes the Nefiri, but look, Pop9, he can't actually do anything after he dashes. It's too late for him to save. It's really easy to Nefiri W the Nocturne E as well. And then it's just BA arriving just in time. So what happens here?
Yeah, let's have a look, because into the pool, Pun's full health. Equalizer?
Yeah.
What? No.
He flashes under the tower. Oh my god.
What? That's insane. Like 1 HP.
1 HP, and Pun has got to be fuming. He's now 0-3 on this Rumble. It's not what we want from this pick if you're a Team Secret Wales fan. And there is the second coach com, Seal, coming in to have a chat with the boys about how we keep this one going. They are ahead, and Histo's in the bot lane.
Yeah, straight on in. Pop Blossom's going to be good, but straight up into the top side. Polymorph is even better, but Eddie is able to lock it down. Xiaoxi 2 is low. They're trying to get any more damage. They need to shove in this wave. Xiaoxi is no longer for this world. Tried to turn into something, but now the wave is here. Clone is good, but they are able to lock it down. TP's now coming into the backside. They need to be very careful.
Do we want
walking
this?
into the wrong spot. This is not where you want to be, as Florent is here. Gets that. Maybe they're looking to jump over the wall, but there's the flash. Does avoid the damage, and a great turn for Secret Wales.
Really bold play there by Florin. He's now left this top lane aside. He came down. I was a little bit worried, but of course he had the top lane quest complete, so he had a massive health shield on the TP to keep him safe. But this is a huge bailout for Pun, I feel. He's going to probably He's going to crash a wave. I think he picked up a tower plate, and he gets a safe reset before Hongshu can get up here. I don't know if I like that decision from Florin.
I think it was maybe almost a desperation play because Histo is running this game straight on up. Yeah, there's the Feather Storm, there's the jump up as well. Fang will never survive this. There is no world where Fang should be surviving any of these fights. And Xiaoxi was just the icing on the cake here, Carrix.
100%. They eventually push this in. Xiaoxi obviously tries to fake them out with the clone, but he had no real hope. And the problem that I think DCG have is with this Nefiri getting really big, their CC is so telegraphed. Histo just, like, it's so easy to immune this damage.
Paranoia is going into this mid lane. It is straight on into Pun, but they're just gone instantly. The damage is just too good. Equalizer went down, but isn't enough as the Dragon's already been secured by Secret Whales. Now they need to survive. It's such a big flash stun with the Tibbers between two worlds is going to be good, but Histo is still inevitable with the damage. The re-engage onto Fang is nice, but it's not going to be enough as the Pop Blossom flash. The stuns are so good. D-Ray is just trying to hold on, but now they're getting charged out. The exhaust goes forward. Are they able to hold the line just a little bit more as it is Histo just holding on? They've got the health, they've got the mana. Xiaoxi is caught once again. They found the clone. BA secures the kill, and honestly, that fight still goes the way of Secret Whales.
In the end, yeah, it's equal kills, but Team Secret Whales pick up the drag and it goes their way. As you said, it's just on the back of Histo having perfect target selection. He doesn't get the one shot in that fight, but he doesn't have to. He pushes the carries back far enough that they can't contribute. The only reason that fight is close is because Hongshu lands an enormous Tibbers. We'll see it in the replay. Pun goes down, does very little, chunks a little bit onto Feng, actually lands a pretty good equalizer as well to add more damage. So Feng struggles to contribute here. They're just on the run. It's a massive Tibbers from Hongshu. That you land that Tibbers and the fight is still really close.
Yeah, exactly. And then they get the big Pop Blossom here too, Carrix, and that just does so much damage. Florin picking up a good shutdown, which is just going to give a little bit more gold into this Gwen, who, as the game goes on, is going to be disastrous because they can shred through. There's no tanks to kill, but it just means squishies are that much easier to take down. But the Dragon, like you said, being secured, 2 dragons apiece now. Rift Herald already being started up by the Whales is not great, as objectives are just going over to the side of the Whales even more.
And they just don't have any good way to eat this hot dog, to get this Nefiri to stop being a huge problem. He goes in, it has to be, I think it has to be Florin becoming a massive side lane threat. I think that's the only super reliable win con they have, because they don't know who answers Florin.
Oh, what was that flash? That was actually insane. Oh my lord, that was pixel perfect, that flash. There's no equalizer, they've gone very hot. Let's see if they can hold on. The needlework is good, but they can't do anything. Equalizer has been used in that last fight, so the cooldown's just a bit too much, but that was insane, that flash. Wow.
Yeah, it was instant. The very pixel that Annie showed, he was out of there, dodging away from the Tibbers. This tower under siege. D-Ray can finish it off before the teleport, or the minions will do it. Florin not quite arriving in time. It still catches most of that gold, but look at this flank. Feng is here.
It's actually Xiaoxi for sure. Yep, definitely.
It is Xiaoxi. Yep, you're right. You're totally right.
It had to be. Like, I'm not seeing Fang leave a lane anytime soon when there's 0-2 right now. It's got to be Xiaoxi, but might be trading the top tier 1 towers for both sides. Just getting out of dodge, but honestly, Xiaoxi putting in the work, being very proactive, moving around the map, finding these picks, but the picks are along the side. Hongshu too, that stun was going to be perfect. If that landed, it was game over as D-Ray is here. Fang caught again between two worlds as the damage is nice, and it's just a dash forward. There's the Pop 9 jumping in with the Paranoia, but it's going to be enough as the fear is not good. Good, that's a nice little rain coming in. The re-engage to Pop 9, jumping over the wall, the equalizer too. Pop Blossom hits no one. Histo's just standing there in the corner. He's just saying, guys, I'm fine here. Do not worry about me. And still the damage goes forward. Flame Spitter is nice, but Pun is low. Needs to be careful. The heal is good. They're looking for the re-engage, but Eddie, why are you tanking? Eddie, why are you tanking? Gotta be careful as they do secure the kill. D-Ray picking up Florin, and they're looking at this tier 1 with the Rift Herald. They can secure it and now charge it again. This is a really nice play coming out of Secret Whales. Very aggressive, a lot of damage going out, but they might have to reset if they're not careful. Xiaoxi, still no Pop Blossom, but a tier 2 is a great prize for a fantastic play by the Whales. Maybe not.
It looks like they won't quite get it, but it's so low. It's just a breath from them later in the game. We'll be able to pick that one up. Really, really, just his toe again. We'll see it in the replay. Just dodging out on everything. It starts with D-Ray actually getting the party started, linking up perfectly with his toe, and there's just nothing that Feng can do. The paranoia is completely muted by the amount of time that his toe is immune. He just goes back in, jumps over the wall, keeps running against the Pop Blossom to make sure that does nothing. Florin is doing actually a lot of damage here. He really chunks Pun down, the needlework going on to 3, but it's just not enough as Eddie just goes, nah, I'm bored, I'm going. Runs through the tower to contribute, and we come back in.
Straight into another fight as Tibbers is out. No kills on the board just yet, but they're looking around this dragon. It's 27 minutes on the board and they can't look for it. No, it's actually alive. That is the Baron that's coming up in 27 seconds. But now they're looking for it. Equalizer is available. So much forward. Call of the pack is good. Equalizer in the back line is nice, but let's see if they can turn it around. Florin is the tank on this team. Let's see if they can lock them down. Trying to get the raid. Hongshu able to not get any more damage as it is. Smited away. Nice work from Secret Wells to lock down that dragon. They're on soul point. Now they need to get out with their lives. They are low and they should be very careful, but a nice secure for Wales, securing the 2.3k gold lead right now.
And that was a really lovely equalizer there by Pun. Just stopped Shousey from joining the fight. I think that they recognized that after the ults that had been burnt in the last fight, Tibbers wasn't up. It was the Pop Blossom that could really be an X factor for DCG, so we didn't need to drop the equalizer on the carries, as tempting as that may be. You just put it on the Nico and say, you can't join the fight, you can't land the Pop Blossom. Therefore, nothing can really go wrong. His toe has the fast hands, lands the smite after Pop 9 was zoned off, and Team Secret Wales are looking really, really good.
They're in a very prime position to take this game right now. 2.4k gold, always good. Baron is up and available, but Soul Point is nothing to be too scared of. It is a Cloud Soul as well. The movement speed, especially on this hot dog, is going to be so hard to catch. And honestly, did I hear you say as well before, did you make a pun saying neutered or muted? Did you, which one
I did say muted. I did say muted.
Then, you know what? Awesome. Then, yep, pun confirmed. I loved it. The dog puns, we were waiting for them. More dog puns coming inbound, guys. The barks are going to be good from us. I had to do it. But now, we're looking for even more here. His toe, getting around the map is so fast. It's going to be so impactful. 5-0 and 4, 700 gold bounty. Like you said, how do you catch this hot dog? You just don't.
It's pretty impossible, and that's kind of cruel. You know, long day of games. These players are probably pretty hungry, so dangling a hot dog in front of them and saying no, you can't catch this is pretty cruel. But his toe engaging in cruel and unusual punishment in this one.
Shousey as well. If they just stayed as that minion there, honestly, I think they could have got away with murder and actually got the pick, but Equalizer drops down. They're looking for the fight. Tibbers has been dropped, but now it is all on Pun. Has to use the stopwatch. Looking for a little bit more as the wild growth, just to keep them alive a little bit longer. The Pop 9 into the back line. Pun is just gone. They're looking for a little bit more as there's a Pop Blossom over the wall, but the re-engaged Shousey's just gone. His toe gets the damage off, but now they're wanting a little bit more as Hongshu is just so low. Not long for this world. Florin as well is taking the damage of 1,000 Suns. Bark, bark, bark. It is actually Eddie who is just barking too loud. Fang is just so low, and it is his toe jumping on him, goes up inside. Easy breezy, lemon squeezy. His toe feeling good on this game too, because they are so big. 7-0 and 6, and the Baron is in sight.
And it's crazy how early the Xayah was picked in the draft. This was picked in the second rotation for Team Secret Wales, but it's ended up just being a perfect pick for the exact same reason that we've been talking about his toe. Their CC is so telegraphed. It's really easy. If the paranoia comes in and Nocturne goes on you, you just time it, you wait for the E to be ready, and then you Featherstorm, you get out. This looks like a bit of a mistake because it's a good equalizer, but then Tibbers zones everyone. They don't want to walk through this TP because they know how scary Florin is, but it just ends up working out regardless.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of a gold diff at this point. They're just that little bit far ahead. His toe blew up Shousey, which is a big chunk of just trying to get that CC off. with the Bramblethorn. So it just makes a lot of sense. And Florin not being tanky at all, there's nothing they can really do. It's like once you get one, you sort of can snowball off these kills. And look at Histo even taking hits to the face, and one auto attack was enough.
Just running them down as, yeah, Team Secret, I think it is just a wallet dip at this point. As we look at the damage, they're all so close to each other. Even Pun, who went down at the start of the fight, dealt a huge amount of damage before he did. This is a team effort from the Whales as another tower falls. With 50 seconds away from the Dragon, they will still have Baron for that soul fight, and DCG have their backs against the walls. But if game one proved anything, your back against the wall doesn't mean you're out.
Yeah, no, this ain't no dogfighting ring, unfortunately. This is the Wild West where anything goes. And if you want to take that fight, you can. As the Tibbers gets dropped, it did nothing. As Pop9 still going in for the paranoia. Where did he go? Flash has come out. Now they're looking at Pop9. They get the root as well. The damage is going to be enough, and Eddie's picking up the kill. Look at Florin versus Pun. The damage is good. The equalizer gets dropped, and Florin has nowhere to go. And look at Eddie's Fang just gone again. Eddie gets to even the doubles, and it is a 6-1 Zaya, which is just so scary to be as they drop out just a little bit of vision. They easily pick it up. It's just not enough. Xiaoxi is just being tower dove by this Rumble. When did these guys get their scuba license? I didn't even know you could do that in the Wild West because they are diving hard and fast. They might look to just end right now. They have the Baron buff already locked in, but looks like they're resetting. They want to get this Dragon. They're playing the game cleanly here, Carrix.
Yeah, I think in last game, there were a few times they overextended, try and end the game. But let's have a look at this one. They desperately try and get his toe, but he's too strong. He's able to dance around all this damage, gets away, and now they're just overextended. It lets Eddie inherit the fight. Pun on the other side getting helped out by BA. The damage from D-Ray as well. Absolutely massive. I'm just calling out every single name on Team Secret Wales because they all had a part in this. Hongshu, look how close to this teleport going off he is. He's basically raising up in the air as that little orb, but no, the harpoon lands and then they clean up Xiaoxi. It was a clean ace. Team Secret Wales looking marvelous.
They've turned the fight. They saw the first game and they said, we didn't like how you guys made us feel. And yes, it is Pun. Always an little Hongshu getting jumped on once again. The call of the pack is doing so much damage. Half health Hongshu out of nowhere. Now it looks like Fang might be in the wrong spot between two worlds. You have to flash over. The tower's gone. Pop Blossom is good, but it's already a little bit too late. Xiaoxi not able to do it as Pun picked up Fang. Now it is all on Florin, trying to hold on, see if the damage is going to be good. They're tanky a little bit, but not tanky enough. Pop9 has to use that shield, but they are just charging down. Secret Wales will not stop. They're jumping walls. They're pushing boundaries. They're taking the fight to them. Exhaust goes down too. Histo has the jumps, has the moves. Eddie is low. You've got to be so careful as the side of Secret Wales. And it is a good shutdown. They lock it down too, but Xiaoxi's incredibly low, and Eddie still picked up Florin in the back of that play. Even in death, they cannot stop this Eddie.
Yeah, a little bit over-aggressive there from Team Secret Wales, really wanting to end the game, perhaps before their time. Still need to respect Florin. This is still a very scary Gwen. Just not really backed up at the moment. As you said, still went down. Even in death, Eddie still serves. As I really love DCG. I mean, Florin is the one that's empowered to do anything, but it's such a hard road because Feng is so far behind. He's 1-6. He's just completely outclassed by Eddie this game. Let's see, because this one starts pretty much perfectly. They pop the spell shield with the rocket belt, and then they get the Tibbers down. His toe doesn't get a one-shot. Team Secret Wales, I think we can just back off at this point. We can get this kill, take this kill, and then leave. We don't need to be so aggressive. Xiaoxi locks them into the fight as long as he can, and then Florin is still really scary. It's the polymorph that is the only thing that really stops Florin popping off in this fight and getting 2 or 3 kills. And then Team Secret Wales, I still think at this point, we do just try and leave. It's a good response over onto Histo with the exhaust. Eddie oversteps. He loves tanking towers this series. It's like the 3rd or 4th time we spotted him doing it. Does go down for his trouble.
Yeah, and again, like you said, they could have backed off maybe 2 or 3 times in those fights. They just kept pushing the boundaries, and this is actually what you want, especially early in the split. You need to assert a little bit of dominance and limit tests a little bit just to assert not only dominance that you are a force to be reckoned with, but also you want to see where the other teams are at. This is almost like a testing phase. There's the Paranoia looking to go onto Xiaoxi. Pop Blossom is there. It's going to land on 1. It's not going to do a huge amount, but it does pick up Histo. No, it doesn't. It's just too much damage. Florence trying to hold on, but the whole team is on their face. The Florence trying to hold on, re-engage onto Pop 9. The Paranoia has been flipped in the script. It is Eddie picking up another kill. D-Ray was the one that went down in that fight, and it's just not too much as they're trying to burn them out. Going golden on this top side. Pun says, I've had a bit of a rough game. I'm going to put it to you, but it looks like it is Secret Wales. They took a bit of a rough game at the start, but they said, guys, we are not stressed by this. Eddie is just full-on aggression in the fountain, has no fear in the side of death, as it is going to be Secret Wales taking game number 2 in this best of 3, and they have secured their place as one of the strongest teams in the LCP in week 2.
That they have. They win 2-0 over the second place team from last split, Relub DCG. Off to a poor start of the split. Now 0-2 need to find their way back into this one. But I love this game because in game 1, Histo looked off. His Jarvan wasn't very good. It seems rude to say, but frankly, it was true. However, game 2, that Nefiri basically couldn't have been better.
Oh, I totally agree. That Nefiri was absolutely on point. I think, did they even die at that towards the end? I don't think they went down once.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe there was one death that I'm not thinking of, but I think there were 0 deaths.
Oh, look at that. I don't know, it's the little bunny ears or something there. I like to see it. Thumbs up all the way. It's just so good. Look, honestly, I've been loving Secret Wales. They've been playing so well. Look at D-Ray, my golden goat, the goose, you might even say. There's no Anivia there, unfortunately, but still, let's get onto that riot. Golden goose Anivia skin would be fantastic. But still, honestly, Secret Wales, a rough first game, but as they went into this second one, look at the damage charts. It just shows Eddie was unleashed on the Rift. Oh my god, look at this Nefiri, a destroyer. And Pun, who had the roughest lane of them all, still went positive with damage, still did so much, had the most damage, and was so impactful with just an equalizer to boot. You cannot deny that Secret Wales are a force to be reckoned with, and every team in the LCP should be studying these games to see what they can do to take these Titans out.
And I don't know what you can do, as this highlight reel is kind of be the Histo reel, as we've sort of alluded to. Eddie as well was able to pick up so much of the damage, able to just throw it all out. The hard question is, who's player of the match?
Ooh, like honestly, I think
probably
it's
Eddie.
I think he is actually who I was going to put it on. Like, Eddie's performance in this second game was great, and it is the Eddie show after it all again. That Sivir was so massive in that last game. Same KDAs coming in. Kill participation first game was good. Makes sense when you're playing Sivir, but wow, it was just a big stop. But the first game went for so long. Like, it makes sense that the stats are a little bit more inflated here, but game 2, that Xayah was massive.
Yeah, game 2, I think Eddie was really, really good. It's just a tricky one because obviously man of the game is Histo in game 2, but I think Eddie over the course of both games was a really high achiever, and that's good. I think looking at Team Secret Wales holistically, we kind of said, look, the person, if there's a weakness, it's Eddie. And that's not to say that he's been really weak. It's just like, if you had to pick something that was going wrong with this team, it's certainly not Pun. It's certainly not D-Ray. It looked like it might have been Eddie, but clearly bouncing back against a really tough opponent in Relub DCG and showing that maybe they just don't have a weakness.
Yeah, well, I think that's the next side of it, right? Is you're talking about maybe Eddie being the smallest or potentially like the semi-weakest link. This is also a chance for Eddie to show why he's not and why he deserves that place at the table with one of the best teams in the region. So that's the difference, right? We've seen a couple roster changes across some other teams. Secret Wales are choosing to stick together because obviously they believe Eddie has what it takes to be the best and to take this roster to the next level. Yes, first stand wasn't their greatest showing and it wasn't a super amazing result for the LCP, but it's about going there and getting that early experience and saying, what can we do better? And this is the sort of games that we want to see, especially from Eddie, who is our MVP, about how can we just push the boundaries a little bit more, push the tempo, maybe focus more on macro, focus more on champion select. This is the difference between, like you said, good and great teams. And we just want to see the Secret Whales be a great team.
And I think they are. This is a team that constantly impresses me. They've leveled up. Look, we don't. I mean, look, he's like 10 health off, man. Like, we've all been there. Like, exhaust isn't fair. Exhaust is cheat.
You don't take exhaust into the top lane. All right, it's like taking it in an ARAMs. You just don't do it. It's not allowed.
Exactly. You're so right. I do want to give Florin some credit where it's due. Obviously, that second game is really rough there for DCG. They did sort of just get handled, but Florin did look good. Was very, very strong against Pun. Was really threatening in team fights. Was finding his angles super, super well. We watch it again.
just reminding us constantly.
Just rub that in. Did you know that Pun failed a tower dive? But jokes aside, Florin was really good. I still think 0-2 doesn't reflect how good I think Relove DCG is. I think they stumbled against MBK. They underestimated that team, came in a little bit rusty, and then you ran into Team Secret Whales. I think it's a little bit unlucky. I think going through the rest of the split, DCG is still a team to really, really watch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think the first game is definitely the showing of why DCG should be a contender going forward in this split. So regardless of the outcome last week and this week, we still have a lot of weeks of games. And you know what? I'll still be putting them as one of my favorites in a lot of series going forward. So Secret Whales was a rough matchup to get week 2 because now it's all about how do you come back from a little bit of a confidence shake. Like, Relove is a good team. They're a fantastic team. They've just had a little bit of a rough draw. Now it's about composing themselves, moving forward, and coming back a little bit stronger. That's the only thing they need to do. Everything else, they're playing so well. They're still consistent. They're still highlight players on the team. It's just cleaning up a little bit more. So it's how do you take yourself, like I said before, from being a good team to being a great team. Same premise.
Absolutely, and I think that wraps up this week's games. Team Secret Whales will be on top of our ladder where they belong. In my, they're showing it again.
So they did coach comms before. Yeah. Maybe they did they were doing highlight-ish coach comms, and then they were doing the highlights again. So it's nice that we're seeing it 3 times in a row, and get to really enjoy the fact that happened. It's okay,
Poor Pub.
You still had a really good first game.
Honestly, I do think he was fine on the Rumble as well. It wasn't his best game ever. Some of those deaths, he sort of died for the cause, and we respect a top laner that knows when it's his time to do that. A few of the other times, maybe obviously getting a little bit too aggressive, but a lot of these highlights are going to be his toe lights, as he was insane. Nefiri is, I think this is just the perfect LCP champion.
Yeah, well, what champion says I like to fight more than a pack of dogs?
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't know. It's the champion, I agree.
You're rewarded for going in. The resets keep you in the fight. Here, now Pun gets to have some revenge in the highlights on that one. The harpoon, stopping the teleport there. Looking forward, I think we can maybe talk just a little bit about next week, because it's going to be Team Secret Whales taking on the SoftBank Hawks, our 2 winners from today.
That is going to be a very spicy matchup, and we're going to have to definitely look at that in just a minute once we get to these highlights. But let's have a quick look at what is happening today. Well, today's results actually even better. It is SHG taking the 2-0 against GZ, which was a very close series, and very much the same for the one we just watched then. DCG versus Secret Whales, the 2-0 convincingly in game number 2, but also incredibly close game number 1. So these were our top 4 teams last split, and they've come out fighting. And you know what? I love that SHG is really trying to solidify their place once again in this split, and I think they're a hot contender. Like you said, I think they are a top tier 2, but here's our standings. Carrick, walk me through it.
It is equal at the top. It is SoftBank Hawks and Team Secret Whale sharing the crown at the moment. Going through, we're sort of starting to get those tiers defining themselves. Detonation, Focus Me, Relove, DCG are the teams that are winless at the moment, at least in series. Both of them have won games, which is nice. No one completely getting shut out. Flying Oysters and Garm looking to fight back as well. One series for them. Player of the match teams. We're still at equal first for everyone. No one's put on the two match performance yet. But I like the role diversity. There's 3 roles represented, 4 roles in fact represented with Ejung in the top lane.
Yeah, it's nice that, they put Ejung up there just in case. Maybe it's alphabetical, which I am now looking at. Yeah, I think it is alphabetical. So, you know what, Ejung, I'm going to put you at first place anyway. Let's look at Saturday's matches, week number 3 here. It is CFO versus DCG. That will be a spicy series to watch. And then also DFM versus the Vikings. Another big one. 2 teams really trying to define where they're at in this split. I'm looking forward to that. That's only Saturday here, Carrick. That's going to be big.
I totally agree. I think CFO versus DCG is super important for both of these teams. DCG has to win that series. I think starting 0-3 is really hard to come back from in a single round robin. They need to pick up a win of CFO, but at the same time, CFO needs to continue reassuring people that they're still a fantastic team and they're still one of the best teams in the LCP. It's going to be interesting to see if they can do it.
Look, they got their win on the board from yesterday. It's like you said, we're going to have to see if they can come back a little bit further. But Carrick, any final remarks before we close out tonight's show?
Team Secret Whales, you're my boys, and I've loved you for like 10 years, so let's go.
Let's do it. He's calling out the Secret Whales. Let's see if they can get those dubs. Guys, thank you all so much for watching and tuning in for tonight and yesterday's series. Don't forget to hit us all up on our socials. You're able to find me and Carrick both on Twitter, but also check out the LCP. They are always posting some amazing content, especially those player profiles, which honestly kind of slap. So from all of us here at the LCP and Riot Games, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on the next adventure. Good night.